Chapter 151, Trembling. The semi-finals were over. The semi-finals have ended. The top 10 on the scoreboard will enter the regional finals. The others will all be eliminated. A huge screen appeared above Chu Zhou's competition area. It displayed 10 names and the corresponding points. First place, Chu Zhou, 660 points. First place, Xiaolong Yuan, 500 points. Third place, Fang Lin, 10 points. Fourth place, Lu Yudao, 8 points. Fifth place, Jin Gaiyu, 6 points. This time, there were only 100 contestants in each competition area. Less than 2,000 monsters appeared in the competition area. The total points of the competition area were far from the preliminary round. Therefore, even if Chu Zhou obtained first place in the competition area, he only had 660 points. It's indeed as I thought. At the beginning of the competition, Xiaolong Yuan started a massacre against everyone else other than Chu Zhou. This caused the people in this competition area to have no chance to develop. Other than Chu Zhou and Xiaolong Yuan, the points of the others can't be seen at all. The third place actually only has 10 points. This is too speechless. In the other competition areas, he probably won't even be able to enter the top 30. Many people looked at the top 10 rankings of Chu Zhou's competition area and could not help but be speechless. Even Fang Lin, Lu Yudao, Jin Gaiyu, and the others covered their faces when they saw that they had less than 10 points and had actually entered the top 5 after the competition ended. It was too embarrassing. However, everyone's focus quickly returned to the battle between Chu Zhou and Xiaolong Yuan. Chu Zhou is too strong. Xiaolong Yuan is not his match at all. He's simply a monster. He's too abnormal. He actually defeated the blood sword Xiaolong Yuan with just a finger. How terrifying! With his strength, I feel that the first place in this World Human Genius competition might very well belong to him. More than 2.6 billion viewers watched the battle between Chu Zhou and Xiaolong Yuan through the live stream. Now that the battle was over, everyone was in an uproar. In this battle, the strength displayed by Chu Zhou and Xiaolong Yuan shocked countless people. Especially Chu Zhou, who made people feel even more terrified. The battle of the twin stars has ended. Chu Zhou won forcefully. Chu Zhou, the future human martial god. Shocking, tyrannical blade Chu Zhou defeated the blood sword Xiaolong Yuan with one finger. Countless posts like this appeared on social forums, social network websites, short video apps, and other media around the world almost as soon as Chu Zhou and Xiaolong Yuan's battle ended. It attracted countless discussions and attention. The video of this battle also circulated crazily on the internet. The name Chu Zhou became a hot topic again. In the supply base. Congratulations, boss, for getting first place in the competition again. Chu Zhou had just left the virtual battlefield and woke up when Ling Zhan and the other two immediately went forward to congratulate him. There's nothing to celebrate. It's a predestined outcome. Chu Zhou said calmly. Boss is so domineering. Ling Zhan and the other two could only sigh when they heard Chu Zhou's words. However, after watching the battle between Chu Zhou and Xiaolong Yuan, they also understood that Chu Zhou was indeed qualified to say such words. Chu Zhou was really too strong. With such strength, it was normal for him to be certain that he could be first in the semi-finals. Hehe, boss, you taught Xiaolong Yuan such a miserable lesson in the competition. I wonder if he will dare to continue challenging you in the future. Shi Meng said teasingly. Chu Zhou's expression froze slightly. It shouldn't be to the extent that he won't dare to challenge me in the future. He muttered to himself, regretting that he had hit him too hard just now. If he frightened Xiaolong Yuan and made him lose the intention to challenge him in the future, wouldn't he be unable to continue earning for free? He decided that if Xiaolong Yuan continued to challenge him in the future, he would definitely pay attention to the severity of the matter to avoid hurting Xiaolong Yuan's confidence. Beep, beep, beep. His communications watch vibrated. Chu Zhou took a look and saw that it was his younger sister, Chu Yu. Chu Zhou tapped on his communications watch and picked up the call. His younger sister's figure immediately appeared in the air. Big brother, I admire you too much. That blood sword Xiaolong Yuan was so terrifying, but he was defeated by you with a finger. His younger sister, Chu Yu, stood on a sofa and bounced around excitedly. Xiaowu, do you worship me? Shi Meng said casually. Not long after the Sharp Blade Squad was established, Chu Yu got to know Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. They were already familiar with each other. "Big guy, you want me to worship you? We'll talk when you defeat Xiet Long Yuan." Chu Yu snorted arrogantly and rolled her eyes at Shi Meng. "Defeat that crackpot Xie Long Yuan? Do you really think I'm as abnormal as your big bro?" Shi Meng also rolled his eyes. "Then don't ask for so much." Chu Yu chuckled and greeted Lu Qingxi and Ling Zhan. A moment later, Chu Yu hung up the phone, but Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, Chen Bazhu, and the others also called. Among them, Chen Bazhu's call made Chu Zhou a little concerned. Chen Bazhu asked him if he had offended anyone other than the 5 great families recently. In the past few days, many powerful forces and families around the world had been investigating Chu Zhou's identity and background through various channels, telling him to be careful. "I don't think I've offended so many forces other than the 5 great families. Could it be because I killed Black-Bellied Snake and the other 6 killers? But, that shouldn't be the case. Black-Bellied Snake and the other 6 killers shouldn't be able to involve so many forces and families." Chu Zhou frowned and thought. He had a feeling that there must be some reason why there were suddenly so many powerful forces and families investigating him. However, he could not think of the reason for the time being. "Looks like I have to become stronger. As long as I'm strong enough, I can deal with anything," Chu Zhou muttered to himself. In the Dragon Bay Gardens, Chu Yu was still jumping on the sofa happily because her big brother had defeated the Blood Sword, Xie Long Yuan. Chu Donglei looked at Chu Yu, who was jumping excitedly, and smiled faintly. Suddenly, he glanced outside the villa. "Xiaowu, your big bro has won again. I'll go out and buy some vegetables to celebrate," he said to Chu Yu. "Yes, yes." Chu Yu was immersed in happiness. When she heard that her father wanted to celebrate, she did not feel that there was anything abnormal and nodded. Half an hour later, Chu Donglei returned from selling vegetables and entered the kitchen to cook. In a small forest near the Dragon Bay Gardens, there were more than 100 corpses. These corpses were of all colors and clothes, as if they came from all over the world. These corpses' eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with fear. It was as if they had seen an incomparably terrifying thing when they were alive and were frightened to death. Shockingly, even if these people were dead, their bodies were still suffused with an extremely powerful aura. Among them, more than 20 corpses were filled with the aura of limit tier experts. Boundary tier experts were known as small giants. Each of them was a famous big shot. For example, one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong region, Chen Bazhu, was only a Boundary Realm expert. More than 20 Boundary Realm big shots had died silently in this ordinary forest. Moreover, other than the corpses of more than 20 Boundary Realm experts, the other 100 corpses were all filled with the aura of Control Realm martial artists. So many Control Realm martial artists and Boundary Realm big shots had died here. If this news spread, it would probably cause a worldwide sensation. The 100 corpses also seemed to be corroded by a mysterious power. Before long, all the corpses turned into countless invisible particles and completely disappeared with a breeze. It seems that the Hell mercenary team won't be able to return. Are the experts of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School protecting Chu Zhou's family? Or rather, Chu Zhou is that man's son. That man is still alive. Hell! Even small giants who have reached the limit of the Boundary Realm have disappeared without a trace. Dragon Bay Gardens is really a black hole-like area. So many families and powerful forces sent people to test it, but all of them disappeared mysteriously. On this day, the upper echelons of many powerful families and forces around the world trembled slightly. Chapter 152, Ancient Human Ruins, 1. After the semi-finals ended, the Battle of the Twin Stars was still the world's hottest topic. The video of the battle between Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou and Blood Sword Xie Long Yuan circulated crazily on the internet, and the audience continued to boil. Chu Zhou's life returned to peaceful. He returned to the rhythm of guarding the defense line, clearing the monsters behind the defense line, and eating 500 kilograms of monster meat every meal. The peaceful days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 days passed. Bat-type monster commander level was far inferior to the commander-level armored giant crocodile in terms of size and weight. Even some of the minced meat of the armored giant crocodile was much heavier than the entire corpse of the bat-type monster commander level. Actually, This was very normal. All the monsters on Earth now were mutated from former animals. Generally speaking, the larger the size before evolution, the larger the size after evolution. Bats were much smaller than crocodiles. After evolving into monsters, bat-type monsters of the same level were far inferior to crocodile-type monsters in terms of size and weight. Of course, size and weight had nothing to do with strength. Chu Zhou ate 500 kilograms of beast meat and quickly finished the flesh of the bat-type monster commander level. What a pity that it's finished so quickly. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Control Realm Martial Artist, Life Field Energy 8100. Attribute Points, 141,750 Heart of Strength, 100%, unupgradable. Spirit Relic, 5%, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 400/0, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-rank 42nd level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS-rank 5th level, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank 5th level, Human Extreme Body. Upgradable. Phantom, S-rank 7th level, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, A-rank level 6, unupgradable. I should continue to increase my new moon bloodline. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. With a thought, his attribute board immediately began to flicker violently. Crackle! 2 silver wings that flickered with countless mysterious runes suddenly extended from his back, almost covering the entire room. At this moment, a large amount of mysterious energy surged into the 2 silver wings. As a result, more and more mysterious runes appeared in the silver wing. Moreover, the pressure of the silver wing became stronger and stronger. The silver wings trembled slightly, unable to devour the surrounding light. The entire room immediately dimmed. Moreover, Silver Wing vaguely formed a connection with countless stars in the universe and had the urge to mobilize billions of starlight to descend. However, Chu Zhou suppressed this urge. The last time, the phenomenon caused by his awakening of the new moon bloodline was covered up by Lu Wanjun using the excuse of experimenting with new arms. If it triggered another phenomenon, it would probably be very difficult to hide. Even though Chu Zhou was not afraid that others would suspect that he had awakened some kind of bloodline. However, it would naturally be best if it could not be exposed. This way, he would have another trump card that no one knew about. About 20 minutes later, Silver Wing stopped changing. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 50%, unupgradable. The New Moon Bloodline had increased by 10% this time. His life field energy had also increased to 9,000. As for the attribute points, he had consumed 100,000. The improvement of the new moon bloodline also led to the improvement of the star wings, internal space, and instant flash. However, the improvement this time was not huge. There was no qualitative change. I have 9,000 life field energy, still 1,000 away from reaching the standard of a boundary realm small giant. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and was in a good mood. Unfortunately, there are no more commander-level monsters. I'm afraid I won't be able to increase my speed so quickly next time. He sighed and put away the silver wings on his back. Then, with a thought, a total of 100 flowing light flying daggers flew out of his internal space and flew around his body at high speed, drawing beautiful arcs. The Treasure Pagoda meditation technique was not only a method to increase mental strength, but it also included illusions, item control techniques, and other mental strength usage techniques. Chu Zhou felt that since he was also a spiritual master, he had to make use of the advantage of being a spiritual master. Therefore, he also began to cultivate the various illusions and item control techniques in the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. The days passed. In the blink of an eye, another 3 to 4 days passed. On this day, Chen Bazhu suddenly contacted Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, come to our Battleaxe Martial Arts School's regional headquarters immediately. There's something good, something great. By the way, I've already applied for leave from Elder Lu for you. You can just come over. When Chen Bazhu spoke, he vaguely revealed a hint of excitement and envy. Chu Zhou wanted to ask what it was, but Chen Bazhu smiled and did not say anything. He only asked him to go to Guangdong base city as soon as possible. What's so good about Supervisor Chen being so mysterious? Chu Zhou thought in confusion. Chen Bazhu's words completely aroused his anticipation. He immediately walked to the hall and explained the situation to Ling Zhan and the other two. Then, he left the base and took a train to Guangdong Base City. 2 hours later, Chu Zhou arrived at Guangdong Base City again. He hailed a cab at the curb. Soon, he arrived at the regional headquarters of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School again. This time, he did not need the staff to lead him. He farmed his face and entered the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Then, he walked towards Chen Bazhu's villa. A moment later, Chu Zhou arrived at Chen Bazhu's house again. Good kid, you've improved so quickly. You've only left Guangdong Base City for a month and you're already able to kill a Boundary Realm expert. I might not even be your match now. Chen Bazhu was waiting for Chu Zhou outside the house. When he saw Chu Zhou arrive, he immediately laughed out loud and went forward to lightly hammer Chu Zhou's chest. Supervisor, you're too kind. How can I be your match now? Chu Zhou smiled and looked curiously at a white-robed young man behind Chen Bazhu. Dongfang Mingzi was here the last time he came here. He did not expect another young man to be here when he came this time. Ahem. Chen Bazhu coughed lightly and said, Chu Zhou, let me introduce you. This is another monster in our Battleaxe Martial Arts School other than you. His name is Bai Changming. I believe you've heard of him. So he's Bai Changming. Chu Zhou looked enlightened. Bai Changming's name and related information were on the list of 10 people that Chen Bazhu had once sent to him. Chu Zhou had also seen Bai Changming's name on the list of the top 100 in a forum. Bai Changming was ranked 4th on that list. He had also done a simple understanding of Bai Changming. He knew that he was a genius nurtured by the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong area. It could also be said that he was the leader of the younger generation of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong area. Of course, that was in the past. Now that the Battleaxe Martial Arts School had him, Chu Zhou, the new leader of the younger generation of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, he would not shirk his responsibilities. Chapter 153, Ancient Human Ruins, 2. Chu Zhou, I've heard a lot about you. Bai Changming smiled and took a step forward to shake Chu Zhou's hand. More than a month ago, when I first learned from Supervisor Chen that a peerless monster had appeared in our Battleaxe Martial Arts School and might become the human martial god in the future, I still wanted to compete with you and compare myself to you, a peerless monster. I wanted to see if you're really as powerful as Supervisor Chen said. But after watching your battle with that abnormal Xialong Yuan, I knew that I was not qualified to measure your strength. Bai Changming said to Chu Zhou in a self-deprecating manner. He frankly said that he had once wanted to measure Chu Zhou. Moreover, he admitted that he was inferior to Chu Zhou. Brother Bai, you're giving up so quickly? Aren't you going to compete? Chu Zhou smiled playfully. No. No. Even that abnormal Xialong Yuan lost to you. I don't want to be tortured. Bai Changming hurriedly waved his hand. Perhaps, among the younger generation in Guangdong Base City, only Li Ji of the Li family is qualified to be your opponent. Li Ji was once the undisputed leader of the younger generation in our Guangdong Base City. Even that pervert, Xialong Yuan, had to submit to Li Ji. It's a pity that Li Ji disappeared from Guangdong Base City for some reason all these years. He only returned recently. However, she has only broken through to the control realm not long after she returned. Even if her potential is astonishing, it will take her a while to advance to the limit of the control realm. The current her is probably not your match. Bai Changming looked at Chu Zhou with emotion. It was rare for this generation of young people in Guangdong Base City to give birth to many talents. Other than Li Ji, Xialong Yuan, and himself, Yayun from the Nature Martial Arts School, Luo Yu from the Spirit Martial Arts School, Yang Zhenzhen from the Yang family, Dongfang Mingzi from the Dongfang family, Pang He from the First Military University, Zhu Yushi from the Second Military University, Gu Shi from the Gu family, and so on were all true geniuses. However, who would have thought that they had all been surpassed by Chu Zhou, a 17-year-old latecomer? Li Ji, Big Sister Saber. When Chu Zhou heard Bai Changming mention Big Sister Saber, he looked a little dazed. He missed Big Sister Saber a little. If not for Big Sister Saber's painstaking guidance and support during his high school years, he might not be where he was today. He had always remembered how well Big Sister Saber treated him. Big Sister Saber said that if I want to look for him, I can go straight to the Li family. I'll visit Big Sister Saber after I'm done here. Chu Zhou thought to himself and made a decision. By the way, Supervisor, you asked me to come here as soon as possible and say that there's something good. What exactly is it? You can tell me now, right? Chu Zhou looked at Supervisor Chen curiously. Changming, you tell him. Chen Bazhu smiled at Bai Changming. All right. Bai Changming smiled and immediately said to Chu Zhou, what do you think our world was like before the cataclysm? Isn't everyone aware of this? Chu Zhou said in surprise. The history classes in junior high and high school all said that our world should be a modern society before the cataclysm. At that time, there were still more than 190 countries in the world. There were no monsters, no martial arts. He briefly explained what he had learned about modern society in history class. You're right. Our world was indeed as described in the history books before the cataclysm. But what if time continues to move forward? That should be an ancient feudal society. The East and West will be different. Should we continue pushing? Continue pushing forward? That should be a slave society. Should we continue pushing forward? Primitive society. Should we continue pushing forward? Continue? That should be the ignorant era when humans were first born. Should we continue pushing forward? To the dinosaur era? As he asked and answered by Changming, the doubts in Chu Zhou's heart increased. He felt that the history books had basically mentioned all the questions Bai Changming asked. He did not understand what Bai Changming was trying to express. At this moment, Bai Changming smiled and said to Chu Zhou, the history you understand is actually not wrong, but it's not all correct either. Tell me. Chu Zhou frowned and stared at Bai Changming. You might not know, but many of the important ruins of civilizations that we humans have discovered are left behind by ancient humans. However, these ancient humans are not the humans born after the extinction of the dinosaur era as you know. Instead, they are the ancient humans from before the dinosaur era. Moreover, those ancient ruins of human civilization were not left at the same time. After testing, some ancient ruins of human civilization were established more than hundreds of millions of years ago. And our current evolutionary martial arts are not created out of thin air. Other than borrowing from the Daoist life-nurturing techniques before the age of cataclysm, Buddhist visualization techniques, Chinese martial arts, yoga techniques, and Western techniques, more importantly, we borrowed some cultivation techniques left behind in the ancient human ruins. That's why our current evolutionary martial arts are here. Bai Changming said meaningfully. After hearing Bai Changming's words, Chu Zhou's heart trembled. He felt that his previous understanding of the world had been completely subverted. The human era before the cataclysm was not only the modern society, feudal society, slave society, primitive society, and the ignorant era when humans were first born. There were already humans before the dinosaur era? Those ancient humans left more than one civilization ruin? Moreover, those ancient humans already had cultivation methods? At this moment, Chu Zhou's heart surged. He felt as if the fog in front of him had been wiped away and he had a new understanding of the world. So there are actually so many secrets hidden in this world? However, ordinary people can't come into contact with and understand these secrets at all. Chu Zhou sighed deeply and stared at Bai Changming. I've learned something today. So there are actually so many secrets in this world. Is the good thing supervisor is talking about related to the ancient humans? That's right. Bai Changming nodded. After the beast tide erupted, perhaps because of the influence of the beast tide, a mountain range near our Guangdong area suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep underground tunnel. A martial god personally went there to investigate and discovered that there was actually an ancient human ruin hidden there. However, after that martial god investigated, he discovered that the ancient human ruins were not of much use to the martial god and the king. Therefore, after a round of discussion, the higher UPS of Guangdong Base City decided to let the contestants who performed more specially in the World Human Genius competition in the Guangdong area explore. The items obtained will also belong to us contestants. When Bai Changming spoke, his voice was clearly excited. It was obvious that he was also filled with anticipation for the ancient human ruins. Chu Zhou, you must value this opportunity. Chen Bazhu seemed to be afraid that Chu Zhou would not value the opportunity to explore the ruins and hurriedly reminded him. Even though this new ancient human ruin has been explored by the martial god, he didn't seem to find any treasures useful to the martial god and the king. However, there are many things in such ruins that are priceless to martial artists below the king realm. In history, it's not the first time a martial artist accidentally entered an ancient human ruin and obtained an astonishing opportunity. Then, the trajectory of their fate completely changed. Moreover, there are sometimes rare treasures hidden in these ruins that even the martial god can't explore. If you find them, you'll make a killing. To be honest, even us supervisors are envious of such an opportunity. Or rather, all the older generation of Control Realm martial artists and Boundary Realm experts in Guangdong Base City are envious. Unfortunately, we're not qualified to enter. You're lucky this time. The Human Alliance has made up their minds to focus on nurturing geniuses of your generation. It's also because of this that the higher UPS of Guangdong Base City fought for this opportunity for you. Supervisor, don't worry. How can I not value such an opportunity? Chu Zhou said seriously. What a joke. This was an opportunity that even a supervisor like Chen Bazhu could not fight for. How could he not value it? Chapter 154, Goodbye, Big Sister Saber. Battleaxe Martial Arts School, Guangdong Area Headquarters. This time, only Chu Zhou and Bai Changming are qualified to enter the newly discovered ancient human ruins in our Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Chen Bazhu led Chu Zhou and Bai Changming towards the helipad behind the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Who else is there besides us? Chu Zhou asked curiously. At this moment, Chen Bazhu looked down at his communications watch and smiled at Chu Zhou. No need to ask. They're already here. You'll see them soon. Soon, they arrived at the helipad. There was a dark black triangular fighter jet parked on the green tarmac. This triangular fighter jet used a tailless triangular wing layout. The flat fuselage fused perfectly with the wings. One could feel that it was filled with science fiction just by looking at it. Chu Zhou was immediately attracted by this triangular fighter jet. Compared to this triangular fighter jet, any luxurious flying car was trash. Not only Chu Zhou, but Bai Changming also stared fixedly at the triangular fighter jet, his eyes burning. Haha, you're all attracted, right? When Chen Bazhu saw Chu Zhou and Bai Changming's reactions, he could not help but smile. He knew it. When he first saw the triangular fighter jet, his reaction was similar to Chu Zhou and Bai Changming. This triangular fighter jet is also called a smart fighter jet. It's our president's car. Chen Bazhu smiled and said. You should all know that other than the sky of our human city, be it the sky of the wilderness or the sky of the sea, they are actually dominated by flying monsters. It's very dangerous for ordinary flying cars, planes, and other aircraft to continue flying after leaving the human city. It's very easy to be attacked by flying monsters. However, smart fighter jets are an exception. Smart fighter jets are divided into 3 levels, from low to high. They are King Tier, Universe Tier, and Primordial Tier. However, even the lowest King Tier smart fighter jets have a speed of 10,000 meters per second. Moreover, it is equipped with plasma cannons, small missiles, bombs, laser devices, autocannons, and other weapons. It has incomparably powerful firepower. With the speed and firepower of the King Tier smart fighter jets, they are not afraid of being surrounded by flying monsters at all. There is a high chance that they will be able to retreat even if they encounter a Beastmaster. As for the Universe Tier and Primordial Tier smart fighter jets, there's no need to mention them. How do I buy these smart fighter jets? Chu Zhou blurted out. He was completely tempted by them. If he had such smart fighter jets, it would be very convenient for him to travel anywhere in the world. How? Chen Bazhu shook his head and smiled. It's too difficult to produce fighter jets. All the smart fighter jets of our human race combined don't have much. Therefore, even the lowest level King Tier smart fighter jets are ridiculously expensive. One costs at least 300 billion. More importantly, you can't buy it even if you have money. You have to at least become a king and make enough contributions to the human race before you are qualified to buy smart fighter jets. When Chu Zhou and Bai Changming heard the purchase conditions for the smart fighter jets, they secretly clicked their tongues. This was really a little ridiculous. They immediately dismissed the idea of buying smart fighter jets. At this moment, 9 young men and women walked over. Chu Zhou was familiar with 4 of them. Chu Zhou stared at one of the short-haired women with a sharp temperament, to show off one's ability, and a gaze as sharp as a scimitar. He looked slightly excited. He walked over quickly. Chu Zhou. When the 9 young men and women saw Chu Zhou walking over quickly, many of their expressions turned solemn. There was basically no martial artist in the entire Cantonese area who did not know Chu Zhou. Those who had watched Chu Zhou's battle video knew how monstrous and powerful he was. Chu Zhou. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen greeted Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded at them. However, he stopped in front of Big Sister Saber and said excitedly, "Teacher, I finally see you again." Dongfang Mingzu, Yang Zhenzhen, Yayun, Luo Yu and the others who had investigated Chu Zhou were all right. They had long known that Big Sister Saber was Chu Zhou's high school teacher and treated him very well. However, Xialong Yuan, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, and Gu Shi were stunned. What? Li Ji was actually Chu Zhou's teacher? What's going on? Xialong Yuan was even more stunned. He suddenly had a strange feeling. He had once been taught a lesson by Li Ji. Not long ago, he had also been crushed by Chu Zhou. In this way, wouldn't he be defeated by this master and disciple pair one after another? Thinking of this, he felt an inexplicable sourness. Big Sister Saber carefully sized up Chu Zhou. She, who had always been cold, suddenly smiled at this moment. It was like a snow lotus suddenly blooming on the heavenly mountain, and it had a soul-stirring charm. I didn't choose the wrong person back then. You didn't disappoint me. Your improvement has exceeded my expectations. Big Sister Saber smiled. This Ice Queen could actually smile? Xialong Yuan and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Big Sister Saber actually smile at Chu Zhou. They had known Big Sister Saber for many years. In their impression, Big Sister Saber had never smiled. She was as cold as an iceberg, giving people a feeling that no one should approach her. Coupled with his cold eyes that were sharp like blades, it naturally made people revere him. Even though they had known each other for many years, they were a little afraid of Big Sister Saber. Only now did they know that Big Sister Saber could also have such a beautiful smile. When Chu Zhou heard Big Sister Saber's words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. He had finally not let Big Sister Saber's cultivation down. Then, he smiled and chatted with Big Sister Saber, each telling her some of their experiences after separating. The unfamiliar feeling that the two of them had developed from not seeing each other for too long quickly disappeared. The two of them quickly found their comfortable state of getting along. Are these two people so close? If they join forces, who will be their match? When Xialong Yuan, Yayun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, Gu Shi, and the others saw Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber chatting happily, they inexplicably felt immense pressure. It was difficult for them to imagine that if these two abnormal people joined forces, who among their peers would be their match. In the distance, Chen Bazhu and Bai Changming were also looking at Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber. Supervisor, these two perverts are actually master and disciple. Who can withstand them joining forces in the future? Bai Changming sighed. Chen Bazhu nodded in agreement. The two of them have the potential to become human martial gods. If they join forces in the future, they will indeed be a very terrifying power. Perhaps they will become a legendary pair of master and disciple in the future. Chu Zhou, there are some people I don't know. Let me introduce them to you. This is Yayun from the Nature Martial Arts School. This is Luo Yu from the Spirit Martial Arts School. He's Pang He from the First Military University. He was Zhu Yushi from the Second Military University. This is Gu Shi of the Gu family. After Chu Zhou finished chatting with Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu pulled Chu Zhou and took the initiative to introduce 5 young men and women to him. Chu Zhou greeted the 5 of them politely and left their contact details. They could be considered acquaintances. Then, Chu Zhou and the others walked to Chen Bazhu's side. At this moment, an old man in loose training clothes suddenly appeared in front of everyone. President. Chen Bazhu immediately greeted the old man who had suddenly appeared. Without a doubt, this old man was the president of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School's Guangdong area headquarters, Tang Yuanqing. Chu Zhou and the others hurriedly greeted Tang Yuanqing politely. This was a King Realm expert. They had to maintain enough respect. All right, stop fooling around. Get on the fighter jet. This time, I'll bring you to the newly discovered ancient human ruins. Tang Yuanqing waved his hand and said to the triangular fighter jet beside him, open the door. A door of the triangular fighter jet immediately opened automatically. Chu Zhou and the others did not hesitate. Their bodies moved slightly and they flew in. Then, they each found a seat and sat down. Tang Yuanqing was also on the plane. He said to the fighter jet, "Let's go." The triangular fighter aircraft immediately slowly rose from the tarmac. It kept rising. It only stopped when it rose to the top of the energy barrier above the city. At this moment, a red light swept across the triangular fighter jet, as if it was testing it. A moment later, a huge exit suddenly appeared on the nearby energy barrier. The triangular fighter jet immediately flew out of the exit under Tang Yuanqing's control. In the next moment, a strong bolt of lightning flashed on the fuselage of the triangular fighter jet. Then, it instantly broke through the speed of sound and turned into a phantom that disappeared. Let's hope they have a good harvest. There's not much time left for them to grow steadily. On the tarmac, Chen Bazhu looked at the disappearing triangular fighter jet and muttered to himself before walking towards his home. Chapter 155, Human Martial God Elder Yang. The speed of the triangular fighter jet was too fast. Chu Zhou and the others felt that they had arrived at their destination after a while. "We're here." Tang Yuanqing controlled the triangular fighter jet to float above a collapsed mountain range. Chu Zhou and the others walked out of the triangular fighter jet and floated in the air. They looked down and immediately saw a black hole in the collapsed mountain range. If not for the sudden collapse of this mountain range, no one would discover that an ancient human ruin was actually hidden here for many years. While Chu Zhou noticed the cave entrance, he also saw an old man in a suit with silver hair neatly combed sitting cross-legged on a large rock near the cave entrance. However, no matter how Chu Zhou and the others looked at it, they could not see the true face of the old man in the suit. It was as if an invisible force had distorted their vision of the old man in the suit and even their perception. Chu Zhou and the others suspected that if the old man in the suit was willing, they might not be able to see or sense him at all. "Don't be impudent. This is our human martial god, Elder Yang. This ancient human ruin has just been born. Coupled with the beast tide sweeping the world, it's not convenient to mobilize a large number of people to guard here for the time being. Therefore, Elder Yang has been personally guarding this place during this period of time." Tang Yuanqing explained, telling Chu Zhou and the others not to be too insolent and not to keep staring at Elder Yang's figure. When Chu Zhou and the others heard that the figure was actually a human martial god, they were immediately shocked and hurriedly retracted their gazes. Even the usually unruly Xialong Yuan became cautious at this moment. The person in front of him was a true human martial god after all. He was an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid of humankind. He was one of the giants of humankind. Even though they were called geniuses, in the end, it was only because his potential and strength were much stronger than ordinary martial artists. There were probably not many people who could really become human king realm experts in the future. As for who became the human martial god, there might be a few or none. Even Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, and Xialong Yuan, the three top-notch geniuses, did not dare to say that they could definitely become the human martial god. Geniuses like them might not have much weight in front of a true human martial god. Therefore, it was not too much to be cautious about an existence like the human martial god. However, there was one exception. When Yang Shenzhen saw the old man in a suit, she flew over and shouted, "Old master, why didn't you tell me you were here?" "Old master?" Chu Zhou and the others were stunned when they heard Yang Zhenzhen's shout. Tang Yuanqing seemed to have expected this and calmly explained to Chu Zhou and the others. "Elder Yang is the old master of the Yang family where Yang Zhenzhen is." "Is he the old master of the Yang family?" Big Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan, Dongfang Mingzhu, Bai Changming and the others could not help but look at the old man in the suit curiously. As people who had grown up in the Guangdong base city, they had naturally heard some legends about the Yang family's old master and knew that he was a human martial god. Unfortunately, Elder Yang's status was too high. He usually did not appear at all. It was difficult for even kings to see him, let alone them. This was the first time they had seen Elder Yang. "Big Sister Mingzhu, you were right back then. Sister Zhenzhen is indeed an extraordinary super rich woman. Not only is she rich, but her background is also shockingly deep. Whoever marries her won't have to worry for the rest of their lives." Chu Zhou muttered to Dongfang Mingzhu. Swoosh! As soon as Chu Zhou finished speaking, Mi Long Yuan, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, Luo Yu, and the others looked at Chu Zhou with strange gazes. Even Big Sister Saber looked at Chu Zhou with a strange expression. They seemed to be expressing that they did not expect Chu Zhou to be such a person. He actually wanted to live off a woman. Dongfang Mingzu was speechless. Chu Zhou actually said the words she had joked with Yang Zhenzhen that day at this time. Wasn't this causing a misunderstanding? Yes, it is actually fine. In any case, she was not the one who misunderstood. Yang Zhenzhen, who was chatting with Elder Yang, also heard Chu Zhou's muttering. Her face immediately flushed red as she glared at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, are you courting death? How dare you spout nonsense? She would not have cared if Chu Zhou commented about these usually. She might even tease Chu Zhou and ask him if he wanted it. However, now that there was an elder around, this made her unbearably shy. On the other hand, Elder Yang suddenly laughed out loud. Good kid, your name is Chu Zhou, right? You have good taste. You actually took a fancy to the pearl of our Yang family. I support you. I'll agree to let you be with her as long as you can win her heart. At that time, it doesn't matter how you want to freeload. If Yang Zhenzhen's face was red just now and she was only a little embarrassed, she really felt ashamed. She wished she could dig 3 bedrooms and a living room out of the ground with his toes. Old master, what are you talking about? Yang Zhenzhen pouted to express her dissatisfaction. However, for some reason, she could not help but look at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was also embarrassed. He never expected Elder Yang to be so easy to talk to. He really just wanted to express that Yang Zhenzhen's conditions were too good. He did not expect it to cause such a misunderstanding. Chu Zhou could only smile awkwardly and politely when he met Yang Zhenzhen's gaze. Big Sister Saber and the others were also a little surprised. They did not expect Elder Yang to say such things. He seemed to really plan to sell Yang Zhenzhen to Chu Zhou. They were immediately a little surprised. Could it be that Elder Yang, the human martial god, also thought very highly of Chu Zhou, so much so that he wanted to promote Yang Zhenzhen to Chu Zhou? Elder Yang. Tang Yuanqing brought Chu Zhou and the others to Elder Yang and bowed. Chu Zhou was secretly stepped on by Yang Zhenzhen and even glared at by her. He was speechless and could only reap what he sowed. After Chu Zhou came in front of Elder Yang, he still could not see his true face. However, he felt that Elder Yang was sizing him up. Enter through this entrance and enter the depths. That's the ancient human ruins. There should be many treasures inside that are beneficial to you little fellows. However, it's not so easy for you to successfully obtain the treasures inside. This ruin is interesting. It was left behind by an interesting human civilization in the past. Unfortunately, their attempt failed. If you find anything good inside, you can compete, but you can't kill each other. This is the bottom line. Do you understand? Elder Yang said to Chu Zhou and the others. Yes. Chu Zhou and the others replied in unison. Enter then. Elder Yang waved his hand. Chu Zhou and the others looked at each other and immediately flew in from the pitch black hole. After Chu Zhou and the others disappeared, Elder Yang said faintly, alike, they're really too alike. It seems that this kid is definitely related to that person. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Tang Yuanqing and said. Yuanqing, your Battleaxe Martial Arts School should know that kid's background, right? Of course, Tang Yuanqing knew that the kid Elder Yang was talking about was Chu Zhou. He pondered for a moment and said vaguely, yes, I found something. Elder Yang glared at Tang Yuanqing angrily. Yuanqing, are you trying to fool me? You know if you know, you don't if you don't. What do you mean by finding something? Hehe, do you think you can hide it from me just because you're unwilling to tell me? This kid is basically from the same mold as that person back then. Who would believe that he has nothing to do with that person? Tang Yuanqing felt a little awkward when he heard Elder Yang's words. However, there were some things that he really could not say. Elder Yang continued. Yuanqing, I have to remind you how many enemies that person had back then. I believe your Battleaxe Martial Arts School knows very well. I don't know if that person is still alive, but those enemies will probably kill that kid at all costs if they know his relationship with that person. I'm afraid your Battleaxe Martial Arts School will have to put in more effort. I also have some understanding of that kid's situation just now. I'm afraid his talent and potential are not inferior to that person back then. Give him some more time, and we humans might have another peerless expert who can change the situation. On the surface, the current situation of our human race looks like a blooming flower. But who would have thought that it has actually reached the most dangerous time? It's even more dangerous than the previous cataclysm. At this moment, it's really too important to have another peerless expert who can change the situation. You have to protect him. When Tang Yuanqing heard Elder Yang's heartfelt words, his expression became serious and he said seriously, "Elder Yang, don't worry. The supervisor already knows his situation. He won't let anything happen to him easily." However, the supervisor also said, that you can't nurture a towering tree in a greenhouse. Therefore, the supervisor also asked us to try our best to let him grow up on his own unless we have no choice. Of course, we have a lot of support. Is this what a dragon means? Elder Yang pondered for a moment and said, since it's his idea, let's do as he wants. I'm just an ordinary martial god after all. My position is not as high as the dragon's, and I can't see as far as him. When Tang Yuanqing heard Elder Yang say that he was an ordinary martial god, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he did not know what to say. After Chu Zhou and the others entered the pitch-black cave, they immediately found themselves in an extremely deep underground tunnel that extended down to the core. They flew vigilantly in the tunnel for about 15 minutes before appearing in an underground world. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others looked at an incomparably huge rusty steel city in front of them in shock. Chapter 156, Mechanical Creature. Chu Zhou and the others had imagined what this ancient human ruin was like before seeing it. The word ancient usually made people imagine something relatively ancient and primitive. In their imagination, this ruin might be related to the horde, hunting, totems, and other elementals. However, it was definitely unimaginable that this was actually an incomparably huge steel city. People were always used to linking steel to modern technologically advanced society. It was difficult to imagine that such a steel city had existed billions of years ago. In the steel city in front of him stood countless huge buildings made of steel. Even the ground was covered in huge steel rails. However, after countless years of corrosion, this huge steel city was already rusty. Many rusty steel buildings could no longer support their structures and collapsed. The rusty steel components covered the vision of Chu Zhou and the others. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have imagined that this is a ruin left behind by the ancient humans. Dongfang Mingzi sighed and squatted down. She picked up a rusty nail the length of a palm from the ground and observed it carefully. That's right. If I hadn't confirmed that this is a ruin of ancient humans, I feel that it would be easier to accept if it was said to be a human ruin from the era before the cataclysm. Yang Zhenzhen also picked up a rusty iron block the size of a faceplate from the ground. After studying it for a while, she realized that it was once a gear. Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, Gu Shi, and the others also began to explore the vicinity. Teacher, let's go in and take a look too. Okay. Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber also stepped into the steel city. Crack! Crack! This steel city was really too corroded by the rust. Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber stepped on some mechanical components and steel rails, turning them into iron slag. There's a mural here. Not long after, Luo Yu suddenly shouted. When Chu Zhou and the others heard the sound, they immediately flew over. When Chu Zhou and the other two arrived, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, and Luo Yu were standing in front of a huge mural and looking at it carefully. This mural was carved on a huge rock. It did not match the style of a steel city. Moreover, the carving technique of the murals was very crude. The lines were abnormally easy, like a child's graffiti. There were only 4 murals. The first was many people holding hammers, saws, knives, shovels, and other tools standing together. In the second mural, a steel city appeared. Many people cheered in the city. The third was that some of the limbs of some people in the steel city had become mechanical components. In the fourth mural, all the normal humans in the steel city had disappeared. There were only robots of different sizes in the city. Could these 4 murals reveal the development of the civilization of the ancient humans who built this steel city? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He basically understood the meaning behind these 4 murals when he saw the transformation process of the humans in the murals. They seem to be trying to take the mechanized evolutionary path. I wonder how far they have gone? However, they should have failed in the end. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disappeared from history. The evolution path that we humans are taking has vaguely reached a limit. I wonder if we can succeed in the end. Big Sister Saber said solemnly. When Bai Changming, Ye Yun, and Luo Yu heard this, their expressions darkened slightly. From the information revealed by the huge steel city in front of him and the 4 murals, the ancient humans might not be inferior to the current humans. However, the civilization established by the ancient humans seemed to have been completely destroyed. The evolution path that the ancient humans tried also failed. Would the evolution path taken by the current humans succeed in the future? If the evolution path that humans were taking now failed, would the current humans disappear like the ancient humans? These problems involved the history of human civilization and evolution. They were too heavy, making the atmosphere oppressive. Chu Zhou smiled. Why do you care so much? We're only control realm martial artists now. We haven't even reached the end of our current evolutionary path. The continuation of human civilization and the development of the evolutionary path are things we should consider after reaching the end of the evolutionary path. The current us might not even be able to become martial gods. Cultivate hard. Become a martial god first before thinking about anything else. Chu Zhou's words are rough but reasonable. That's right, we're still far from becoming martial gods. There are some problems that we shouldn't consider. Bai Changming also smiled. Yayun and Luo Yu could not help but laugh. Exactly. They were only control realm martial artists. Now, they were thinking about problems that only martial gods should consider. Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? At this moment, Xialong Yuan, Dongfang Mingzu, Yang Zhenzhen, and the others also walked over. They were also very shocked after seeing the 4 murals. So the ancient humans who left behind this ruin took the mechanized evolutionary path? No wonder they left behind such a huge steel city. Xialong Yuan and the others sighed. At this moment, a huge tremor sounded. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. They looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw robots the height of several people surging towards them from the city like a tide. On the surface, the construction of these robots looked very simple. The head was a circular iron ball. His body was like an iron bucket. There were also 2 mechanized arms and thighs. These robots were completely incomparable to the complicated and precise robots in movies in terms of beauty. They were more like inferior products pieced together from simple mechanical components. However, Chu Zhou and the others felt a sense of danger from these mechanical armies. No, these aren't robots. There's a spirit fluctuation on them. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions suddenly changed. As the tide of robots approached, they clearly felt a trace of spirit fluctuation emitting from the robots. Chu Zhou and the others understood that machines did not have spirit fluctuations. Only real-life forms had spirit fluctuations. In other words, instead of saying that what appeared in front of them were robots, it was more like mechanical creatures. Could it be that the ancient humans succeeded? They were all transformed into mechanical creatures. Chu Zhou and the others looked at each other in shock. If the ancient humans really succeeded, they would no longer be humans. They would be brand new species, mechanical creatures. A mysterious and ancient electronic synthesis suddenly sounded in the steel city. The mechanical creatures that surged towards Chu Zhou and the others like a tidal wave. Their electronic eyes flickered with red light before they attacked Chu Zhou and the others. In the next moment, a large number of mechanical creatures shot out dark red plasma balls flickering with lightning. Dense plasma balls the size of basketballs enveloped Chu Zhou and the others. Chu Zhou casually punched and shattered a plasma ball. Wisps of red electricity spread to his arm, giving him a numb and needle-like feeling. It's roughly comparable to the attack strength of a peak-level awakening. Realm martial artist. It can't threaten us yet. However, it's hard to say if we were hit too many times. Chu Zhou said calmly and immediately used the phantom movement technique to rush towards the mechanical creature army. With every step he took, he drew realistic after-images and perfectly dodged all the plasma balls that flew over. Soon, he appeared in front of a mechanical creature. Bang! He punched a mechanical creature heavily, shattering it into countless parts. A white crystal the size of a rice grain and countless parts flew in all directions. Chu Zhou grabbed the white crystal with his right hand at lightning speed. He felt extremely weak spirit fluctuations from the white crystal. Could this crystal be the mental condensation of an ancient human? As a spiritual master who had already condensed the spirit relic, Chu Zhou instantly thought of many things the moment he saw the white crystal. He wrapped the white crystal with his mental strength and immediately confirmed his guess. This white crystal was indeed a condensation of spirit. However, it did not seem to be conscious. There was only an extremely weak single signal. Chu Zhou did not know how the ancient humans engraved this single signal in the white crystal, but he sensed that this white crystal was good stuff. This white spirit condensation was very pure. Other than the single signal, there were no other distracting spirit thoughts. It seemed that as long as he removed the single signal, he could directly absorb the white crystal and increase his mental strength. This is good stuff. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he completely let go. His entire body turned into afterimages and shattered the mechanical creatures one after another. Then, he collected all the white crystals. Xiaolong Yuan and the others had been staring at Chu Zhou ever since he began to attack. They saw Chu Zhou's actions. Their eyes lit up when they saw Chu Zhou continuously shattering mechanical creatures and putting away the white crystals. No one was stupid. He immediately knew that the white crystal was probably something precious. As a spiritual masters, Luo Yu immediately guessed what the white crystal was when she saw it. She directly controlled a flying knife to shoot a mechanical creature apart from afar and sucked a white crystal into her hand. This is actually a spirit condensation. Moreover, there are no chaotic consciousnesses inside. After dealing with the single signal, you can absorb it and increase your mental strength. Luo Yu said in shock. As if she had discovered a shocking treasure, she eagerly dodged the plasma balls and rushed towards the mechanical creature army. It was as if they were afraid that Chu Zhou would kill all the mechanical creatures in advance and snatch all the white crystals. That white crystal can actually increase mental strength. Big Sister Saber, Xiaolong Yuan, Bai Changming, and the others perked up and rushed towards the mechanical creatures. Even though they were not spiritual masters, it did not mean that they did not have mental strength, nor did it mean that strengthening their mental strength was not beneficial to them. Therefore, they would definitely not miss such an opportunity to quickly strengthen their mental strength. Chapter 157, Violent Hunk. Knock, knock, knock. Boom, boom, boom. In the ancient human ruins, Chu Zhou and the others fought the tidal wave of mechanical creatures. Earth-shattering explosions sounded continuously. A large number of mechanical creatures were constantly shattered. At this moment, other than Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhen, Xiaolong Yuan, Bai Changming, Yayun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, Gu Shi, and the other geniuses all displayed astonishing strength. The tide of mechanical creatures was not weak. Even though they looked clumsy, they would definitely suffer if he underestimated them. The attacks unleashed by the weakest mechanical creature were comparable to awakening martial artists. Many mechanical creatures were not weaker than extraordinary realm martial artists. In particular, the plasma balls they fired were also harmful to the control realm martial artists. Facing this tide of mechanical creatures, if ordinary control realm martial artists fell into it, the outcome would probably be quite bad. However, Big Sister Saber and the others seemed to be at ease. Of course, Chu Zhou's performance was the most eye-catching. At this moment, Chu Zhou had turned into a huge metal giant. His entire body emitted a domineering, fierce, and incomparably sharp aura. He completely ignored the plasma balls attacking him and the weapons attacks of many mechanical creatures. His entire body seemed to have turned into blurry afterimages as he charged into the mechanical creature army at full speed. He crashed wherever there were more mechanical creatures. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever Chu Zhou's afterimage passed, groups of mechanical creatures exploded. At least hundreds of mechanical creatures exploded every second. Countless parts splattered like a rainstorm. A large number of white crystals were attracted and gathered by Chu Zhou's origin power, forming a crystal river behind him. This pervert! Xiaolong Yuan and the others were speechless and envious when they saw Chu Zhou barged through countless mechanical creatures. They also wanted to be like Chu Zhou and start a massacre among the mechanical creatures without restraint. Unfortunately, they could not ignore the attacks of the mechanical creatures. If they followed Chu Zhou's example, they would probably be dismembered by many mechanical creatures before long. Actually, Chu Zhou was also observing the battles of the others other than Xiaolong Yuan. Big Sister Saber is indeed the former young leader of the Guangdong base city. Even though she has just advanced to the control realm, her strength is not much weaker than Xiaolong Yuan. According to Big Sister Saber's improvement speed, she will probably surpass Xiaolong Yuan in no time. Chu Zhou thought to himself. In his vision, Big Sister Saber was like a thunder god that had descended into the world. Her entire body was wrapped in lightning as thick as an arm. The thunderbolt sword technique was even more terrifying. Almost every slash was covered in dense electric currents that interwoven into a huge electric net. All the mechanical creatures enveloped by the electric net instantly smoked and exploded. Other than Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and the other 9 geniuses did not disappoint Chu Zhou either. Their strength far exceeded that of ordinary control realm martial artists. Just as Chu Zhou and the others were killing the mechanical creatures, more than 10 different mechanical creatures suddenly appeared from the tide of mechanical creatures. 100-meter-long mechanical snake with many mechanical hands. There were more than 10 floors of heavy machinery with 2 huge gears. There were mechanical octopuses with countless mechanical tentacles. A mechanical bird circling like a dark cloud. More than 10 incomparably huge mechanical creatures crushed towards Chu Zhou and the others at the same time. A large number of ordinary mechanical creatures were crushed by them. It was only a few dozen mechanical creatures, but they had the aura of 1,000 troops. Their aura even completely overshadowed the tide of ordinary mechanical creatures. This is a mechanical creature comparable to a small boundary realm giant. Dongfang Mingzu and the others' expressions changed slightly. Other than Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan, the others, including Big Sister Saber, probably did not have the strength to resist these boundary realm mechanical creatures. Therefore, at this moment, they were all prepared to escape. But they were quickly stunned. This was because Chu Zhou still collided with the dozen or so huge mechanical creatures as if he was dealing with normal mechanical creatures. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the huge mechanical snake, the heavy machinery with 2 gears, and the mechanical octopus were all forcefully broken by Chu Zhou and shattered. Right on the heels of that, Chu Zhou crashed into the other boundary realm mechanical creatures without stopping. About 10 minutes later, all the boundary realm mechanical creatures were shattered and exploded by Chu Zhou. Throughout the entire process, Chu Zhou did not use any combat techniques or weapons. He only used his body to knock. Dongfang Mingzu and the others were all dumbfounded. Even Big Sister Saber's mouth twitched slightly. Too tough. Tivo fierce. Isn't such a physical body too abnormal? Is he still human? Why do I feel that he looks even more like a mechanical creature than a mechanical creature? Dongfang Mingzu and the others took deep breaths. They were all shocked by Chu Zhou's incomparably powerful body. Many of them decided that they would definitely not engage in close combat with Chu Zhou in the future. Chu Zhou's body was really too ferocious. Chu Zhou did not know that he had become synonymous with violence in the eyes of others. He happily put the dozen fist-sized white crystals into his space. Why are there so many metal tentacles on the ground? Suddenly, Yang Zhenzhen shouted and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the ground. Black metal tentacles more than a meter long had crawled out of the ground at some point. Wisps of electricity flowed on the black metal tentacles. What are these tentacles? Chu Zhou and the others carefully stared at the metal tentacles and did not approach. Suddenly, a metal tentacle that was closer to Xialong Yuan suddenly extended and wrapped around Xialong Shi. Moreover, bolts of lightning appeared on the tentacle. Xialong Yuan did not cower when he saw a metal tentacle wrap around him. He sneered and waved his blood sword, slashing at the tentacle with rage. However, the result shocked everyone. With a loud bang, Xialong Yuan was actually sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He kept spitting out blood in midair. There were even some fragments of internal organs in the blood. Run quickly! These tentacles have power that exceeds the boundary realm. Xialong Yuan roared and unleashed his origin power with all his might, ignoring his injuries. He turned into a bloodlight and quickly fled into the distance. When Chu Zhou and the others saw that Xialong Yuan was actually seriously injured by the metal tentacle, they knew that something was wrong. When they heard Xialong Yuan's roar, all of them erupted with origin power without hesitation and fled at full speed. However, at this moment, the metal tentacles on the ground grew crazily. They wrapped around Chu Zhou and the others like strange black pythons. Almost instantly, Yayun, Pang He, and Zhu Yushi were severely injured by a tentacle. Damn it, what exactly is this? Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen fled at full speed. They kept dodging the tentacles that pierced over. Chu Zhou used the World Destruction Saber technique several times to slash at the tentacles, but not only did he not cut through the tentacles, he was also repelled by the power of the tentacles until he vomited blood. This made him understand that he was indeed not able to deal with these tentacles. Fortunately, they still escaped the pursuit of the tentacles after a thrilling escape. However, they were separated from the others. He did not know if the others were dead or alive. Chu Zhou and the other three stood on the top of a building a few kilometers away. When they looked at the area where the tentacle had appeared again, their faces were filled with shock. In that area, countless tentacles broke out of the ground and surged like a black wave. Many mechanical creatures were wrapped by tentacles and dragged into the depths of the earth. Hiss, that was close. If we were still there just now, we would probably be dead now. Yang Zhenzhen gasped and her scalp went numb. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying existence in this ruin. Dongfang Mingzu also had lingering fears. What are those metal tentacles? They can actually attack other mechanical creatures. They're a little different from other mechanical creatures. Chu Zhou thought about it but had no clue. However, he became careful after the experience just now. Not only were there treasures in the ruins, but there were also dangers. If he was not careful, he might die here. Chapter 158, an increase of 2.6 million stats. Enhancement of strength. 1. Ancient human ruins. Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzu became much more cautious after their previous experience. They did not explore other areas rashly. The white crystals we obtained just now are the condensation of mental strength. We can absorb them and strengthen our spirit, thereby increasing our strength. Why don't we absorb these white crystals first and increase our strength before exploring? Dongfang Mingzu suggested. I agree. This place is more dangerous than we expected. The stronger we are, the safer we will be. Yang Zhenzhen agreed. Alright, let's find a quiet place to absorb the white crystals first. Chu Zhou and Big Sister Saber had no objections. Soon, they found a half-collapsed building. Then, they each found a room and began to absorb the white crystals. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the room. With a thought, a pile of small white crystals was released from his internal space. He activated his mental strength and swept it across. He knew that more than 3,000 of the white crystals were awakening realm mechanical creatures, 500 were extraordinary realm mechanical creatures, more than 30 were control realm mechanical creatures, and 15 were boundary realm mechanical creatures. I wonder if these white crystals can be converted into attribute points. I don't feel so at ease if I absorb them directly. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He picked up a white crystal of an awakening realm mechanical creature and activated his mental strength to infiltrate the white crystal. Soon, he captured an extremely weak signal fluctuation in the white crystal. With a thought, he activated his mental strength to erase this weak signal fluctuation. Then, he circulated the basic breathing technique and activated a ball of grey origin power to wrap around the white crystal. Then, he began to refine and absorb it. In the next moment, the white crystal melted like snow. A cold power surged into his body and surged into his brain. However, at the same time, Chu Zhou also felt that his stats special ability could completely transform this cold power into attribute points. Without hesitation, he converted this power into attribute points. Attribute points, 41,850, plus 100, dot. My attribute points have increased by 100. Chu Zhou could not help but be overjoyed when he saw the change in his attribute board. Next, he refined the white crystals of the extraordinary realm mechanical creature, the white crystals of the control realm mechanical creature, and the white crystals of the boundary realm mechanical creature. These three crystals increased by 1,000 attribute points, 10,000 attribute points, and 100,000 attribute points respectively. It seems that the attribute points obtained this time might exceed 1,000,000. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised. The spirit relic in his body shook violently, and mental strength surged out of his body like a tide, enveloping the small mountain of white crystals. Then, he quickly cleared the signal fluctuations inside and refined them. Attribute point plus 100. Attribute points plus 1,000. Attribute points plus 10,000. Attribute points plus 100,000. The small mountain of white crystals was quickly melting. The attribute points in his attribute board increased rapidly. Half a day later, the crystal mountain in front of Chu Zhou completely disappeared. 2,641,850, plus 2.6 million, dot. Chu Zhou's eyes widened when he saw the new attribute points on his attribute board. He could not believe it himself. It actually increased by a total of 2.6 million attribute points. This was far beyond his expectations. This Steel City is simply a treasure trove. Chu Zhou's breathing deepened slightly. At this moment, he wished he could destroy all the mechanical creatures in this ancient ruin and occupy all the white crystals for himself. However, he could only think about it. This ancient ruin belonged to all of humanity. They had a chance to enter this time because the human alliance valued and nurtured young geniuses like them. It would not be so easy for them to enter again next time. Moreover, there was also danger in this ancient ruin that he could not deal with now. He could not do whatever he wanted in this ancient ruin. Since I have so many attribute points, it's time to increase my strength. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Control Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 9000. Attribute points, 2,641,850 Heart of Strength, 100%, unupgradable. Spirit Relic, 5%, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 50%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Rank 42nd Level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS-Rank 5th Level, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-Rank 5th Level, Human Extreme Body. Upgradable. Phantom, S-Rank 7th Level, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, A-Rank Level 6, upgradable. Improve the New Moon Bloodline. The New Moon Bloodline was too powerful. Therefore, he still treated improving the New Moon Bloodline as his first choice. The next moment, his attribute board flashed crazily. Crackle! 2 silver wings flickering with countless mysterious runes suddenly stretched out from his back, almost covering the entire room. At the same time, mysterious energy surged into the 2 silver wings like a tide. The mysterious runes in the 2 silver wings flickered crazily and increased. Moreover, the pressure of the silver wing became stronger and stronger. The silver wings trembled slightly, unable to devour the surrounding light. The entire room instantly darkened. Chapter 159, an increase of 2.6 million stats. Enhancement of Strength. 2. Only a pair of silver wings flickered with resplendent light. Moreover, the silver wings vaguely formed a connection with countless stars in the universe and had the urge to mobilize billions of starlight to descend. However, Chu Zhou suppressed this urge. He was breaking through in the ancient ruins now. If it caused too much commotion, it might also attract danger. The pressure emitted by the pair of silver wings became stronger and stronger. Countless mysterious runes emitted a star-like dazzling light, like ancient stars that decorated the silver wing. At this moment, the silver wings seemed to carry an ancient starry sky. Chu Zhou could clearly feel that the silver wings on his back had a strong urge to completely extend. A message appeared in his mind. This message clearly told him that once the silver wings of stars was fully extended, it would be a full 5 kilometers long. At that time, all the light in a radius of 5 kilometers would be plundered by the wings of stars. Chu Zhou suppressed the urge to extend silver wing completely again. It was not the time. A moment later, the fluctuations on the silver wings calmed down. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Huh? It can't be upgraded even if it reaches 100%. Chu Zhou frowned. He had thought that he could upgrade it until his attribute points were exhausted. It seemed that there were clearly some restrictions. With a thought, he clicked on the New Moon Bloodline on his attribute board. Instantly, a notification appeared in his mind. Prompt: the New Moon Bloodline has been upgraded to the limit of what your body can withstand. Chu Zhou was speechless when he saw this notification. He could only stop improving his New Moon Bloodline. Looks like I can only wait to see if I can increase the New Moon Bloodline after breaking through to the boundary realm. He looked at his attribute board again. Attribute points, 2,141,850. This time, he consumed 500,000 attribute points to upgrade the New Moon Bloodline. He still had more than 2.1 million attribute points. Improve the Spirit Relic. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and decided to upgrade the Spirit Relic. The next moment, his attribute board flashed again. The Spirit Relic in Chu Zhou's mind began to jump and transform violently, emitting an incomparably dazzling light. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from the spirit relic and it actually split into 5. Moreover, the 5 relics quickly turned into brand new spirit relics. Chu Zhou's spirit relic actually split into 5. Moreover, every spirit relic had reached the perfected control realm. 5 corporeal spiritual energies surged out of the 5 spirit relics and washed down towards the 6th-story treasure pagoda like 5 waterfalls. Under the scouring of the 5 spirit waterfalls, the 6th-story treasure pagoda began to increase layer by layer, until it reached the 12th level. The limit of the treasure pagoda meditation technique was to condense a 7-story treasure pagoda. However, now, under the infusion of the vast mental strength of the 5 spirit relics, he had forcefully broken through his limit and condensed 12 levels of the treasure pagoda. Attribute points, 641,850. Spirit relic, 5, unupgradable. Treasure pagoda meditation technique, SS rank level 12, unupgradable. This time, upgrading the spirit relic consumed a total of 1.5 million attribute points. However, the gains were also incomparably huge. Chu Zhou felt that if he wanted to break through to the boundary realm now, he only needed to enter seclusion for a period of time and cultivate according to Chen Bazhu's legendary tier breakthrough method. He could easily break through to the boundary realm. There's no hurry to break through to the boundary realm. I still have more than 600,000 attribute points to continue increasing. The basic breathing technique, phantom movement technique, and extreme titanium golden body don't seem to be enough. I'll upgrade them all this time. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and let his attribute board increase the above 3 items at the same time. In an instant, a surging superpower swept through Chu Zhou's entire body agam. His entire room became surging with energy, as if a tide was surging. After another half a day, everything calmed down. At this moment, Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board again. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Control Realm Martial Artists, 17000 Life. Field Energy. Attribute Points, 156. Heart of Strength, 100%, unupgradable. Spirit Relic, 5, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS rank 150th level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS rank 5th level, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S rank 6th level, Earth Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, SS rank level 30, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, SS rank level 12, unupgradable. After this wave of upgrades, the information on the entire attribute board changed drastically. At this moment, Chu Zhou was filled with surging strength. Even though he had yet to test it, he was very certain that the current him was enough to defeat him before several upgrades. My life field energy has also increased to 17,000, and the standard for intermediate tier boundary realm martial artists is only 20,000. In other words, I'm still 3,000 points away from reaching the intermediate tier. Boundary realm martial artists. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and suddenly felt endless confidence in the future. As long as he could continue improving like this, he would eventually reach the peak of humankind. This time, it has basically been upgraded to the limit of the control realm. I'll break through to the boundary realm after this exploration of the ancient ruins. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and walked out of the room. When he came out, he realized that Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen were sizing him up as if they had seen a ghost. Is there something wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Zhou said in shock. Dongfang Mingzu, it's more than wrong. It's ridiculous. Yang Zhenzhen said, it's too unreasonable. We're both humans. Why is the difference so big? Chu Zhou vaguely understood what they meant. He guessed that the 3 women had sensed the energy fluctuations from his repeated breakthroughs just now. Chu Zhou, you big pervert. How did you do it? Even if those white crystals can strengthen your mental strength, they shouldn't be able to allow him to improve so terrifyingly. Do you know? When you upgraded just now, the vast energy fluctuations like a tide simply stunned us. If I didn't know that you were cultivating in your room, I would have thought that there was a primordial behemoth lying dormant inside. Dongfang Mingzu said with lingering fears. That's right. The energy fluctuation you emitted just now was too terrifying. I feel like I'm about to be devoured by you. I really don't know how you cultivate. You only went into seclusion for less than a day, but your improvement is simply terrifying." As Yang Zhenzhen spoke, her two black eyes kept rolling around. She sized Chu Zhou up from head to toe, as if she wanted to see what secrets he was hiding. Even Big Sister Saber said, "Chu Zhou, I still underestimated you. With your potential, you might become a powerhouse like the Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha in the future." Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen were shocked when they heard Big Sister Saber's evaluation of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou would become a powerhouse like the Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha? Such an evaluation was far higher than the fact that Chu Zhou would become the human martial god. The human martial god was indeed an existence that stood at the peak of the human pyramid. However, the three strongest experts, the Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha, were existences above the human martial god. The three strongest experts were the true rulers of all humankind. They were also the greatest reliance of humankind. If not for the three supreme experts, humans might have long been destroyed by the monsters. That was why Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzu were so shocked when they heard Big Sister Saber's evaluation of Chu Zhou. However, they quickly reacted. With Chu Zhou's age and strength, many human martial gods were probably far inferior to him at his age. In that case, Chu Zhou really had the possibility of becoming the strongest. At the thought of this, the way Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen looked at Chu Zhou changed. Chapter 160, Secret Spiritual Scroll, Soul Fusion. The Ancient Ruins. After Chu Zhou and the other three finished their cultivation, they began to explore this steel city. Bang! A mechanical bore the size of a hill was shattered by a metal fist that shone with red lightning. Countless parts flew out and crashed into a rusty building like a metal storm, causing the entire building to collapse. Chu Zhou reached out with his right hand and grabbed a fist-sized white crystal. Another 100,000 attribute points. He happily put the white crystal into his internal space. Then, he looked down at his fist that was shining with red lightning and revealed a satisfied expression. The sixth level of the extreme titanium golden body, the Earth extreme body, did not disappoint him. Human extreme body was still using his own strength, but the Earth extreme body was different. As long as he stood on the ground, the origin power of the extreme titanium golden body in his body could interweave into an energy circulation diagram. Then, it extended into the earth from under his feet like a plant root, spreading in the earth. Through this circuit diagram, he could gather a large amount of titanium elemental in the earth and form a resonance with it. He could borrow the power of the titanium elemental in the earth and add it to his body, making his physique and strength stronger and more terrifying. In fact, the extreme titanium golden body had already surpassed the concept of the body tempering technique at the level of the earth extreme body. It felt like the super body system was dual cultivating with the elemental system. No matter what, the earth extreme body was much stronger than the human extreme body. Chu Zhou, your body is already abnormal. Now, it's even more terrifying. You're like a monster. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen sighed deeply. Ever since Chu Zhou completed his breakthrough, they had seen that his body had become even more non-human. An awakening realm to control-level mechanical creature could be smashed into pieces with a casual slap. Even boundary-tier mechanical creatures could not withstand a few punches from him. During this process, Chu Zhou did not use any combat techniques the entire time. He relied on his physical body. Such a physical body and physique was simply terrifying. After Big Sister Saber killed a mechanical spider, she walked over. When she saw Chu Zhou's fist that was shining with red lightning, a trace of surprise flashed across her cold eyes. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. He was already used to seeing the shock of Dongfang Mingzu and the others. He looked at a huge building that looked like a factory in front of him and said to the three women, "When we were walking here just now, we realized that there were especially many mechanical creatures gathered near this building. Moreover, they seem to be guarding this building to prevent us from approaching. Perhaps there's some secret here. Let's go in and take a look." After saying that, walked into the huge factory-like building with the three women. They stepped on the rusty steel floor, making cracking sounds. When Chu Zhou and the others entered the factory-like building, they realized that there was actually electricity here. Many candles emitted a dim milky white light. In addition, there were some ancient ferocious beast statues that Chu Zhou and the others did not recognize in the passage of the building. An inexplicable solemnity and gloominess arose spontaneously. Chu Zhou and the others walked carefully on the passageway and looked around vigilantly to prevent unpredictable danger from appearing. However, they never encountered a sneak attack. There was not even a single mechanical creature here. They gradually saw many ancient funeral murals. Why do I feel like I'm walking into a mausoleum? Dongfang Mingzu said with a strange expression. Your feeling is right. This should be the mausoleum, suddenly pointed at the center of the building. There were dense diamond-shaped crystal coffins. Tens of thousands of crystal coffins followed a certain order and were placed and piled together, forming a pyramid. A figure could be vaguely seen lying in each crystal coffin. This is the tomb of an ancient human. Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, and Yang Zhenzhen were moved when they saw the dense crystal coffins. In the next moment, Chu Zhou and the others quickly flew in front of the pyramid formed by many crystal coffins. So this is what the ancient humans who left behind this ruin looked like. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the nearest crystal coffin. In this crystal coffin lay a corpse about a meter tall. This should be an ancient human. This ancient human looked 80% similar to the current human, but he was clearly much thinner than the current human. However, his head was very big, almost twice the size of the current human. And the others looked at the other crystal coffins and realized that the corpses of the other ancient humans were about a meter tall, but their heads were exaggeratedly big. Suddenly, Chu Zhou and the others discovered a crystal tombstone under the pyramid. It seemed to be engraved with many ancient words. Chu Zhou and the others immediately went over to take a look. This ancient human must have written something on the tombstone. Unfortunately, we can't understand it. Dongfang Mingzu looked at the dense ancient words with a hint of machinery on the tombstone and said regretfully. Yeah, what a pity. Chu Zhou was also very regretful. He also wanted to see what the ancient humans had left on the tombstone. Unfortunately, he was now illiterate. Suddenly, the crystal tombstone emitted a strong light and a strong spirit fluctuation. After Chu Zhou felt the strong spirit fluctuation, he instantly understood the words on the tombstone. Abandon your physical body, sublimate your spirit, turn into a machine, and live forever. A solemn and grand voice sounded in the minds of Chu Zhou and the others. Then, countless ancient words and images surged into their minds like a tide. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others seemed to see scenes of ancient humans struggling to survive on a land filled with natural disasters. Volcanoes frequently erupt on that land, floods appeared repeatedly, and countless ferocious beasts wreaked havoc. It could be said that it was difficult for the thin and weak ancient humans to survive on such a land. However, everything had changed ever since the ancient humans learned to use tools. The thin and weak ancient humans built glorious steel cities on the ground where natural disasters occurred, creating an incomparably dazzling mechanical civilization. Later on, he embarked on the path of mechanical evolution to transform himself into a machine because his physique was thin and small. In the end, all the ancient humans chose to abandon their weak bodies and transform themselves into mechanical creatures, hoping to obtain eternal life because of this. The scene in Chu Zhou and the others' minds stopped here. Then, an incomparably mysterious mental scroll appeared in their minds. This secret spiritual scroll could also be said to be one of the most important intellectual achievements of the ancient humans. It was called Secret Spiritual Scroll, Soul Fusion. This secret spiritual scroll mainly explained how to undergo soul fission if one abandoned their physical body. For example, removing useless information and personalities from their memories. If one gathered their soul and underwent soul fusion, they would finally sublimate their spirit and condense it into a soul crystal that could control machinery. This secret spiritual scroll could be said to be extremely complicated and profound, and it involved many things. Chu Zhou read this secret scroll and was extremely shocked. This secret spiritual scroll was much more complicated and profound than his treasure pagoda meditation technique. It was simply a treasure trove of knowledge about the mind. Chu Zhou was certain that even the SSS-rank meditation technique in the martial artist mall was probably far inferior to this secret scroll. That's great. I didn't expect to obtain such a precious secret spiritual scroll this time. A smile appeared on Chu Zhou's face. Chapter 161, Embracing Death to Become a God. 1. After Chu Zhou and the others received the information sent to them by the crystal tombstone, their eyes revealed surprise. I didn't expect us to obtain such a precious inheritance here. This secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion is probably much more mysterious than all the SSS grade meditation techniques in the martial artist mall. It can be said to be a priceless treasure. Dongfang Mingzu exclaimed excitedly. According to the information sent to us by Tombstone, this secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion, is one of the most intelligent achievements of the ancient humans left behind in the ruins. This time, we've really profited greatly from obtaining the inheritance. With this secret scroll, even if we don't have the talent of spiritual masters, we might be able to become spiritual masters. Yang Zhenzhen could not help but say. A smile appeared on Big Sister Saber's face even though she did not say anything. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the gains this time as well. Ha ha ha, I can only say that our luck is pretty good. Chu Zhou laughed. He felt that the ancient ruins were his blessed land. Not only did he obtain more than 2.6 million attribute points, he had even obtained a precious legacy like secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion. Just as Chu Zhou and the others were relishing their joy, spider web-like cracks suddenly appeared on the crystal tombstone. Then, the entire tombstone turned into dust with a bang. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the crystal tombstone that had suddenly exploded into dust in shock. It seems that the crystal tombstone has been preserved since ancient times because of that spiritual power. Now that that spiritual power has been exhausted, it can't be maintained anymore. Chu Zhou said calmly. Obviously, those who came here in the future would not be as lucky as them to obtain such a precious legacy like secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion. Then, Chu Zhou and the others observed the ancient human corpses in the crystal coffins. According to the records in the secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion, once the spiritual sublimation is completed according to the method in the secret scroll, the flesh and origin power in the body of a living being will be instantly sucked away and gathered in the spiritual soul to condense into a soul crystal. In other words, these ancient human corpses are actually empty shells. If the crystal coffin is opened, these corpses will probably turn into ashes on the spot. Chu Zhou sighed. He did not comment on whether it was correct or not for the ancient humans to choose such an evolutionary path to transform into mechanical creatures. Everyone had their own path to walk. This was true for every civilization. Those who did not know this truth were not qualified to comment. Since the corpses of these ancient humans will turn to dust after opening the crystal coffin, let's not disturb their rest. Dongfang Mingzu said. Chu Zhou and the others nodded. They had already obtained the greatest benefits here. There was indeed no need to disturb the rest of the dead. They quickly walked out of the tomb. However, they were soon stunned by the scene in front of them. In the sky and on the ground, countless mechanical creatures gathered into a torrent that gathered in the center of this steel city. At this moment, the electronic eyes of all the mechanical creatures shone with a gentle blue light. Embracing death to become a god. Embracing death to become a god. Embracing death to become a god. This electronic sound came from the bodies of many mechanical creatures. There were also many mechanical creatures that kowtowed towards the center of the city. This scene had a certain religious holy feeling, but it also looked extremely strange. What? What's going on? Dongfang Mingzu felt a chill run down her spine. Why does the behavior of these mechanical creatures seem like the behavior of people on pilgrimages in certain areas in ancient times? No, even though these mechanical creatures have white crystals in their bodies, which are soul crystals, their soul crystals no longer have self-awareness. Under such circumstances, why would they still make such strange pilgrimages or worship gods? Yang Zhenzhen was also shocked. Let's follow them and see what's going on. Chu Zhou said. Then, the four of them followed a team of mechanical creatures that kowtowed with every step. They were not hidden, but the strange thing was that all the mechanical creatures seemed to be immersed in the state of pilgrimage or worshipping the gods at this moment. They did not notice their existence. Or rather, they thought that they had more important things to do and could not be bothered with Chu Zhou and the others. Just like that, Chu Zhou and the others followed a team of mechanical creatures to the center of the city. So many mechanical creatures. There must be at least 100,000 of them. Chu Zhou and the others stood on the top of a building and looked at a huge square in the middle of the city. On the square, there were already densely packed mechanical creatures that were like a vast sea. Moreover, there were many mechanical creatures in gowns walking back and forth in the square, scattering colorful paper and flowers. There were also many mechanical creatures with loudspeakers on their bodies. Ancient and happy music sounded from their bodies. Could these mechanical creatures be holding a large-scale party? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Chapter 162, Embracing Death to Become a God. 2. He was really stunned seeing this scene. If he ignored the forms of those mechanical creatures, he would really think that humans were holding a happy large-scale event. How strange! I've refined the soul crystals left behind by mechanical creatures. Those soul crystals clearly don't have true consciousness. Why would these mindless mechanical creatures behave like us humans? Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, and Yang Zhenzhen felt that the scene in front of them was too strange. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, a huge steel platform suddenly rose from the center of the square. The steel platform was about the size of 4 fields. It was a large mechanical creature that was 10 meters tall. It wore a crown and a red cloak. It held a silver book in its left hand and a scepter in its right. This special mechanical creature exuded a holy and dignified aura. It was as if it was the Pope of the old era. When this mechanical creature appeared, all the mechanical creatures in the square fell silent and stared at the mechanical Pope on the platform. Embracing death to become a god. The mechanical Pope raised the scepter in its hand and a voice came from its body. Embracing death to become a god. Embracing death to become a god. Embracing death to become a god. Instantly, all the mechanical creatures' electronic eyes seemed to emit a fanatical light as they knelt on the ground. In the next moment, the earth shook and a huge hole suddenly exploded. A huge metal vine suddenly broke through the soil and appeared in front of the mechanical creatures. It was a black metal vine that was as thick as a human's arm. After it appeared, it continued to extend upwards. It suddenly split into countless black vines after reaching 100 meters in the sky. Countless black vines spread and intertwined in the sky like a black wave, covering the sky. Then, countless silver-white metal tentacles fell from the sky like a silver waterfall and appeared in front of all the mechanical creatures. Is this the main body of those metal tentacles from just now? Chu Zhou and the others looked at the huge black metal vine and instantly tensed up. The metal tentacles from not long ago had left a deep impression on them. They knew that even if they became stronger, they were definitely not the metal vine's match. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others saw an unbelievable scene again. When the densely packed mechanical creatures in the square saw the huge metal vine appear, they all kowtowed to the metal vine fanatically, as if they treated the metal vine as a god. Right on the heels of that, the mechanical creatures started shouting the slogan "Embracing death to become a god." Then, they rushed towards the silver-white metal tentacles that were hanging down and took the initiative to wrap the metal tentacles around themselves. The metal tentacles suddenly flashed with an electric light. All the mechanical creatures wrapped in the metal tentacles turned into ashes. The essence of those mechanical creatures seemed to have been devoured by the tentacles. The metal tentacles' act of devouring mechanical creatures did not scare the other mechanical creatures. Instead, it became an incentive. More mechanical creatures rushed towards the metal tentacles and took the initiative to wrap them around their bodies. Then, they turned into ashes. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the suicide of the densely packed mechanical creatures and felt extremely strange and ridiculous. Chu Zhou's heart ached even more. So many mechanical creatures were actually devoured by the metal vine. What a pity! Every mechanical creature had a soul crystal in their bodies and they were good for increasing attribute points. They were all devoured by the metal vine. Even though his heart ached, he had no intention of snatching the food from the tiger's mouth. The metal vine was too terrifying. Was he going to serve himself as a meal for the metal vine? Nope. Soon, 99% of the mechanical creatures in the square were devoured by the metal vines, leaving less than 1,000 mechanical creatures. After devouring a large number of mechanical creatures, the metal vine suddenly emitted an incomparably intense light and earth-shattering energy fluctuations. At this moment, the entire steel city shook. Chu Zhou and the others felt suffocated. In the sky, the huge metal vine also twisted violently like a strange snake, stirring up terrifying energy storms. Below, the mechanical Pope and the remaining mechanical creatures were also watching the twisting metal vines in the air, as if they were looking forward to something. What's going on? Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen looked at the crazily twisting metal vines in the sky and the vines that seemed to be struggling in pain. A look of surprise even appeared on some of their faces. Big Sister Saber stared at the metal vine seriously for a while before suddenly saying, "It seems to be transforming." Transformation. Chu Zhou was shocked. Could it be that it devoured so many mechanical creatures just now to prepare for the transformation? At this moment, Chu Zhou and the other three were also staring intently at the metal vine in the sky. Suddenly, the metal vine that was twisting crazily froze and stopped completely. Then, countless cracks emitting milky white light appeared on the metal vine. Boom! Boom! It was as if something hard had suddenly exploded. The huge black metal vine that stretched from the ground to the sky suddenly shattered and turned into countless metal particles. A vast rain of metal fell from the sky. This! Chu Zhou and the others were completely stunned. They did not expect that such a terrifying metal vine would actually completely explode just like that. As for the mechanical pope and the remaining mechanical creatures in the square, their faith seemed to have collapsed after seeing the metal vines shatter into countless metal particles. Their electronic eyes also turned red, filled with a ruthless and destructive aura. Bang, 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 bang. There were less than 1,000 mechanical creatures to begin with. At this moment, more than 500 mechanical creatures actually chose to self-destruct. Such a scene was truly shocking. At this moment, a fist-sized metal seed suddenly appeared in the sand like metal rain. The seed was wrapped in a layer of white light and slowly descended. Could that metal seed have been left behind by the metal vine? The moment they saw the metal seed, Chu Zhou and the others' eyes lit up. This metal seed was left behind by the metal vine without a doubt. It might be nurtured into another metal vine if they obtain it. Chu Zhou and the others' hearts burned with passion at the thought of the terrifying metal vines just now. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, 7 figures rushed towards the metal seed at the same time. They were Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yuxi, Gu Shi, and the others. The 7 of them were actually hiding nearby. They all knew that the metal seed was a priceless treasure, so they could not help but snatch it. The mechanical pope and the mechanical creatures, who were already in a crazy state, became even crazier when they saw that Xialong Yuan and the others were actually fighting for the divine item left behind by their god. One of the mechanical pope's arms suddenly turned into a mechanical arm that was hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters thick. It grabbed at Xialong Yuan and the others. As for the other mechanical creatures, they were even crazier. They rushed towards Xialong Yuan and the others and self-destructed. The expressions of Xialong Yuan and the others changed, sensing the horror of the mechanical arm that was hundreds of meters long and seeing the mechanical creatures that self-destructed when they rushed over, and they had no choice but to retreat. It's our turn. When Chu Zhou saw this scene, he smiled faintly and immediately turned into an afterimage as he flew towards the square. Chapter 163, Super Powerful Form Earth Extreme Body. 1. Ha ha ha, everyone, I think you've encountered a problem. I've always been helpful, so I'm here to help you. Chu Zhou laughed and appeared in front of Xialong Yuan and the others. Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen also appeared with smiles. Chu Zhou glanced at Xialong Yuan and the others. He immediately sensed that the origin power fluctuations emitted by Xialong Yuan and the others had become deeper and stronger. Without a doubt, Xialong Yuan and the others had also refined the soul crystals obtained from the mechanical creatures, and their strength had improved greatly. This was normal. He couldn't be the only one improving in this world. Everyone else was improving too. Damn it! When Xialong Yuan and the others saw Chu Zhou and the other 3 appear, their expressions collapsed. They all knew that the metal seed was a priceless treasure. Therefore, they all wanted to snatch the metal seed in advance before a powerful competitor like Chu Zhou arrived. However, it was stopped by the almost crazy mechanical pope and many mechanical creatures that self-destruct at the drop of a hat. It is now or never. Now that Chu Zhou and the other 3 had appeared, it would be much more difficult for them to snatch the mechanical creature again. Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yuxi, and Gu Shi looked at each other and silently reached a tacit understanding. Do it! In the next moment, Xialong Yuan and the others charged toward the metal seed again. Among them, Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, and Luo Yu were in charge of attacking the mechanical pope, while Pang He, Zhu Yuxi, and Gu Shi were in charge of attacking the other mechanical creatures that came to stop them. Instantly, Xialong Yuan's blood sword swept through the void and slashed out scarlet sword lights that surged with killing intent. Bai Changming's attack was also very fierce. A tsunami-like origin power erupted from his body. The surging origin power turned into huge energy arrows that shot toward the mechanical pope like tens of thousands of arrows. A series of sonic booms sounded in the air. Yayun roared and turned into a green tornado that was more than 10 stories tall. It was like a god of the wind, crazily killing the mechanical pope. Luo Yu controlled the densely packed flying daggers and needles to attack the mechanical pope from all directions and angles. As for Pang He, Zhu Yuxi, and Gu Shi, they also erupted with shocking combat strength, blasting apart the mechanical creatures that had yet to approach. Even if some control-level mechanical creatures came over, they were forced back by their combined forces. The 7 of them joined forces to attack the mechanical pope and the mechanical creatures while approaching the metal seed. Without a doubt, this was the first time the 7 of them had worked together on the spur of the moment. However, they had an unexpected tacit understanding. The 7 of them were like a whole. For a moment, even the berserk mechanical pope and mechanical creatures could not stop them. Looks like we've been ostracized. Chu Zhou looked at Xiaolong Yuan and the others and smiled faintly. He was not blind, so he naturally saw through Xiaolong Yuan and the others' motives. Aren't we going to make a move? If this continues, the metal seed might be snatched away by Xiaolong Yuan and the others. Dongfang Mingzu said anxiously. There's no hurry. That mechanical pope isn't so easy to deal with. Chu Zhou said calmly, looking like he had his wits about him. He now had a total of 5 spirit relics. His spiritual power was so powerful that even a spirit reader at the peak of the boundary would be far inferior to him. The stronger one's mental strength was, the stronger one's perception would be. In his perception, the power hidden in the mechanical pope's body was far stronger than what it was showing now. To be precise, the mechanical pope was still hiding at least 70% of his strength. Even so, it was already very difficult to deal with the mechanical pope, Xiaolong Yuan, and the others. Therefore, he concluded that it was basically impossible for Xiaolong Yuan and the others to defeat the mechanical pope and successfully obtain the metal seed. That was why he was so calm as he watched the show. Now was the perfect time for Xiaolong Yuan and the others to consume the power of the mechanical creatures like the mechanical pope. When the time was right, he would make a move and easily seize the fruits of Xiaolong Yuan and the others' labor. Perfect. Could it be that the mechanical pope is still hiding his strength? After hearing Chu Zhou's words, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, and Yang Zhenzhen calmed down. Even though they could not tell that the mechanical pope was hiding his strength, they believed in Chu Zhou. He must have discovered something for him to say that. Unknowingly, Chu Zhou had already established a strong prestige in the 3 women's hearts, making them willing to trust and support him. Half an hour later, Pang He, Zhu Yuxi, and Gu Shi had already wiped out all the mechanical creatures except the mechanical pope. Of course, most of the mechanical creatures chose to self-destruct. Without the obstruction of the mechanical creatures, Pang He and the other 2 also went to help Xiaolong Yuan, Bai Changming, Yayun, and Luo Yu. The 7 of them joined forces to attack the mechanical pope. Chu Zhou and the other 3 did not seem to have any intention of interfering since they had been watching the show from the side. Xiaolong Yuan and the others were initially overjoyed. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely defeat the mechanical pope and snatch the metal seed that had landed on the platform where the mechanical pope was. However, after fighting with the mechanical pope for an entire hour, their faces turned completely ashen. Chapter 164, Super Powerful Form Earth Extreme Body 2. On the surface, the mechanical pope did not seem to be much stronger than the other boundary realm mechanical creatures and should be defeated by the 7 of them soon. However, they just could not take down the mechanical pope. In fact, the mechanical pope's fierce counterattacks would sometimes pose a huge threat to them. What's going on? Could it be that the power of this mechanical pope is endless? Xiaolong Yuan and the others looked at the mechanical pope standing on the platform with ashen expressions. They had fought the mechanical pope with all their might for an hour and a half. To be honest, they were already exhausted. However, the strength of the mechanical pope's attack did not decrease at all. This meant that the power of the mechanical pope had not been consumed much. At this moment, the 7 of them looked at Chu Zhou in unison. When they saw the faint smile on Chu Zhou's face, they had a bad feeling. Could it be that Chu Zhou had long understood that they could not take down the mechanical pope, so he calmly chose to watch the show and let them help exhaust the mechanical pope's power? Xiaolong Yuan and the others confirmed their guesses almost immediately. This sly fox! Xiaolong Yuan and the others cursed in their hearts as their faces darkened. Everyone, do your best. Victory is right in front of you. I'm optimistic about you. At this moment, Chu Zhou gave Xialong Yuan and the others an encouraging smile and even applauded, cheering them on. This was simply a heart-to-heart attack. It was so heart-wrenching. Xialong Yuan and the others almost cursed out loud. However, they also knew that if Chu Zhou attacked, they might not have a chance. Hence, even though they knew Chu Zhou's insidious motives, they could only continue the show. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Let's unleash our full strength and defeat this mechanical pope together. Xialong Yuan suddenly said as he instantly entered a crazy state. His eyes turned blood red. A substantial killing intent emanated from his body. There seemed to be a sticky sea of blood surging under his feet. Bai Changming and the others nodded. Then, a tsunami-like origin power fluctuation erupted from their bodies. Rumble. This steel city trembled violently under the power fluctuations of the seven of them. Kill. Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Yayun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, Gu Shi, and the others all unleashed their strongest attacks on the mechanical pope almost at the same time. Scarlet sword light that was like blood-colored lightning, energy arrows that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky, green tornadoes that were 20 stories tall, and so on. 7 powerful attacks instantly drowned the mechanical pope's figure. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The destructive energy formed a destructive illuminate that shattered dozens of steel buildings nearby. Countless pieces of steel fell to the ground. It had to be said that the combined attack of Xialong Yuan and the others was indeed incomparably powerful. Even the veteran boundary realm powerhouses of the human race would probably be doomed when faced with their joint attack. Xialong Yuan and the others were also looking at the final result with anticipation. However, they were severely injured before the results were out. 7 huge mechanical arms suddenly shot out from the explosion and landed on Xialong Yuan and the others. Xialong Yuan and the others turned into 7 meteors and crashed into the rusty buildings in the distance, piercing through them. There were still pools of blood in the void. It was obvious that Xialong Yuan and the others had been severely injured by the mechanical pope. When the mechanical pope appeared in front of everyone again, its form had completely changed. If the mechanical pope from before was still similar to a human on the whole, then the current mechanical pope was like an assembly of countless machines. At this moment, the mechanical pope was as tall as a 20-story building. Not only did it grow hundreds of huge mechanical arms, it also had 2 high-speed gear excavators on its back. Its body was also covered in a thick layer of armor. Apart from that, it was also equipped with many types of arms. At this moment, the mechanical pope had completely become a huge machine that existed for destruction. Terrifying energy fluctuations constantly emitted from its body, forming layers of white air waves in the void. Under the impact of the tsunami-like air waves, buildings collapsed one after another. Is this its true strength? The severely injured Xialong Yuan and the others endured the pain in their bodies and struggled to stand up. Looking at the huge machine that appeared in the middle of the city, their faces revealed a bitter expression. It was impossible for them to win facing such a terrifying machine. It was already good enough that he was not killed. We can't do it. Can he? Xialong Yuan and the others looked at Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou turned around and said to Big Sister Saber and the other 2 girls, "You might not be able to participate in the next battle. Retreat into the distance first." Big Sister Saber and the other 2 nodded silently without retorting. They knew that they would not be able to participate in the following battle seeing how Xialong Yuan and the others were instantly injured by the mechanical pope. Therefore, it was better to retreat far away and let Chu Zhou fight with all his might rather than staying here and hindering Chu Zhou. Chapter 165, Super Powerful Form Earth Extreme Body 3. They all flew into the distance with a single movement. After Big Sister Saber and the other 2 retreated into the distance, Chu Zhou looked at the mechanical pope with a solemn expression. Now, the mechanical pope, who had completely displayed his strength, made him feel a trace of danger. He had to treat it seriously. He did not want to be defeated or even killed because of carelessness. 6th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, Earth Extreme Body. Chu Zhou shouted and spread his feet. He lowered his body slightly and made a charging posture. In an instant, an extremely fierce and sharp aura erupted from his body. In an instant, he turned into a small metal giant. Pieces of metal-like muscles bulged up, and circuit-like patterns covered his entire body. However, what was different from the past was that at this moment, there was no blue electric light flowing on his body. Instead, there was a red electric light flowing on his body. There was also a huge red circuit diagram that extended from his feet. It was like the roots of a plant, spreading continuously on the earth. As the red circuit diagram continued to spread, countless titanium elementals in the depths of the city surged into the red circuit diagram like a tide. Countless titanium elementals resonated with the red circuit diagram and Chu Zhou's body. The surging titanium elemental power surged into Chu Zhou's body through the red circuit diagram. At this moment, the aura on Chu Zhou's body continued to rise crazily. Streaks of red electric currents turned into surging lightning that kept blinking and striking his body. Deafening thunderclaps came from his body, shaking the entire ancient ruins. He was too powerful at this moment, so much so that the ground under his feet could not withstand his power. Spider-web-like cracks spread out. Is this the legendary 6th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, the Earth Extreme Body? So, the S-rank Extreme Titanium Golden Body is actually so terrifying? Why do I feel that this Extreme Titanium Golden Body is not weak even when compared to an SSS-rank combat technique? Chu Zhou is too abnormal. He actually forcefully cultivated to the 6th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body without any subsequent secret manuals. Xialong Yuan and the others were completely stunned as they looked at Chu Zhou, who was wrapped in red lightning. At this moment, Chu Zhou gave them a terrifying feeling. It made them feel suffocated. They even felt that Chu Zhou only needed one move to easily kill any of them. Why are you so outstanding as a genius of the younger generation? At that moment, Xialong Yuan and the others felt bitter. Our feeling is indeed right. Chu Zhou's breakthrough not long ago increased his strength to an incomprehensible level. Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen looked at Chu Zhou's figure and were indescribably shocked. In fact, not only were Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan and the others shocked, but Elder Yang, who was outside the ancient ruin, also looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock. Elder Yang's gaze pierced through the layers of space and landed on Chu Zhou. When he saw Chu Zhou's current state, he, the human martial god, could not help but be moved. It seems that the martial god's evaluation of the extreme titanium golden body is right. This body tempering technique created by the former expert of the Jinghua base city, Zhaoan, indeed has endless potential. I've actually underestimated this body tempering technique. I think the potential of this body tempering technique can completely reach SSS rank or even higher. However, more importantly, it's not only the extreme titanium golden body that's strong, but also Chu Zhou. As expected, like father, like son. The son is also a pervert. Elder Yang muttered to himself, causing Tang Yuanqing, who was beside him, to be completely dumbfounded. What did Chu Zhou do in the ancient ruins? It actually made Elder Yang, the human martial god, lose his composure. Chapter 166, Metal Life Form, Thousand Star Vine. In the ancient ruins. After Chu Zhou used the 6th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the earth extreme body, the aura on his body kept rising. Red lightning kept striking around him. An incomparably powerful energy fluctuation spread out from his body, causing the entire steel city to tremble violently. The mechanical pope seemed to have sensed Chu Zhou's threat. His pair of electronic eyes that were shining with red light locked onto Chu Zhou. Suddenly, the mechanical pope made his move. The hundreds of mechanical arms on his body suddenly lengthened. At the same time, Chu Zhou attacked. Every mechanical arm was as fast as lightning and contained a terrifying power that could shatter mountains and split the ground. They forcefully blasted out vacuum passageways. From afar, it looked as if hundreds of transparent vacuum passageways had suddenly appeared in the void and instantly pierced towards Chu Zhou. A terrifying energy storm instantly whistled through the entire city. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded as a terrifying blast swept out. The ground where Chu Zhou stood shattered and collapsed. Countless mud, rocks, and torrents swept in all directions like a wave. So powerful! Xialong Yuan and the others looked at the scene before them in shock. In the dust-filled area, Chu Zhou stood firmly on the spot like an immovable rock. More than half of the hundreds of mechanical arms that attacked were shattered at this moment. As for how Chu Zhou shattered those mechanical arms, Xialong Yuan and the others did not see it clearly. It could only be said that Chu Zhou's actions were too fast and violent. Awesome! Chu Zhou laughed heartily. He had finally made his move. When he made his move, it was as if an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex had gone berserk. A tsunami-like power fluctuation spread out from his body, followed by dense red lightning. Boom 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 boom. He slammed into the mechanical arms that were as thick as a human's arms. His metal body that flickered with lightning collided violently with the mechanical arms. Metal clashed with metal. It was a battle of strength. Explosions sounded endlessly. Sparks flew. That scene looked too violent and impactful. Xialong Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. The 7 of them were all heavily injured by the mechanical arms. Therefore, they had a deep understanding of how terrifying those mechanical arms were. Moreover, they were only facing one mechanical arm just now. Chu Zhou was now facing 100 mechanical arms alone. However, not only did Chu Zhou easily block the attack of 100 mechanical arms, but he also shattered more than half of them. Now, he relied on his abnormal physical body to clash head-on with the mechanical arms. This also allowed Xialong Yuan and the others to truly understand how terrifying Chu Zhou's current body was. This extreme titanium golden body is really against the rules. Yet, it's too abnormal. Who would dare to compete with Chu Zhou in terms of physical strength from now on? Bai Changming and the others sighed. Chu Zhou relied on his earth extreme body to clash head-on with the mechanical arms in the battlefield. In the end, he forcefully broke and shattered them one after another. After more than 10 mechanical arms were shattered by Chu Zhou, the mechanical pope suddenly retracted the remaining mechanical arms. Boom! A barrel as thick as a water bucket suddenly extended from the mechanical pope's body. A red laser suddenly blasted towards Chu Zhou. Oh no, it's a laser cannon! The moment Chu Zhou extended the gun barrel from the mechanical pope's body, his scalp went numb. Before the laser cannon was fired, he stomped hard on the ground and unleashed all his strength. At the same time, he used the phantom movement technique that had been upgraded to the 30th level. In an instant, his entire body continuously flashed in the void like a ghost, leaving a total of 30 realistic after-images. The thick red laser plowed past the spot where he was originally standing and went into the distance. On the ground, there was a ditch that extended all the way to the end of the line of sight. All the buildings along the line of the ditch were penetrated. When Chu Zhou saw this scene, his scalp went numb. He was very confident in his physical body. However, he was not confident enough to withstand the laser cannon. Perhaps he could in the future, but it was better to be careful now. Chu Zhou had just dodged the laser cannon's attack when the mechanical pope attacked him again. Dense plasma balls suddenly flew out of its body and flew towards Chu Zhou. The color of these plasma balls was more than 10 times larger than the plasma balls released by other mechanical creatures. Moreover, powerful electric currents flowed on the surface. Chu Zhou knew at a glance that the power of these plasma balls was much stronger than that of ordinary mechanical creatures. If he underestimated these plasma balls, he might suffer a huge loss. Chu Zhou extended his right hand behind him and held the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand. In the next moment, he violently brandished the dragon tooth battle saber and slashed forward. Every slash was incomparably sharp and fast as lightning. Sharp saber beams converged into a torrent and destroyed all the plasma balls near Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou followed the passageway that had been opened and rushed towards the mechanical pope. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, many more tracking rockets flew out of the mechanical pope's body and chased after Chu Zhou. At the same time, the mechanical pope would use his mechanical arm to attack Chu Zhou from time to time. Apart from that, it would also use laser cannons to bombard Chu Zhou every once in a while. Plasma balls, tracking rockets, mechanical hands, laser cannons. All kinds of attacks attacked Chu Zhou from all directions. The surroundings of the square turned into a battlefield of fire beacons that kept exploding. The square and the surrounding collapsed buildings had been blasted into pieces and completely turned into ruins. This scene made Big Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan, and the others' hearts palpitate. They understood that if they were the ones facing the mechanical pope's attack at this moment, they would have died countless times. Especially the laser cannon. One shot could turn them into ashes. However, Chu Zhou seemed to be at ease under the dense and terrifying attacks. He was extremely agile and easily dodged wave after wave of attacks. Even if he couldn't dodge in time, a few slashes would solve the problem. Sometimes, even if some attacks landed on him, they would not cause much damage to him. His body was too strong. At the same time, he was too strong. Even though the mechanical Pope's attack looked extremely berserking and turbulent, it was a fatal attack to ordinary boundary realm experts. However, he could not do anything to Chu Zhou. Looks like this is the limit of your strength. It's about time to end it. Chu Zhou's figure appeared 100 meters away from the mechanical Pope. His cold gaze locked onto the mechanical Pope. Suddenly, he slashed the ground heavily with his saber. A violent saber aura shattered a large area of the ground, stirring up dust in the sky. The flying dust enveloped the entire square. Big Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan and the others were unable to see the situation inside clearly. Chu Zhou suddenly moved just as the dust that filled the sky blocked the vision of Big Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan and the others. Instant flash. His figure instantly appeared in front of the mechanical Pope. World Destruction Saber Technique Breaking the Sea. World Destruction Saber Technique Avalanche. World Destruction Saber Technique Violent Storm. World Destruction Saber Art Frost. World Destruction Saber Technique Inferno. In an instant, Chu Zhou slashed out 5 times in a row, using all 5 moves of the World Destruction Saber Technique to slash at the mechanical Pope. At the same time, he activated the Earth Extreme Body with all his might. His entire body turned into a meteor wrapped in red lightning and collided fiercely and violently with the mechanical Pope. Everything was completed in the blink of an eye. 5 terrifying saber shadows filled with surging destructive auras pierced through the armor on the mechanical Pope's body, then pierced through its huge body and extended into the sky above the city. It was as if 5 completely demonic sabers had suddenly appeared in this ancient ruin. At this moment, terrifying doomsday scenes such as tsunamis, avalanche, storms, snow, and flames appeared on the mechanical Pope's body. Big Sister Saber and the others looked at the 5 huge saber shadows standing in the city and the various doomsday scenes. They felt suffocated. Chu Zhou. He actually cultivated all 5 stages of the World Destruction Saber Technique. At that moment, Xialong Yuan could not help but exclaim. The horror of the World Destruction Saber Technique was not a secret. Basically, everyone with some strength and status knew about them. However, he also knew that the difficulty of cultivating this saber technique was simply heaven-defying. In the world, there were less than 1,000 people who could successfully cultivate the World Destruction Saber Technique. 99% of them stopped at the first level. It was already extremely rare for someone to be able to cultivate to the 3rd level. Moreover, some blade geniuses had a serious urge to self-destruct after cultivating the 2nd and 3rd levels. Many amazing blade geniuses died under their own blades in the end. They did not die in the hands of monsters and enemies. The remaining people who were still alive would basically have serious problems with their spirit and mental state. Some of them chose to live alone in the wilderness for a long time with monsters as their companions in order to avoid causing serious harm to others and society. They also chose to seal themselves in prison. Now, seeing that not only had Chu Zhou cultivated all 5 levels of the World Destruction Saber Technique, but he was also safe and sound, as if nothing was wrong, how could Xialong Yuan not be shocked? His gaze returned to the battlefield. After the mechanical Pope was struck by the World Destruction 5 sabers, he was completely unable to withstand the full force of Chu Zhou's Earth Extreme Body berserking. Boom! The mechanical Pope's huge mechanical body shattered into dozens of pieces. Then, the dozens of bodies continued to turn into more fragments and components under the strangulation of the saber chi. Countless fragments and components scattered everywhere like a storm. It's settled. Chu Zhou let out a long sigh and stored the soul crystal that had fallen in front of him into his internal space. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the metal seed. He grabbed the metal seed without hesitation. The moment he grabbed the metal seed, it automatically fused into his body. Moreover, a vast amount of information surged into his mind. 1000-star vine, a metal life form. It eats metal as food. After maturity, it can reach 400 million kilometers and span 1000 stars. Its strength can reach the Sector Lord level. A large amount of information appeared in Chu Zhou's mind, and he introduced the origin of the metal seed in front of him in detail, as well as the relevant information. In addition to the information about the 1000-star vine itself, there was also some information about the universe's powerhouses. At this moment, Chu Zhou was stunned. He knew that this metal seed was left behind by that terrifying metal vine. It definitely had an extraordinary origin. However, he did not expect his background to be so shocking. Moreover, he had received a lot of valuable information about the universe's great beings. Without a doubt, he had made a huge profitable killing this time. If the martial god who discovered this ancient ruin knew that there was a cosmic wonder like the thousand-star vine in this ancient ruin, he would probably take it away immediately no matter what. Chapter 167, Experts in the Universe. Ancient Ruins. The universe is so vast that there are endless races and civilizations. The so-called martial gods or emperor level are just ordinary life forms that haven't left the inhabited planets in the vast universe. Above the martial god and the emperor level, there are also star realm martial artists who can travel freely in the galaxy, as well as star field martial artists who can dominate a galaxy. There are even more powerful universe stage martial artists. As long as the thousand-star vine reaches maturity, it will naturally become a universe stage life form. Chu Zhou read the information sent to him by the thousand-star vine seed and was indescribably shocked. This information completely refreshed his understanding of the universe. At the same time, he was indescribably happy. The thousand-star vine actually had the potential to become a lord of a sector. He had really made a killing by obtaining a thousand-star vine seed. Furthermore, according to the information sent by the thousand-star vine seed, strictly speaking, it was not a plant. Instead, it was a strange metal life form with incomparably powerful attack power. It was a very good weapon. Most importantly, after the thousand-star vine was refined, it could parasitize the host and grow with the host. This meant that as long as Chu Zhou nurtured the thousand-star vine, he would be able to obtain an extremely powerful weapon. If the thousand-star vine wants to grow smoothly, it needs to devour a large amount of metal. Moreover, the more precious the metal, the greater the effect on the thousand-star vine's growth. Looks like I'll be busy in the future. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and continued to browse the information and images sent to him by the thousand-star vine seed. In the images, he saw a broken thousand-star vine suddenly fall into an ancient human horde. Then, the ancient human tribe treated it as a sacred object and worshipped it. They also searched for metal minerals to provide the thousand-star vine with devour to help it recover. In return, the thousand-star vine was also passed on to some superficial mechanical knowledge in the ancient human universe. The ancient humans had also emitted an incomparably glorious mechanical civilization and truly turned the thousand-star vine into a god. Perhaps it was because of the thousand-star vine, or because they wanted to abandon their weak bodies, or because they wanted to become stronger, the ancient humans finally walked the path of becoming mechanical creatures. In the end, it was obvious that the ancient humans had failed. So, this is how the ancient humans who left behind this ruin developed. Chu Zhou sighed deeply. He increasingly felt how precious the thousand-star vine seed was. It's a pity that the main body of the thousand-star vine is already dead. The memories and information left in this seed are all important memories and information, but there's no mechanical knowledge in the universe. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and activated his mental strength to search the square in case there was something precious left behind. Suddenly, he saw a silver metal book. He recognized it. It was the silver metal book that the mechanical pope had been holding in his hand. Books are the carriers of knowledge and civilization. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed the silver metal book. The Book of Mecha. Chu Zhou was slightly shocked when he saw the words on the surface of the book. He did not recognize these 4 words. However, there were traces of spiritual fluctuations in it, allowing him to automatically understand the meaning of these words. Could it be that this Book of Mecha records all the mechanical knowledge of ancient humans? He found it difficult to calm down. If his deduction was correct, then the highest intelligence of the ancient humans who left behind this ancient ruin was now in his hands. He took a deep breath and opened the Book of Mecha. Instantly, countless ancient words and mechanical images appeared on the page. Those ancient words and mechanical images surged into his mind like flowing water. My guess was right. This Book of Mecha is the highest intelligence of the ancient humans who left behind this ruin. It describes countless mechanical knowledge, as well as the production methods of many weapons and machinery. Chu Zhou was shocked. He realized that this Book of Mecha was also a priceless treasure. Even though this Book of Mecha only recorded mechanical knowledge, it was not very helpful to him personally. However, for the entire human society, it had an incomparably huge reference value. It had a huge impact on the development of human science and technology. Find an opportunity to discuss with Supervisor Chen how to deal with this Book of Mecha. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou put the Book of Mecha into his personal space. At that moment, Big Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan and the others flew over. Chu Zhou, what's that metal seed? Dongfang Mingzu asked curiously. The others also stared at Chu Zhou. It's the seed of a strange plant. I don't know much about anything else. Chu Zhou said with a smile. He didn't reveal any information about the 1000 Star Vine. The 1000 Star Vine was a universe stage life form. It was of great importance. Once it was revealed, even the martial god would go crazy over it. Before he had sufficient strength, he was not prepared to reveal information about the 1000 Star Vine to anyone. In any case, a metal life form like the 1000 Star Vine should be the only one on Earth. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would be able to guess the origin of the 1000 Star Vine. No matter what, after that metal seed grows, it's very likely to become as powerful as the metal vine from before. It's comparable to a king. Congratulations, Chu Zhou, on obtaining such a precious seed. Yang Zhenzhen also smiled, her eyes filled with envy. Big Sister Saber also said dryly, congratulations. Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Yayun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, Gu Shi, and the others looked at Chu Zhou with extremely complicated gazes. They also wanted that metal seed. Unfortunately, they could not win against Chu Zhou in the end. Moreover, even without Chu Zhou, they probably wouldn't be able to obtain the metal seed either. This was because they were no match for the mechanical pope. It seems that you've finished exploring this ancient ruin. Come out. Elder Yang's voice suddenly sounded in the sky. When Chu Zhou heard Elder Yang's voice, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He originally wanted to continue hunting mechanical creatures here and obtain more soul crystals. But now that Elder Yang had spoken, it was not suitable for them to stay here any longer. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others left the ancient ruin and flew out of the cave entrance. This time, the 11 of you can enter this ancient ruin. Consider it a special privilege given to you by the Alliance. If you want to continue entering in the future, it won't be so easy. Yuan Qing, bring them back. Elder Yang did not ask Chu Zhou and the others what they had obtained in the ancient ruins. He directly asked Tang Yuan Qing, who was waiting here, to bring Chu Zhou and the others back. This also made Chu Zhou heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to say about the 1000 Star Vine and the Book of Mecha. Let's go. Tang Yuanqing was also very straightforward. He brought Chu Zhou and the others into the triangular fighter jet. The next moment, the triangular fighter jet turned into a blurry afterimage and instantly disappeared from the sky above the mountain range. That little guy seems to have obtained something rather impressive in this ruin. However, this is also good. I hope that after today's harvest, he can grow more smoothly. Don't be killed by those bastard families and forces that don't care about the interests of humans. Elder Yang looked at the disappearing triangular fighter jet and muttered to himself. It turned out that it was not that he did not know that Chu Zhou had obtained an incomparably precious metal seed in the ancient ruins. He had just deliberately not asked. Chapter 168, The 5-Star Contribution Medal. The triangular fighter jet was very fast. Chu Zhou and the others returned to Guangdong base city before long. Chu Zhou, contact me if there's anything. Or look for me in the Li family. Big Sister Saber left after she finished speaking to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, remember to keep in touch. That's right. You don't usually take the initiative to contact us. If you do this again in the future, I, Yang Zhenzhen, will definitely not let you off the next time we meet. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen also smiled and bade Chu Zhou farewell. Chu Zhou, I won't admit defeat. Xialong Yuan walked up to Chu Zhou and looked at him seriously. It was as if he was conveying his determination and fighting spirit to Chu Zhou. Then, he turned around and left decisively. Chu Zhou. I want to see you again, but it seems a little redundant. We'll probably meet again in the regional finals soon. Let's meet again in the regional finals. However, you have to be merciful when the time comes. Bai Changming joked, waved his hand, and left. Yayun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, Gu Shi, and the others also bid farewell to Chu Zhou politely. After everyone left, Chu Zhou smiled faintly and walked towards Chen Bazhu's villa. Chu Zhou, you haven't returned to the supply base. When Chen Bazhu saw that Chu Zhou had come to look for him immediately after exploring the ancient ruins, he could not help but feel happy. He immediately brought Chu Zhou into the living room and poured him a cup of tea. "How's the harvest from the ancient ruins this time?" Chen Bazhu sat on the sofa and asked Chu Zhou curiously. "The rewards are quite generous." Chu Zhou smiled and said humbly. It was more than generous. He had simply made a huge profit. "That's good." Chen Bazhu nodded in relief. Chu Zhou was someone he thought highly of. It could also be said that he was the one who promoted him. The more Chu Zhou gained, the happier he was. However, just as Chen Bazhu nodded in relief, his eyes widened as he looked at Chu Zhou in shock. He was a peak boundary realm expert, but he could not see through Chu Zhou at all. He even felt a hint of threat from Chu Zhou. What? What kind of joke was this? Chu Zhou had only gone on a trip to the ancient ruins. He could actually threaten him, Chen Bazhu, after returning from the trip? Chen Bazhu forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and had a guess. He took a deep breath and said, "Chu Zhou, have you advanced to the boundary realm?" In his opinion, since Chu Zhou could give him a sense of threat, there was a possibility Chu Zhou had advanced to become a boundary realm expert. When Chu Zhou heard Chen Bazhu's words, he was slightly stunned. "Upgrade to the boundary realm? No. However, I'm indeed preparing to break through to the boundary realm soon." He had yet to advance to the boundary realm, but he is already making me feel threatened? What would happen if you advanced to the boundary realm? Chen Bazhu was even more shocked with this thought in mind. "Chu Zhou, I have to say that you're really a terrifying monster. You're so monstrous that it's a little scary. I even feel a threat from you now." Chen Bazhu reminded. "Supervisor, you flatter me. I'm just slightly better than the others." Chu Zhou smiled modestly. He had even killed a powerful boundary realm mechanical creature like the mechanical Pope. It was normal for Chen Bazhu to sense a threat from him. The corners of Chen Bazhu's mouth could not help but twitch when he saw the confident yet pretentious expression. Indeed, sometimes, creatures like freaks were the most annoying. "Tell me, you didn't go back, and you even came to look for me. You must have something to say." Chen Bazhu picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, slowly calming down from Chu Zhou's stimulation. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and reached for his backpack. He pretended to take out the Book of Mecha from his backpack, but in reality, he took out the Book of Mecha from his personal space. "Supervisor, I did gain a lot in the ancient ruins this time. This should be the biggest gain amongst them." He handed the Book of Mecha to Chen Bazhu as he spoke. When Chen Bazhu heard Chu Zhou's words, his expression turned solemn. He believed that Chu Zhou would not speak without thinking. Moreover, the things in the ancient ruins might really be priceless treasures. He placed the teacup on the coffee table and carefully took the Book of Mecha from Chu Zhou. He looked at the 4 words on the cover of the book seriously. He didn't recognize them. However, as a trace of spirit fluctuation spread over, he naturally knew that it meant the Book of Mecha. The Book of Mecha. Could it be a book left behind by the ancient humans that recorded mechanical knowledge? Chen Bazhu guessed, his expression slightly excited. He could vaguely sense the immense value of this book to human society. As the supervisor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, he knew many secrets that ordinary martial artists and ordinary people did not know. They knew that the civilization that left behind the ancient ruins might not be inferior to the current humans in terms of science and technology. In fact, some ancient human civilizations were even more advanced in science and technology than humans today. If the mechanical knowledge recorded in this Book of Mecha was more advanced than that of the current humans, then it would be of unparalleled value to the scientific and technological development of the entire human society. "Supervisor, the ancient ruins we're heading to this time were left behind by an ancient human race with a highly developed mechanical civilization. Those ancient humans can even transform themselves into mechanical creatures. And the mechanical knowledge recorded in this Book of Mecha should be the most intelligent result of that ancient human civilization. I'm thinking that this Book of Mecha should be beneficial to the scientific and technological development of our human society. Therefore, I'm preparing to hand this book over." Chu Zhou also explained when Chen Bazhu opened the Book of Mecha to take a look. Chen Bazhu had only read 1 page when his mind was filled with countless mechanical knowledge and mechanical images. He took a deep breath and immediately closed his mechanical technique. He said the following to Chu Zhou with an extremely serious expression. Chu Zhou, on behalf of the entire human race, I thank you for handing over this book of mecha. This book of mecha is indeed very important to the scientific and technological development of our human race. Wait a moment. I'll immediately report the situation of this book of mecha. Chen Bazhu suddenly stood up from his seat and quickly walked into a room, as if he was contacting someone. Not long after, President Tang Yuanqing appeared in front of Chu Zhou again. Tang Yuanqing also picked up the book of mecha and read a page. Then, he said to Chu Zhou excitedly. Good. Chu Zhou, you did very well. In a while, some of the top scientists of the Human Alliance will come over to appraise this book of mecha. Once the knowledge in this book of mecha is confirmed, it will greatly promote the scientific and technological development of our human society. Then, our Battle Axe Martial Arts School and the Human Alliance will definitely not mistreat you. A moment later, the sound of an armed helicopter landing could be heard from the direction of the helipad. Soon, a group of white-haired scientists rushed to Chen Bazhu's villa. Facing these top scientists, even experts and big shots like Chen Bazhu and Tang Yuanqing respected them enough and invited them into the house sincerely. On the other hand, these white-haired scientists did not care about Chen Bazhu and Tang Yuanqing's attitude. After they entered the house, they immediately rushed towards the book of mecha like hungry ghosts. Then, he opened the book of mecha and began to study it. Wonderful, wonderful! Such technologies still exist, This plasma ball's technique is not bad. If we launch a large-scale plasma ball, it will definitely severely injure the beast tide. It can actually directly transform humans into mechanical creatures. This technology is worth studying. The group of scientists exclaimed as they received the information sent to their minds by the book of mecha. They were completely immersed in the sea of knowledge. Chen Bazhu and Tang Yuanqing looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. With such a reaction from these top scientists, there was no doubt that the book of mecha was extremely valuable to human society. After a long time, the group of scientists slowly calmed down. Little brother, you were the one who discovered this book of mecha, right? A scientist asked Chu Zhou. Yes. Chu Zhou nodded. Thank you very much for handing over this book of mecha. The mechanical knowledge in this book of mecha has an unparalleled effect on the scientific knowledge of our human society. The scientist said gratefully. His voice paused for a moment before he continued. But I'm afraid we have to take this book of mecha with us. I was going to hand it over anyway. I have no objections to you taking it away as long as it's in accordance with the rules, Chu Zhou said calmly. On the way back to the Guangdong base city, he had already read the book of mecha once. The book of mecha had also transmitted all the mechanical knowledge to him. The book of mecha itself did not have much value to him. Then we'll take the book of mecha away. The rewards given to you by the Battle Axe Martial Arts School and the Alliance will come soon. A group of white-haired scientists left eagerly with the book of mecha. They seemed to be in a hurry to rush back and study the knowledge in the book of mecha in depth. Not long after, Chen Bazhu suddenly lost his composure and exclaimed. Chu Zhou, your reward has been approved. The Battle Axe Martial Arts School has discussed with the higher UPS of the Human Alliance and decided to give you a 5-star contribution medal based on your contribution this time. 5-star contribution medal. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Of course, he knew about the 5-star contribution medal. According to the contribution system of the Human Alliance, the highest contribution level was 5 stars. A 5-star contribution medal undoubtedly meant that his contribution points had reached 5-star. Generally speaking, it was extremely difficult to make contribution points reach 5 stars. It was equivalent to a legend. Even many human martial gods did not have 5-star contribution points. In the past, he had thought that perhaps after he became the human martial god and made many huge contributions to human society, his contribution points might reach 5 stars. However, he did not expect to obtain a 5-star contribution medal so quickly. Chu Zhou, don't think that the higher UPS of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School and the Human Alliance will only reward you with a 5-star contribution medal. It's a loss if they don't reward you with other money or resources. In fact, a 5-star contribution medal is much more precious than money and resources. It can even be said that no amount of money or resources can be exchanged for it. You have to make an incomparably huge contribution to our human society to have a chance to obtain it. With the 5-star contribution medal, all the items in the martial artist mall will have no restrictions on your purchase. Furthermore, they will give you the greatest discount. You can also apply for a King Realm expert and a martial god to teach you through video call for free. In fact, when you encounter difficulties and danger, you can even apply for special support. In short, the 5-star contribution medal contains too many benefits. You have to slowly figure it out yourself. Chen Bazhu was afraid that Chu Zhou would feel that he had suffered a loss, so he hurriedly said to him. That's right. Chu Zhou, there are many benefits that come with the 5-star contribution medal. Even I'm very envious. Tang Yuanqing said enviously. When Chu Zhou heard that the 5-star contribution medal actually had so many benefits, he couldn't help but laugh. The Book of Mecha was not of much use to him, but what was there to be dissatisfied about now that he could exchange for the 5-star contribution medal with so many benefits? Chapter 169, New Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique. Chu Zhou returned to the supply base after receiving the 5-star contribution medal. He sat cross-legged in his room and summarized his gains from the ancient human ruins. This time, there were 4 main gains. Without a doubt, the biggest gain this time was the 1000-star vine seed. He obtained a large number of soul crystals from the mechanical creatures in the ancient ruins. He converted these soul crystals into attribute points and upgraded his strength completely. His new moon bloodline had been upgraded to 100% wings. Not only had his spirit relic increased to 100%, it had also broken through its limits, splitting into 5 parts. The basic breathing technique had been upgraded to level 150. The extreme titanium golden body had also been raised to the 6th level, the Earth Extreme Body. His phantom movement technique and treasure pagoda meditation had also been upgraded to SS rank. Obtained a precious legacy like Secret Spiritual Scroll, Soul Fusion. Obtain the Book of Mecha. Receive the 5-star contribution medal after submitting it. This was basically all the gains from this trip to the ancient ruins. Chu Zhou was very satisfied with his gains this time. What I need to do now is to digest all the gains this time and convert them into my own strength. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and studied the information transmitted to him by the 1000-star vine seed, looking for a way to hatch and nurture the 1000-star vine seed. As long as 1,000,000 tons of metal is provided for the 1000-star vine seed to devour, the seed would be able to grow. However, a suitable metal ratio is more efficient and can greatly shorten the hatching time. Chu Zhou quickly found a more ideal recipe. In this recipe, there were 1,000,000 tons of metals, including iron, aluminum, zinc, copper, gold, silver, tungsten, titanium, potassium, and 9 other metals. Iron 30%, aluminum 15%, zinc 15%, copper 10%, tungsten 10%, titanium 5%, potassium 5%, gold 5%, silver 5%. After looking at the recipe, Chu Zhou logged into the martial artist mall and ordered 1,000,000 tons of metal according to the ratio. Considering that it was inconvenient to deliver and store 1,000,000 tons of metal in the supply base, Chu Zhou changed the delivery address to near Dragon Bay Gardens and agreed on a delivery time. He planned to take a day off on the day of the delivery and go back to receive the 1,000,000 tons of metal. And ordering this 1,000,000 tons of metal cost him a total of 2.5 billion. The main reason was that the gold was too expensive. Chu Zhou originally had 5,954,000,000 alliance dollars in his martial artist account. Now that he had spent 2,500,000,000 alliance dollars, there was still 2,454,000,000 alliance dollars left. I have to spend 2.5 billion in order to hatch the 1000-star vine seed. I wonder how much it will cost to nurture it in the future. Chu Zhou muttered. He felt that he still had to work hard to earn money. Otherwise, he would not even be able to nurture the 1000-star vine in the future. Then, he began to study the secret spiritual scroll, Soul Fusion. This secret spiritual scroll was one of the most important intellectual achievements of the ancient humans who created the mechanical civilization. It explained how to abandon the body, how to undergo soul fission, how to clear the useless information and personality in the memory, how to reunite the physionid soul and perform soul fusion, and finally achieve the goal of sublimating the spirit and condensing the soul crystal. This secret scroll was much more complicated than the SSS-rank meditation technique in the martial artist mall. Chu Zhou felt that mastering this secret scroll was extremely beneficial to strengthening his mental strength. Therefore, he looked at it very seriously and scrutinized it word by word. Of course, he did not want to directly cultivate this secret scroll. After all, he did not need to condense a soul crystal. He was prepared to fuse the parts of this secret scroll that were useful to him with the treasure pagoda meditation technique. After spending an entire day studying the secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion more than 10 times, Chu Zhou roughly understood that the contents of this secret scroll were useful to him. There were only 2 parts of this secret scroll that were most useful to him. First, the soul fission. According to the method in the secret scroll, it could split the soul, or spiritual consciousness, into hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more. As for how many parts it could split into, it depended on the strength of the individual's spiritual consciousness. The secret scroll also described the method to cleanse the memories and personalities of every spiritual consciousness after splitting. Chu Zhou naturally did not need to cleanse his memories and personality. He had a vague thought in his mind. If every memory and personality in his spiritual consciousness after splitting was cultivated into an independent personality, would the soul molting become stronger during the soul fusion? Secondly, the soul fusion. Soul fusion was to reassemble all the spiritual consciousness that had been split out according to the method in the secret scroll and form a mysterious fusion reaction. The soul would be complete again and would also undergo a qualitative transformation. Soul fission and soul fusion were the 2 parts that Chu Zhou felt were most useful to him. I can first integrate soul fission and soul fusion into the treasure pagoda meditation technique. Then, I can upgrade the new treasure pagoda meditation technique through the attribute board. This way, I can ensure that nothing goes wrong and eliminate any hidden dangers. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou immediately began to take action. He closed his eyes and integrated soul fission and soul fusion into the treasure pagoda meditation technique. A brand new treasure pagoda meditation technique was condensed not long after. What a pity! I only have 156 attribute points now. I can't upgrade the new treasure pagoda meditation technique at all. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and temporarily put down the idea of upgrading the new treasure pagoda meditation technique. He took out a fist-sized soul crystal and activated the basic breathing technique to refine and absorb it. A moment later, the fist-sized soul crystal melted like ice. His attribute points had also increased by 100,000. However, it was still a drop in the bucket for upgrading the treasure pagoda meditation technique. Chu Zhou checked his internal space again. When he saw that there were no more soul crystals in his internal space, he sighed deeply. What a pity! There should be many mechanical creatures in that ancient ruin. If he could obtain all the soul crystals of the mechanical creature, then, there would definitely be enough attribute points to use. Chu Zhou estimated that he could only buy about 8,000 caddies of commander-level monster meat even if he used up the remaining 2.454 million alliance dollars. That could be converted into about 50,000 to 60,000 attribute points. It was probably still not enough to upgrade the new treasure pagoda meditation technique. Moreover, the most important thing now was to advance to Boundary Realm. It was impossible for Chu Zhou to spend all his money on upgrading the new treasure pagoda meditation technique. Looks like the upgrade of the new treasure pagoda meditation technique can only be temporarily put on hold. Next, the most important thing is to advance to Boundary Realm. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou clicked on his communications watch and opened the document that Chen Bazhu had once sent him regarding how to advance to a Boundary Realm powerhouse. Chapter 170, Advancing to the Boundary Realm. 1. The mystery of the Boundary Realm lies in breaking the 4th stage of the genetic lock. Then, with the energy core as the center, it reconstructs the circulation in the human body, allowing the physical body, spirit, and energy to be harmonized and controlled perfectly. It also allows the origin power in the human body to turn from a stream into a lake and circulate more efficiently. When reconstructing the circulation in the human body, you need to prepare a large amount of energy replenishing substances to replenish the human body at any time. Chu Zhou read the contents of the document seriously. Soon, he basically grasped the method to advance to the Boundary Realm. Most martial artists are single-element martial artists. Their energy cores are either their hearts, energy cores, or spirit relics. Therefore, when they advance, they only need to use a single energy core as the center and reconstruct the circulation in their bodies. However, I'm now a super body system martial artist and a spiritual masters. In that case, when I advance to the Boundary Realm, I need to use my heart and spirit relic as the core to reconstruct the circulation in my body. This way, my advancement process will probably be much more complicated than ordinary martial artists. When advancing, I will need to replenish more energy. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately opened the martial artist mall. He spent 2.4 billion yuan and ordered 2/40ths advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. I consumed a total of 400 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions when I advanced to control realm. Now, if I want to break through to the boundary realm, I only need to consume more advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. This time, I only ordered 240. I'm afraid it's far from enough. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly at the remaining 5 to 4 million alliance dollars in his account. Just as Chu Zhou was vexed about poverty again. Beep beep. His communications watch suddenly vibrated, he looked down and his eyes widened. 50 billion alliance dollars was deposited into your martial artist account on October 25, 2020. Your balance is 50 billion and 5 to 4 million. 50 billion alliance dollars was deposited suddenly. Chu Zhou was stunned when he saw this notification. Could some large financial group or organization transfer the money to him by mistake? Beep beep. Chu Zhou's communications watch vibrated again as he was still feeling perplexed. Chu Zhou took a look and realized that it was a call from Chen Bazhu. He hurriedly answered it. Chen Bazhu's three-dimensional bust immediately appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, are you surprised to suddenly receive 50 billion? Chen Bazhu asked playfully. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, Supervisor, what's going? Ha ha ha. Chen Bazhu laughed loudly and did not leave him hanging. Chu Zhou, after careful analysis and research by many great scientists, the value of the book of mecha you submitted is even greater than the previous evaluation. Therefore, the Alliance has decided to compensate you with 50 billion. Tisk tisk, the Alliance is indeed generous. As long as you contribute enough, they will definitely not mistreat you. 50 billion just like that. It's a pity that after so many years of hard work, my entire net worth is far less than 50 billion. As Chen Bazhu spoke, he looked at Chu Zhou enviously. When Chu Zhou heard that this was actually the Alliance's supplementary reward for him, he could not help but be overjoyed. He was short of money now. This 50 billion was really timely. He also had a very good impression of the Alliance. Chu Zhou, you said that you're preparing to break through to the boundary realm recently. With this 50 billion, I believe you can prepare the resources needed to break through to the boundary realm as soon as possible. Best of luck. With that, Chen Bazhu ended the call. This 50 billion came at the right time. Chu Zhou smiled happily and opened the martial artist mall again. Without hesitation, he used the 50 billion he had just obtained to order 5,000 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. In this way, he had ordered a total of 5,240 high-level genetic nutrient solutions. With so many advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions, he believed that he had enough to advance to the boundary realm. Half an hour later, the martial artist mall sent 3 control realm staff members to deliver 5,420 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions to them. Boss, why did you order so many advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions? How much did this cost? Xi Meng looked at the alloy boxes that Chu Zhou had opened when inspecting the goods in front of him. He was shocked when he saw that there were a total of 500 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions in each alloy box. There were at least thousands of advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. An advanced tier genetic nutrient solution cost 10 million alliance dollars. How much would thousands of advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions cost? Xi Meng felt his scalp tingle with just a rough calculation. There's no need to calculate. There are a total of 5,240 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions worth 52.4 billion alliance dollars. Chu Zhou said calmly and closed the alloy boxes again. A total of 5,240 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions? Total value, 52.4 billion? Gulp. Xi Meng swallowed his saliva with difficulty and was dumbfounded. Even Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi were shocked. 52.4 billion was an astronomical figure for many martial artists. It was still a shocking number even for someone like Li Qingxi who was born into a financial group. The financial group's wealth belonged to the entire financial group and not just one person after all. Captain, why did you order so many advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions? Li Qingxi could not help but ask. I've already reached the limit of the control realm. I'm preparing to break through to the boundary realm. Chu Zhou did not hide anything and replied directly. Chapter 171, Advancing to the Boundary Realm. 2. Ling Zhan and the other two were shocked again. Chu Zhou had just advanced to the control realm not long ago. How long had it been and he was already about to break through to the boundary realm? At this moment, Ling Zhan and the other two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They finally understood why people would say that the disparity between humans was often even greater than the disparity between humans and dogs. The truth was laid out bare before them. They were all high school students in the same batch as Chu Zhou and were once geniuses in Zhang City. But now, they were worlds apart from Chu Zhou. Boss, you're so perverted. Shi Meng sighed deeply. Ling Zhan, +1. Li Qingxi, +1. Chu Zhou glanced at Ling Zhan and the other two speechlessly. Then, he carried the alloy boxes back to his room and began to cultivate in seclusion to break through. I'll first break the 4th stage genetic lock, then use energy as the core to reconstruct the circulation in the human body. Chu Zhou recited the key points when breaking through to the boundary realm in his heart. He took a deep breath and circulated the basic breathing technique with all his might. At the same time, he began to activate the 5 spirit relics in his mind and visualize the treasure pagoda. Breathe in, breathe out. When Chu Zhou began to circulate the basic breathing technique with all his might, gusts of wind immediately blew in his room. Rolling cosmic origin power surged out of the void. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other colorful elements also appeared in the void. Abyss-shaped cracks appeared on the surface of Chu Zhou's body. A terrifying suction force spread out from the abyss and crazily devoured the cosmic origin power and various elements in the void. Plop! Plop! At this moment, Chu Zhou's crystal-like heart suddenly trembled like a drum. It was like the heart of a prehistoric behemoth, emitting a throbbing sound. Circles of ripples spread out with Chu Zhou's body as the center. The entire room shook violently. Fortunately, Chu Zhou was prepared. He separated a portion of his origin power and covered the entire room, isolating the terrifying pulsating sound. Otherwise, not only would all the items in his room be shattered in an instant. Even all the items in the suite and even this villa building would be shattered by the terrifying pulsating sound. Ling Zhan and the other two might also be severely injured. Chu Zhou's heart was beating violently in an unprecedented berserking state. The terrifying pulsating sound was deafening, as if countless drums were sounding in the void. Almost at the same time, the 5 spirit relics and the 12-story treasure pagoda in Chu Zhou's mind vibrated violently. Spiritual waves that were almost tangible spread out from Chu Zhou's body. At this moment, the air in the room, under the influence of the terrifying heartbeat and the ripples of mental fluctuations, surged and roared like a tide. According to the document, Chu Zhou activated the pulsating power of his heart and the mental power of the spirit relic, crazily washing every cell in his body. Boom! Suddenly, a shattering sound came from inside his body, as if an unknown invisible shackles had been broken. The sudden shattering of these invisible shackles also caused the circulatory system in Chu Zhou's body to become chaotic and disorderly. The once complete inner circulation was completely out of control at this moment. This is the time. With a thought from Chu Zhou, surging grey origin power surged out of the violently beating crystal heart. Then, it condensed into grey energy veins that first spread through Chu Zhou's internal organs. Then, it spread to Chu Zhou's torso and limbs. In the end, it spread to his head. Almost at the same time, the 5 spirit relics in Chu Zhou's mind shook crazily, releasing a substantial mental strength. The spiritual power also condensed into crystalline and white energy veins that began to spread from his head to his internal organs, then to his torso and limbs. 2 energy veins quickly weaved and spread in Chu Zhou's body. They gradually connected and fused together. Surging origin power and spiritual power flowed on this brand new energy vein. At the same time, the energy that had been spreading everywhere because of the internal circulation of space and time had also fused into the new energy vein at this moment, circulating and circulating in the new energy vein. A brand new energy vein had just been formed and had yet to be completely woven. It had not spread to every corner of his body and was still very fragile. It required a large amount of energy to continue facilitating the weaving and spreading of new energy veins. At the same time, it also required a large amount of energy to stabilize the new energy meridians. Therefore, Chu Zhou used his spiritual force to control boxes of high-level genetic nutrient solution to fly into the air. Then, he suddenly broke the needle and poured the nutrient solution into his mouth. 10. 100. 1000. A total of 5,240 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions were swallowed by Chu Zhou. His body emitted the sound of surging tides. Incomparably vast energy circulated crazily in his body. The vast and mighty energy quickly fused into the brand new energy meridians, promoting new energy meridians. It quickly spread to every corner of Chu Zhou's body and even every cell. At the same time, the large amount of energy replenishment was also tempering the new energy meridians, making them even more solid. After an unknown period of time, the new energy veins in Chu Zhou's body finally spread throughout his body and stabilized. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt like he had returned to his original state. Previously, he would occasionally give off the feeling of a ferocious beast. Currently, he was as calm as water, like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. The surging origin power and vast spiritual power in his body were circulating peacefully in the new energy veins. Moreover, as long as Chu Zhou did not mobilize the energy in his energy veins, then, his body would almost not emit any energy aura. In short, Chu Zhou's breakthrough this time was completely different from his previous breakthroughs. There was no huge commotion. Instead, it felt calm. However, Chu Zhou knew that he had indeed succeeded. Moreover, his current strength was completely incomparable to before his breakthrough. From today onwards, I'm also a small boundary realm giant. Chu Zhou opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. At this moment, he felt that his body was like a silent volcano. There was nothing special on the surface, but in reality, it contained incomparably majestic power. Once it erupted, it would be world-shaking. Chapter 172, Hatching the Thousand-Star Vine. 1. Boundary Realm experts were also called small giants. They were top-notch experts below King Realm. They were basically important figures with great power, whether it was in the 3 martial arts schools or in the various families and organizations around the world. At this moment, Chu Zhou had also stepped into the ranks of true experts. He could also be called a big shot. I've also reached the boundary realm. Now, I'm on the same level as Supervisor Chen, General Shuet and the others. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and raised his eyebrows in high spirits. He had become a boundary realm powerhouse at the tender age of 17. There were not many people like this in the entire history of martial arts. In his heart, he suddenly had a lofty aspiration to break through the clouds and conquer the world. Of course, he was not arrogant. He knew that even though boundary realm martial artists could be called small giants on Earth, however, in the vast universe, the boundary realm was only an ordinary life form that had yet to escape the restrictions of an inhabited planet. He still had a long way to go. Let's take a look at the changes in the attribute board. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Boundary Realm Martial Artist, 27000 Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 156. Physical Nirvana, 3%. Spirit Nirvana, 30/0. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS Rank 150th Level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS Rank 5th Level, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S Rank 6th Level, Earth Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, SS Rank Level 30, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, SS Rank Level 12, unupgradable. The information on the attribute board changed drastically. His level and life field energy had changed. His life field energy had reached 27000. The life field standard for beginner boundary realm marital artist was 10,000. The life field standard for intermediate boundary realm martial artist was 20,000. The life field standard for advanced boundary realm martial artist was 30,000. In other words, Chu Zhou's life field had already surpassed that of ordinary intermediate boundary realm martial artists. He was still 3,000 points away from reaching the standard of an advanced boundary realm martial artist. The biggest change is that the evolution path has changed. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked at the 2 brand new evolution paths. He had read the document Chen Bazhu had sent him regarding the mysteries of the boundary realm martial artists. He had long understood the situation of the boundary realm martial artists. Therefore, he was not surprised by the change in the evolution path. Be it super body system martial artists, elemental system martial artists, or spiritual masters, after advancing to the boundary realm, their subsequent cultivation would promote the evolution and transformation of their bodies. The difference was in the boundary realm. Martial artists of the super body system gradually influenced and modified their entire bodies through the power of their hearts. The boundary realm martial artists of the elemental system gradually influenced and modified their entire bodies through the power of the elemental cores. Spiritual masters, on the other hand, gradually influenced and modified the entire body through the power of the mind. This process was also called physical nirvana, elemental nirvana, and spirit nirvana. In fact, this was just a summary of the cultivation process. The real cultivation process was much more complicated than the above. The three methods of nirvana could not only allow one to undergo nirvana once. Instead, they could promote the body to undergo nirvana many times according to one's own situation. For example, physical nirvana was divided into many ways. Chu Zhou's current physical body was undoubtedly majoring in strength. Therefore, he could use the power of his heart to modify his entire body and strengthen his physical body's strength stats. After this process was completed, his body would complete a nirvana. At this moment, Chu Zhou could also awaken his body's speed stats by cultivating movement techniques and other combat techniques. Then, he could repeat the previous process. He would first modify his heart and strengthen its speed stats before gradually strengthening his entire body's speed stats. If this process was also completed, then his body would have completed the second nirvana and so on. His physical body could undergo multiple nirvanas. As for how many times he could undergo nirvana, it would depend on Chu Zhou's ability. Physical nirvana could be completed many times. Elemental nirvana and spirit nirvana could also be completed. In short, regardless of whether it was that method of nirvana, it was a modification and strengthening of the human body. The more nirvana one underwent, the greater the benefits to a martial artist, and the higher the probability of advancing to the king realm. According to Chen Bazhu's document, the success rate of a person who had only undergone nirvana once advancing to the king realm was less than 10%. Generally speaking, those who could successfully advance to the king realm were those who had undergone 2 or even 3 nirvanas. However, even completing a complete nirvana was a very difficult task. It was precisely because of this that there were so few king realm experts in this world. That was why the status of a king realm expert was so high. It could be said that every king realm expert was a legend. No wonder there are so few king realm experts. Even veteran boundary realm martial artists like Supervisor Chen and General Shui, who are incomparably powerful, are unable to advance to the king realm for a long time. The scope of cultivation for the boundary realm is too vast. There's almost no end to it. The gap between boundary realm martial artists and boundary realm martial artists might be even greater than the gap between apprentices and new boundary realm martial artists. According to the classification of the boundary realm martial artists, as long as one's life field can reach 10,000 and the nirvana completion rate is between 1% and 30%, they are called beginner boundary realm martial artists. If one's life field can reach 20,000 and the nirvana completion rate is between 31% and 60%, they are called intermediate boundary realm martial artists. If one's life field can reach 30,000 and the nirvana completion rate is between 61% and 100%, they are called advanced boundary realm martial artists. However, this classification of levels is actually not very meaningful. This is because even if one's nirvana completion rate reaches 100%, they still won't be able to stand at the peak of the boundary realm martial artists. Chapter 173, Hatching the Thousand-Star Vine. 2. There are also those who have completed the second, third, and even more nirvana. Chu Zhou sighed deeply in his heart. He could really feel the uniqueness of the boundary realm and the difficulty of cultivation. The boundary realm was actually the limit of the human body. If he wanted to break through the limit of the human body and achieve an essential transformation to advance to the king realm, this process was too difficult and far away. The difference between the boundary realm martial artists and the king realm seemed to be only one level. However, the distance between this level was extremely exaggerated. He had to let the human body strengthen and transform again and again at the boundary realm and constantly accumulate strength before he had a chance to break through the limit and leap over the dragon gate to achieve a transformation in the essence of life. It seems that I have to make money as soon as possible or obtain a large number of resources that can increase my attribute points. Otherwise, how can I complete the physical nirvana and spirit nirvana many times? Moreover, just physical nirvana and spirit nirvana are not perfect enough. It's best if you add elemental nirvana. Chu Zhou sorted out his cultivation thoughts. He was filled with desire for money and resources again. Right now, he only wanted to make money, and make more money. After sorting out his thoughts, Chu Zhou stood up and glanced at the empty alloy boxes in the room. Then, he walked out. Boss, Captain, did you succeed? Ling Zhan and the other two looked at Chu Zhou eagerly. They could clearly feel that Chu Zhou's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Previously, Chu Zhou was like a smoking volcano. Even though he did not erupt, he made people feel immense danger at all times. The current Chu Zhou seemed to have completely become a harmless ordinary person. If they did not know Chu Zhou, they would probably really treat him as an ordinary person. However, they knew that how could Chu Zhou become an ordinary person? There was only one answer. Chu Zhou's strength had become even more restrained. However, they did not understand the boundary realm martial artists and were not sure if Chu Zhou's change was because he had already advanced to boundary realm. Make a guess. Chu Zhou blinked and smiled teasingly. Boss, you can't do this. Shi Meng was going crazy. He liked things simple and straightforward, and could not stand such guessing games. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi looked enlightened. They knew that Chu Zhou must have succeeded. This shocked them extremely. A person who was only 17 years old. They did not dare to imagine what height Chu Zhou would reach in the future. Beep beep. His communications watch vibrated. Chu Zhou took a look and saw that it was a delivery message from the martial artist mall. It was about the 1,000,000 tons of metal he had ordered. Chu Zhou was slightly delighted. It seemed that there would be 2 blessings today. Other than advancing to the boundary realm, he could also hatch the 1,000-star vine seed. He sent a message to the commander of the defense line, Lu Wanjun, asking him to take a day off. Sure. Lu Wanjun quickly replied. I have something to do today. Be careful if you receive a quest. Chu Zhou reminded Ling Zhan and the other two before pushing the door open and walking out. Hey, boss, you haven't told me if you succeeded. You're making my heart itch. Shi Meng shouted from behind. What a fool. His brain is probably filled with muscles. Boss gave such an obvious hint and he can't even understand it. He's probably hopeless. Li Qingxi looked at Shi Meng with sympathy as if she was looking at a retard. Then, she returned to her room. Miss Qingxi, what did you mean by what you said just now? Why are you looking at me like that? Shi Meng looked at Li Qingxi's back with black lines on his face, feeling a little confused. Ling Zhan walked over and patted Shi Meng's shoulder. Elle heard that there are quite a lot of monster brains on the battlefield. Eat more. With that, he returned to his room. Ling Zhan. He seems to be scolding me. Shi Meng's expression darkened even more. After Chu Zhou left the supply base, he immediately took the train back to Zhang City. Half an hour later, he returned to Zhang City. Chu Zhou looked at Zhang City, which he had left for more than a month. He realized that many buildings in Zhang City still had traces of being attacked by monsters. Some buildings were even directly destroyed by the monsters. It was obvious that in the month or so since he left Zhang City had also been attacked by monsters. Fortunately, it did not seem to have caused much damage or harm. Now, order had been restored in the entire Zhang City, and people could walk on the streets normally. This made Chu Zhou feel relieved. He did not return to the Dragon Bay Gardens directly and headed to a relatively remote forest near the Dragon Bay Gardens. This was also the place he had set for the delivery. Soon, large trucks filled with metal drove towards the forest. A staff member in uniform walked towards Chu Zhou. Mr. Chu Zhou, we've already transported the 1,000,000 tons of metal you ordered. Are you unloading them here? The staff walked up to Chu Zhou and asked. Not bad, unload the goods here. Chu Zhou smiled. Okay. This is the manifest. Please verify it. If there's no problem, please sign it. Then we'll unload the goods. The staff handed Chu Zhou a goods list. The list listed the price, weight, volume, and other information of each metal in detail. Chu Zhou glanced at it and signed it when he felt that there was no problem. Unload. Seeing Chu Zhou's signature, the staff immediately waved at the trucks behind him. Immediately, dozens of staff alighted from the trucks and began to unload them. 1,000,000 tons of metal would probably be extremely tiring if an ordinary person unloaded it. It would take a long time. However, these staff were all martial artists, and there were even a few extraordinary realm martial artists. This was not a lot of work for them. In about an hour, all the metal was piled up in front of Chu Zhou, forming a tall metal mountain. After all the staff left, Chu Zhou immediately activated his origin power and enveloped the entire metal mountain. Then, he moved it into the depths of the forest. After that, he released his mental strength and set up a spirit barrier in the forest. This way, people below the boundary realm would also be blinded when they appeared in the forest and could not see Chu Zhou and the metal mountain. After doing this, with a thought, a metal seed appeared in his body. He had already completely refined the metal seed and left his spirit mark in its core. He completely controlled this seed. His figure moved and appeared at the top of the metal mountain. Then, he placed the metal seed on the metal mountain. The next moment, he activated his origin power and enveloped the metal seed and the metal mountain at the same time. Under the stimulation of his majestic origin power, the metal seed trembled slightly, as if it had woken up from a deep sleep. Then, silver roots that looked like metal threads grew. These silver roots took root on the metal mountain. The next scene was a little terrifying. The tall metal mountain melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds, the entire metal mountain was completely devoured by silver roots. After the metal seed devoured the entire metal mountain, it immediately took root and sprouted in front of Chu Zhou at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it grew into a black metal vine that was 100 meters long. This black metal vine was like a black dragon, twisting and swimming in the forest, emitting a terrifying aura. It's done. Chu Zhou's face lit up. He extended his hand and waved. The black metal vine automatically flew over. Some of it wrapped around Chu Zhou's body, and some twisted in the air, as if it had become a part of Chu Zhou's body. The 100-meter-long 1,000-star vine is only a young vine, but even so, its power is probably not inferior to SSS-tier weapons. Moreover, the 1,000-star vine can attack, defend, and grow on its own. It's not something SSS-tier weapons can compare to. Chu Zhou was in a good mood and let the 1,000-star vine fuse into his body again. He also retracted the mental barrier he had set up. However, just as he retracted the spirit barrier, his gaze darkened slightly. He suddenly realized that dozens of martial artists were surrounding the forest he was in. People from the 5 great families? Or from other factions? Hehe, I hope you're not targeting me. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground today. Chu Zhou's eyes were dark as he smiled coldly. Chapter 174, Chu Zhou, I'm just playing with you. Chu Zhou stood calmly in the forest with a cold smile on his lips, quietly waiting for the people surrounding this forest to come. The current him had already become a small boundary realm giant. Moreover, he had the new moon bloodline, 5 spirit relics, the 6th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the earth extreme body, the 1,000-star vine, and many other trump cards and trump cards. He did not have so many scruples. Unless it was a king realm expert. Otherwise, he was confident that he could escape even if he was no match for them. As for king realm, they were trump cards to suppress the overall situation no matter which faction they were in. How could they be easily mobilized? Therefore, Chu Zhou basically had no taboos now. Soon, dozens of martial artists surrounding the forest appeared in front of Chu Zhou. This group of people were basically wearing black suits. Only the 3 old men in the lead were wearing silver, red, and blue suits. Chu Zhou came from the slums of Zhang City. His father was a cripple and he had a younger sister, Chu Yu. You once studied at Zhang City's 5th high school. Your form teacher was Li Ji, who came from Guangdong base city. You used to have average talent and were valued by Li Ji. However, if you follow a normal trajectory, you will only be a mediocre person in the end. You might not even be able to become a martial artist. However, life is so strange. You, who should have been ordinary, seemed to have awakened your talent in the last few months of your 3rd year of high school and began to advance by leaps and bounds. Your performance was extremely outstanding in the elite trial and you obtained 1st place in the elite trial. At one time, it caused the commissioners of the 6 martial arts university to fight over you. You didn't choose to join the martial arts university. Instead, you chose to join the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Then, you immediately obtained the chief instructor of Zhang City, Kui Hai Ko. Chen Bazhu, one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong Sea area, valued you. From then on, you couldn't be stopped and created miracles. In the trip to Guangdong Base City, not only did you obtain 100 consecutive victories in extraordinary realm battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena, but you also killed important figures of the 4 great clans, including Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici. Even though you could kill Chu Boyong and the others because Chen Bazhu used a holy artifact like the Golden God Eye to suppress the strength of Chu Boyong and the others, it's still enough to show how outstanding you are. After that, you easily won first place in the preliminary round of the Global Human Genius competition. After the Beast Tide broke out, you also quickly rose in the battlefield. You were called the Twin Stars with Xialong Yuan. Not long after, you even killed a commander-level armored giant crocodile. This battle shocked the world. After that, you killed 6 veteran Boundary Realm killers from the underworld and shook the underworld. During the semi-finals of the Global Human Genius competition, you directly crushed Xialong Yuan, the Blood Sword, with a crushing advantage, causing more than 2 billion viewers to boil. Chu Zhou, I didn't say anything wrong, right? The old man in the red suit smiled as he spoke. His face revealed an expression of wisdom, as if he knew and mastered all of Chu Zhou's secrets. Clap clap clap. Chu Zhou clapped and narrowed his eyes. There was a faint cold glint in them, but a faint smile appeared on his face. You're right. The investigation was very clear. However, what right do I have to deserve such a detailed investigation from you? How should I address you, friends? What faction are you from? Let me broaden my horizons. It's worth it. Of course you're worth it. If a top-notch monster like you isn't worth our full investigation, no one else is. The old man in the red suit smiled and said, as for us. My name is Zhuo Qiuming. The one in the silver suit on my left is Duan Gao, and the one in the blue suit on my right is Song Kai. I'm not afraid to tell you that we're from the Shadow Alliance. However, you don't have to worry. We have no ill intentions on this visit. We only have good intentions. This time, the reason why we came to look for you, Chu Zhou, is because young Master Qin Long admires you very much after knowing your situation. Therefore, he asked us to come over and invite you to join our Shadow Alliance. When Chu Zhou heard Zhuo Qiuming's words, his pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect that the person who came to visit him this time was not someone from the 5 great families or an assassin from the underworld, but someone from the Shadow Alliance. Moreover, these people were not here to kill him. They wanted to invite him to join the Shadow Alliance. At this moment, Chu Zhou remembered what Yuan Bingmei, that dangerous and mysterious woman, had said to him. Yuan Bingmei had said that the Shadow Alliance was targeting him. However, the people from the Shadow Alliance had not come looking for him recently. He had almost forgotten Yuan Bingmei's reminder. Of course, he was not afraid even if the people from the Shadow Alliance came looking for him now. The current him was no longer the same as before. Chu Zhou looked at Zhuo Qiuming and the others playfully and said, invite me to join the Shadow Alliance? I'm doing well in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School now. Why should I join the Shadow Alliance? Even though the Shadow Alliance is also a top faction, it's still far inferior to the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Moreover, the Shadow Alliance can't see the light of day. If you join the Shadow Alliance, you have to live like an underground rat. I'm not stupid. Why should I leave the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and join the Shadow Alliance? Or rather, what can the Shadow Alliance give me? Hearing Chu Zhou say that the Shadow Alliance was far inferior to the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and that the people of the Shadow Alliance had to live like rats underground, Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao, and Song Kai's expressions darkened. However, they really seemed to want to invite Chu Zhou to join the Shadow Alliance and did not fall out because of this. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, we don't blame you for having such an understanding. Zhuo Qiuming laughed. The world has always misunderstood our Shadow Alliance and thinks that our Shadow Alliance is far inferior to the 3 martial arts schools. However, didn't they think that if our Shadow Alliance was really so weak, how could it have lasted until today? we would have long been wiped out by the 3 martial arts schools and the governments. You're a smart person. You should understand these principles. Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. Zhuo Qiuming continued, isn't the reason why the 3 martial arts schools are above all forces and on equal footing with the 5 countries because of the existence of the 3 strongest experts, the Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha. Chu Zhou, I can reveal some information to you. Our Shadow Alliance also has existences that are not inferior to the 3 strongest experts. Therefore, the world has underestimated our Shadow Alliance. As for what the Shadow Alliance can give you, you don't have to worry about this. Young Master Qin Long is one of the 4 young masters of our Shadow Alliance and a core competitor for the future chief of our Shadow Alliance. If you follow young Master Qin Long, the cultivation resources you can obtain are beyond your imagination. There was actually an existence in the Shadow Alliance that was not inferior to the 3 strongest experts. This time, Chu Zhou was really shocked. He also vaguely understood the reason why the Shadow Alliance could still develop so powerful under the strong suppression of the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance. Duan Gao, who was wearing a silver suit, also said, Chu Zhou, young master. Qin Long's status in our Shadow Alliance is very high. It's your honor to be recognized by young master Qin Long. Why are you still hesitating? Song Kai, who was wearing a blue suit, also said, Chu Zhou, even though your talent is astonishing, it's also very difficult to become a king. However, if you follow young master Qin Long, your chances of becoming a king will greatly increase with his help. This is an opportunity that countless people can't get. I hope you can cherish. To be honest, your words really tempted me. After all, I really can't guarantee that I can become a king. If there's a way to increase the probability of becoming a king, it's indeed impossible not to be tempted. As Chu Zhou spoke, he sighed deeply. It's a pity. I'm born a tough nut to crack, a tough cookie. I don't have any thoughts of submitting to others. How about this? Since young master Qin Long appreciates me so much, it means that he has good taste. I admire people with good taste the most. Why don't you go back and tell him to submit to me? What do you think? With that, Chu Zhou looked at Zhuo Qiuming and the other 2 teasingly. Chu Zhou, how dare you? Chu Zhou, how dare you humiliate young master Qin Long? Chu Zhou, you're courting death. At this moment, Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao and Song Kai seemed to have touched a reverse scale. They were furious and looked at Chu Zhou with killing intent. Chu Zhou, you had no intention of joining our Shadow Alliance from the beginning. Are you playing with us? Zhuo Qiuming said sinisterly, his red suit fluttering even though there was no wind. Traces of terrifying origin power fluctuations spread from his body. The ground under his feet cracked, and spider web-like cracks appeared. Duan Gao and Song Kai, the 2 elders, did not say anything. They only locked onto Chu Zhou with cold eyes, killing intent condensing in them. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Zhou clapped again. It's said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. It's true. You can tell so quickly that I'm playing with you. That's right, I'm playing with you. This ordinary life is really too boring. I have to find some fun. Don't you think so? Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao and Song Kai's expressions were distorted. With their strength, they held high positions even in the Shadow Alliance. The members of the Shadow Alliance were basically respectful to them. Even Qin Long, one of the 4 young masters, was also polite to them. When they were working outside, most of the people they encountered were nervous and uneasy when they found out about their background and strength. No one was like Chu Zhou, who toyed with them and admitted it in front of them. How could they not be angry? Kill him! Zhuo Qiuming waved his hand. Immediately, dozens of figures in black suits immediately turned into after-images and rushed towards Chu Zhou. Moreover, during the charge, these people's bodies quickly expanded, causing their suits to explode, revealing the characteristics of many monsters. These people were all martial artists who had fused with the monster genes. The most shocking thing was that these people were only at the control realm, but when they displayed their monster power, the power fluctuations on their bodies had shockingly reached the boundary realm. Chapter 175, Yuan Bingmei reappears. Under Zhuo Qiuming's order, dozens of expressionless and silent black-suited martial artists immediately turned into sharp after-images and rushed towards Chu Zhou like a group of death gods. Terrifying origin power fluctuations spread, and the entire forest shook. Countless leaves fell with a rustling sound. However, before they could land on the ground, they were swept into the sky by the energy surging like a wave. Chu Zhou originally did not take these black-suited martial artists seriously. This was because he could sense that these black-suited martial artists were only control realm martial artists. Moreover, their origin power fluctuations were very unstable. They were like a group of control realm martial artists nurtured by some secret technique. However, when these people's bodies suddenly expanded and their suits exploded, beast claws, scales, tails, wings, beast eyes, and other monster characteristics appeared on their bodies. Moreover, their origin power expanded crazily and they even stepped into the boundary realm. Chu Zhou's expression immediately became serious. The Shadow Alliance's biotechnology can actually reach this step? Not only can it nurture a large number of control realm martial artists, but it can also stimulate their potential through monster genes and enter the boundary realm. Chu Zhou looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn expression. He was not afraid of these black-suited martial artists in front of him. He was shocked by the Shadow Alliance's biotechnology. The Shadow Alliance seemed to have mastered the biotechnology of mass-producing control realm martial artists. Moreover, he could stimulate the potential of these control realm martial artists through the monster genes and let them step into the boundary realm. This was very disadvantageous to the human alliance. In the blink of an eye, 4 half-human, half-beast martial artists in black suits rushed in front of Chu Zhou. The origin-powered tsunami filled with a violent aura seemed to want to devour Chu Zhou. A ferocious beast claw, a tail covered in green scales, a beast head with sharp fangs, and a monster wing that looked like iron wings attacked Chu Zhou fiercely. Chu Zhou calmly looked at the attack without batting an eyelid. Pu! 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 Suddenly, 4 sounds of flesh being pierced by sharp and hard objects could be heard. The bodies of the 4 half-human, half-beast martial artists in black suits stiffened. Their chests were all pierced by a black metal vine. A metal vine that writhed like a black dragon hung 4 black-suited martial artists who were not completely dead in the air. The 4 black-suited martial artists whose chests had been pierced struggled in pain. Their hands desperately grabbed the metal vines, wanting to tear them apart, and their feet were kicking wildly. However, the black metal vine suddenly twisted. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 struggling black-suited martial artists were immediately twisted into pieces. Blood splattered, dyeing the surrounding plants red. The rich smell of blood filled the air. Chu Zhou stood expressionlessly on the blood-colored grassland, surrounded by 8 tragic corpses. A strange black metal vine wrapped around half of him, and the other half kept wandering in the starry sky like a black dragon. This scene was filled with horror and strangeness. Many black-suited martial artists stopped carefully when the 4 black-suited martial artists from before were suddenly pierced by the 1,000-star vine. However, they still surrounded Chu Zhou from afar. What's that? Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao and Song Kai looked at the 1,000-star vine wrapped around Chu Zhou and their expressions darkened slightly. What's wrong with the intelligence department? There's such a terrifying thing on Chu Zhou, but they didn't even investigate it. Duan Gao said unhappily. That vine is a little strange. It's filled with a metal texture and doesn't look like a plant. I've also seen some mutated plants, but they're not as terrifying. Song Kai frowned and wondered where the black metal vines on Chu Zhou's body came from. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not find any memories of the black metal vine in his mind. Zhuo Qiuming ordered the black-suited martial artists to continue surrounding and killing Chu Zhou with a cold expression. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. After hearing the order, many black-suited martial artists turned into sharp after-images again and attacked Chu Zhou. Go! Kill them! Chu Zhou said calmly. His palm stroked the 1,000-star vine gently as if he was petting a cat. In the next moment, the 1,000-star vine left Chu Zhou's body and turned into a huge vine that was 100 meters long. Like a black lightning, it shot towards the many black-suited martial artists. Pu, 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 pu. The sound of something sharp piercing through flesh could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 5 to 6 more black-suited martial artists were pierced by the 1,000-star vine. When the attacks of some black-suited martial artists landed on the 1,000-star vine, they only sent it flying for a distance at most and did not cause any substantial damage to it. Even if a few black-suited martial artists summoned torrential flames and snow tornadoes, they still could not hurt the Thousand-Star Vine. The Thousand-Star Vine also displayed rich methods. Not only was its speed extremely fast and its attacks sharp, but it could also burrow underground. It twisted, coiled, pulled, stabbed, and other methods were also used one after another. In less than a minute, more than half of the black-suited martial artists were killed by the Thousand-Star Vine. In the end, they are not true Boundary Realm martial artists. They are just a group of goods that have been nurtured by special methods. Their control and use of energy are not as good as many Control Realm martial artists. The circulation in their bodies is even more chaotic. In short, the strength of these fakes is stronger than most advanced tier Control Realm martial artists, but they are weaker than those Control Realm geniuses. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He had only watched the battle between the Thousand-Star Vine and the black-suited martial artists for a while and had basically analyzed the true level of those black-suited martial artists. These black-suited martial artists who emitted Boundary Realm origin power fluctuations were far weaker than true Boundary Realm martial artists. Otherwise, the Thousand-Star Vine would not have been able to kill one black-suited martial artist after another so easily. However, even so, Chu Zhou did not underestimate the Shadow Alliance that had created these fashionable goods. This was because even if it was fake, it was still very terrifying and posed a huge threat to the human alliance as long as it could be manufactured in large quantities. The 6 black-suited martial artists luckily dodged the Thousand-Star Vine and rushed in front of Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou's figure only moved slightly, and his entire body instantly split into 6. Each figure stretched out a finger and tapped the glabella of the 6 black-suited martial artists at lightning speed. The heads of the 6 black-suited martial artists were immediately pierced by a sharp and powerful origin power and fell one after another. On the other side, the Thousand-Star Vine also killed the other black-suited martial artists. Chu Zhou looked at Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao and Song Kai indifferently and said, "One say, aren't you underestimating me too much? You want my life with these fake goods." Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao and Song Kai had very solemn expressions when they saw all the black-suited martial artists they had brought die under Chu Zhou and his Thousand-Star Vine. "Looks like we've indeed underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to have reached the Boundary Realm. Moreover, you have such a powerful metal vine. Those trash can't kill you. Looks like we can only do it ourselves." Zhuo Qiuming said coldly. He tidied up his red suit and his body suddenly burned with magma-like flames. Terrifying heat emitted from his body. The ground under his feet melted into surging magma in the blink of an eye. "Chu Zhou, we'll give you one last chance to choose. Either submit to young Master Qin Long or die." Duan Gao said coldly as his entire body slowly floated up. Dense alloy spikes floated behind him and spun at high speed. He was a spiritual master, moreover, an extremely powerful one. He who understands the times is a wise man. "Chu Zhou, even if you've already advanced to the Boundary Realm, you're not a match for us 3 experienced Boundary Realm martial artists. Chu Zhou, join us." Song Kai stepped on the earth, and a layer of blue cold fog immediately spread from under his feet. Wherever the cold fog passed, be it rocks or trees, they turned into blue ice sculptures. Chu Zhou looked at Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao and Song Kai. He was not thinking about fighting, but about Zhuo Qiuming and the other 2. Their status in the Shadow Alliance should be quite high. Then, they should all be very rich. Zhuo Qiuming and the other 2 realized that the way Chu Zhou looked at them had suddenly become a little weird. This gaze made them feel very uncomfortable. It was as if they had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "Chu Zhou, looks like you're going to be stubborn. Then we'll send you on your way." Zhuo Qiuming and the other 2 suddenly erupted with killing intent, preparing to kill Chu Zhou. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick fog suddenly appeared in the void. On the ground, there were also bewitching and strange spider lilies. There was also an ethereal song coming from the unknown depths. "Oh no, this is an illusion!" Duan Gao, who was a spiritual master, suddenly exclaimed. He circulated his mental strength with all his might, wanting to crack the illusion in front of him. However, he suddenly realized that his mental strength could not shake the illusion in front of him at all. This changed his expression. Without a doubt, the person who suddenly used illusion on them far exceeded him, a spiritual master, be it in terms of mental strength or level of illusion. Zhuo Qiuming and Song Kai could not help but be shocked when they found out that they were attacked by illusions. Especially when they saw the spider lilies growing all over the ground, their faces turned pale. Seeing these spider lilies, they all thought of someone who made them extremely afraid. Dream Demon Yuan Bingmei, I know it's you. You must be here. We're both from the Shadow Alliance. Why did you attack us? Zhuo Qiuming shouted. We're young Master Qin Long's men. Young Master Qin Long will definitely not let you off if you attack us. Song Kai also said hurriedly. He's mine. You attacked my man and asked me why I attacked you. As for Qin Long, a mere boorish fellow can't threaten me. A magnetic enchantment voice came from the void. A thick fog quickly drowned Zhuo Qiuming and the other two. Zhuo Qiuming and company collapsed without any chance to struggle. When Chu Zhou saw the sudden change in the environment in front of him, he knew that he had fallen into an illusion and immediately became highly vigilant. However, he could not help but look surprised when he heard the conversation between Zhuo Qiuming and the others and the person who cast the illusion. The person who came was actually Yuan Bingmei, this mysterious and dangerous woman. However, this woman was too thick-skinned. What did he mean by he was? Chu Zhou, did you miss me? Suddenly, a soft body stuck to Chu Zhou's back. Two snow-white arms wrapped around Chu Zhou's waist. Chu Zhou felt that he was being pestered by a beautiful snake at this moment. Yuan Bingmei was still so bold and presumptuous. Chapter 176, An Alternative Battle. Did you miss me? A magnetic and sweet voice came from behind Chu Zhou. A pair of frosty arms slowly hugged his waist tightly. Chu Zhou could even smell a faint fragrance of her hair. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and held his other pair of snow-white hands with both hands. He slowly pried them open and suddenly turned around. Instantly, the delicate body that was pressed against his back fell into his arms and continued to press against his body again. Moreover, the snowy arm that was hugging his waist was wrapped around Chu Zhou's neck. An exquisite and bewitching face entered his vision. This scene was inexplicably familiar, making Chu Zhou subconsciously recall his experience in the Washington Hotel. Are you reminiscing about the first time we met? The woman giggled. Her lips, which were covered in black lipstick, suddenly pressed against Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's gaze froze. Back then, I was not your match. I could only tremble in fear in the face of your sneak attack. I'm no longer the same as before. Pixie, you actually dare to sneak attack me? He made up his mind and immediately counterattacked. The pixie's starry eyes narrowed slightly, as if she did not expect Chu Zhou to dare to take the initiative to attack. I like to take the initiative. She smiled charmingly, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The space that was originally filled with thick fog turned into a boundless sea of flowers. She even pushed Chu Zhou into the sea of flowers. She wanted to be a queen. Humph, the one with the stronger fist will have the initiative. Chu Zhou sneered. The 5 spirit relics in his mind shook slightly and used an illusion. In an instant, chains suddenly extended from the boundless sea of flowers, binding the woman's limbs and locking her firmly to the ground. Chu Zhou smiled and turned from defense to offense. I didn't expect you to be a spiritual master and also proficient in illusions. The woman's eyes lit up when she looked at Chu Zhou. Then, she chuckled. Little man, you're still a little inferior to me in illusions. The next moment, Chu Zhou realized that he was tied to a cross, and the woman was enjoying the fruits of victory in the posture of a victor. Chu Zhou counterattacked again. Both sides were sweating profusely in this soul-stirring battle. In the end, they all lay in a sea of flowers. Tell me, Yuan Bingmei, what exactly is your background? Why did you look for me? Chu Zhou asked. The woman played with a strand of beautiful hair and even used it to draw circles on Chu Zhou's body. After hearing Chu Zhou's words, she smiled and said. Didn't you hear that just now? I'm from the Shadow Alliance. As for I found you. It's naturally because I fancy you. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes. Do you think I'll believe you? What a heartless man. We're already like this, but you still don't believe me. The woman said charmingly, her face revealing a heartbroken expression, as if she had been let down by a heartless man who had sworn an oath. Chu Zhou sneered. If you have the ability, come for real. What can this prove if it's just illusion and spirit intertwining? The woman smiled charmingly and stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes. Her white jade-like palm gently stroked Chu Zhou's face. Little man, you want all these to be real. If you do, you have to be responsible, okay? Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Do you dare to take this on? Why wouldn't I dare? I'll be responsible, Chu Zhou said without hesitation. The woman's gaze froze slightly, and her smile became even more charming. She pressed her face against Chu Zhou's chest and listened to his heartbeat. She said, little man, there are some things I can't tell you yet, but you'll know in the future. But don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. He believed that, with Yuan Bingmei's strength, she could easily take his life the first time they met. On the one hand, I came to look for you this time because I found out that boorish Qin Long actually sent someone to deal with you. He actually dared to attack my man. I naturally won't let him have his way. However, your strength is far beyond my expectations. You'll probably be fine even if I didn't come over. As she spoke, she paused slightly, as if she was also shocked by Chu Zhou's current strength. After all, the first time she saw Chu Zhou, he was only an extraordinary realm martial artist. Chu Zhou was already a boundary realm marital artist. The difference was too great. She continued, on the other hand, I'm reminding you, that a huge change might be coming. This huge change is not a beast tide, but a much more terrifying change. Little man, you have to be careful in the next few days. No matter what happens, you have to live well. If we can meet again next time and you want to be serious, I'll satisfy you. Big change? What big change? Chu Zhou was shocked and wanted to ask Yuan Bingmei clearly. However, the boundless sea of flowers suddenly disappeared, and Yuan Bingmei's figure completely disappeared. In front of him was only the dense forest, the corpses of dozens of black-suited martial artists, and the unconscious Zhuo Qiuming, Duan Gao and Song Yi. Everything just now seemed to be a beautiful dream. However, Chu Zhou knew that Yuan Bingmei had indeed been here just now. Or rather, her mental consciousness had been here. What exactly does Yuan Bingmei mean by a huge change? Isn't the beast tide that swept the world a huge change? Chu Zhou frowned deeply and felt a sense of danger. After advancing to the boundary realm, he originally thought that he was strong enough. As long as he did not face a king realm expert, he could rule the world. However, Yuan Bingmei's words just now made him feel danger again. He felt that he was not strong enough. He believed that Yuan Bingmei would not speak without reason. It seems that I can't stop becoming stronger. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and walked to the unconscious Zhuo Qiuming and the other two. He first grabbed Zhuo Qiuming and activated the 5 spirit relics in his body. Instantly, a surging spiritual power invaded Zhuo Qiuming's brain. Zhuo Qiuming's consciousness had already been severely injured by Yuan Bingmei. Now, he could not withstand Chu Zhou's surging mental power at all. Transfer all your savings to your account. Zhuo Qiuming opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Chu Zhou blankly. He said woodenly, all right. With that, he opened a mysterious account page on his communications watch like a puppet and transferred the money to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou quickly asked Duan Gao and Song Yi to transfer the money to him. Song Yi was the same as Zhuo Qiuming. He did not have any ability to resist and was controlled by Chu Zhou. Then, he transferred all his savings to Chu Zhou. Duan Gao was a spiritual master. Even though his mind was severely injured by Yuan Bingmei, he already showed a trace of struggle, as if he was about to wake up. However, under the scouring of Chu Zhou's vast and terrifying mental strength, his consciousness was quickly controlled by Chu Zhou. Then, he transferred his savings to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked at the notification and smiled. The 3 of them transferred a total of 62 billion to me. Not bad. He muttered to himself and asked the 3 of them about the Shadow Alliance. Then, he waved his right hand casually and a saber beam slashed out, cutting off the heads of the helpless Zhuo Qiuming and the other 2. The pain of their heads being severed finally woke Zhuo Qiuming and the other 2 up. However, they knew that it was too late when they saw their own headless corpses. They looked at Chu Zhou indignantly, and their eyes slowly lost all their luster. On the top of a building hundreds of meters away from the grove, a handsome middle-aged uncle placed his hands on the edge of the balcony with a casual expression. Young people these days are really good at playing. The handsome middle-aged uncle muttered before jumping down from the top of the building. Chapter 177, Little Sister's Abnormality. I wonder if the huge change Yuan Bingmei mentioned is the same as what Supervisor Chen said? If so, what exactly do you mean? Chu Zhou was deep in thought, but he did not have any idea. He knew too little. However, no matter what it is, it won't affect me as long as I'm strong enough. He muttered to himself and quickly collected his thoughts. I've successfully hatched the 1000-star vine and obtained 62 billion alliance dollars during this trip. Overall, my gains are not bad. I'll head home now. Chu Zhou's figure moved and turned into an afterimage as he flew towards the Dragon Bay Gardens. In the wilderness, a mysterious underground research base. In an office, a young man in black with an arrogant expression placed his feet on the coffee table and played with a dagger in his right hand. He looked up at the clock on the wall. The time displayed on the clock was 1400 hours. The agreed time is up. Zhuo Qiuming and the others haven't brought Chu Zhou back or called back. It looks like they failed. The young man in black landed on the ground and stood up from the sofa. He walked to a window in the office and looked through it at the experimental subjects imprisoned in the steel cage and the white-robed researchers walking back and forth. A sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. Chu Zhou, probably the experts of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School are protecting you. However, how long can they protect you for? A huge change is about to happen. At that time, the Battleaxe Martial Arts School will be unable to take care of itself. You are destined to be my prey. You won't be able to escape. The black-robed young man smiled evilly. He exerted strength in his palm and crushed the dagger. Thin sand like iron powder flowed down his fist. Dragon Bay Gardens. Big brother, you're back. As soon as Chu Zhou returned home, his younger sister, Chu Yu, pounced on him happily and hung on him. I'm back. His father, Chu Donglei, had just returned from buying vegetables. He carried a fish in one hand and a bag of vegetables in the other. I took leave today. I came out to do something and came back home. Chu Zhou explained simply. You're back at the right time. I happened to buy vegetables. Let's have a good meal today. His father smiled and walked towards the kitchen. At this moment, his younger sister, Chu Yu, let go of Chu Zhou and posed coolly in front of him. She said to Chu Zhou excitedly, Big brother, can you tell what's different about me? You seem to have grown a little taller. It's not that. Big brother, take a closer look. There doesn't seem to be any changes. It's over. Big brother, you're blind. A little fatter. Ah. Big brother, I'm going to kill you. Chu Yu was going crazy. What kind of eyes did this stinky big brother have? He had looked at her for so long but he still could not see anything special about her. He actually said that she was a little fat. It was intolerable. Chu Yu was like an enraged wildcat as she rushed towards her big brother. I'm gonna scratch you. I'm gonna tear you apart. I'm gonna bite you. I'll make you blind. Who asked you to call me fat? Chu Yu's 2 9-yin skeleton claws scratched, tore, and pulled crazily. She even bit her little mouth continuously, wanting to teach her big brother a ruthless lesson. Unfortunately, her small head was pressed down by a strong hand. Her 9-yin skeleton claw and mouth could not reach Chu Zhou's body at all. She could only scratch, tear, pull, and bite the air. All right. I know that our Xiao is now an advanced apprentice. Is that good enough? Chu Zhou chuckled and said to his younger sister who was going crazy like a wild cat. The crazy Chu Yu stopped in her tracks and blinked at Chu Zhou. Big brother, have you seen through my current strength? I can tell. Chu Zhou let go of his sister's head and gave her a thumbs up. Our Xiao is only 13 years old and has already become an advanced apprentice. Impressive. You are so much better than me when I was at the same age. Chu Yu looked at her big brother's thumb. While she was smug, she was also a little embarrassed. Hehe, how can I compare to you, big brother? Many people on the internet have said that big brother, you're considered a top-notch monster even in the entire world. You have a chance of becoming the human martial god in the future. I'm not being too humble. How can my younger sister be bad? It's normal for her to beat me. Chu Zhou said with a smile. His expression suddenly turned slightly serious as he said. Logically speaking, you will only advance to an advanced apprentice right before you enter high school. Why did you suddenly advance? Can you tell big brother? His little sister's cultivation speed suddenly increased strangely. Chu Zhou had no choice but to care. I don't know why either. It's just that my body has been feeling cool recently when I cultivate. Then, my cultivation speed inexplicably increased. Then, for some reason, I became an advanced apprentice. Chu Yu said in a daze. Then, she looked at her big brother worriedly. Big brother, is there something wrong with my body? Don't worry. It's a good thing that your cultivation speed has increased. Chu Zhou comforted his sister and grabbed her little hand. I'll check you. As he spoke, he sent a trace of mental strength into his sister's body and silently sensed it. Suddenly, he was shocked. He felt a familiar power in his little sister's body. It was the power of the new moon bloodline. Moreover, the power of the new moon bloodline in his sister's body was much stronger than when he first awakened the new moon bloodline. Back then, he had only awakened 1%. Later on, he consumed a large number of attribute points to increase the new moon bloodline to 100%. Only then did the new moon bloodline completely awaken. However, the new moon bloodline in his sister's body was completely different. It was already close to 100%. In other words, it was very likely that his little sister would really awaken the new moon bloodline not long before. Sensing this, Chu Zhou basically understood why his sister's cultivation speed had suddenly increased strangely. It should be because the new moon bloodline was about to awaken. I didn't expect little Yu to have the new moon bloodline in her body. Moreover, Xiao's new moon bloodline is purer and stronger than mine back then. Chu Zhou sighed in his heart, feeling happy for his little sister. He knew very well how powerful the new moon bloodline was. The new moon bloodline was one of his most important trump cards. He could completely imagine that once his sister awakened the new moon bloodline, she would probably directly advance to an awakening realm martial artist. Moreover, she would be able to advance to a boundary realm martial artist in a few years. Without a doubt, his younger sister, Chu Yu, was a true genius. A genius even more monstrous than Xie Longyuan and the others. Big brother, is there something wrong with my body? Chu Yu said uneasily when she saw her big brother's silent expression. Ha ha ha, no problem. There's a very extraordinary power in your body that's about to awaken. This has caused your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds recently. Don't worry, this is a good thing. Chu Zhou laughed. A smile finally bloomed on Chu Yu's face after hearing Chu Zhou's words. Big brother, do you have such power in your body too? Of course. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. He flicked his sister's forehead with his finger and said, this power is very powerful. You'll know in the future. Hehe, our Xiao is also a monster. I'm also a monster. When Chu Yu heard her big brother's words, she giggled in a daze. I have the new moon bloodline on me, and so does Xiao. This is definitely not a coincidence. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and glanced at his father, who was cooking in the kitchen. Then, he walked over. Chapter 178, The Memory That Disappeared. Dragon Bay Gardens. At Chu Zhou's house. Chu Zhou walked into the kitchen and stood beside his father. He looked at him cooking busily and thought about what to say. Little Zhou, what's the matter? His father placed the fish in the iron pot and closed the lid. Then, he looked at Chu Zhou. Father. Xiao's cultivation speed has suddenly increased recently. Do you know about this? Chu Zhou asked. I know. Xiao told me. She's now an advanced apprentice. This should be a good thing. Is there a problem? His father's face revealed a confused expression. Father, I just checked Xiao's body. I know the reason why her cultivation speed increased. Chu Zhou stared into his father's eyes and said seriously. Dad, do you remember the new moon bloodline I once told you about? At that time, I even asked you if there was an expert with the new moon bloodline among our ancestors. I awakened the new moon bloodline. Now, Xiao is also about to awaken the new moon bloodline. Therefore, her recent cultivation speed has strangely increased. Xiao and I both have the new moon bloodline. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Dad, do you know something? Father Chu Donglei's expression froze slightly. There seemed to be something surging in his usually deep and calm eyes, but he quickly calmed down. New moon bloodline. I think this is related to your mother. His father's voice suddenly became a little low. Mom? This word was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was familiar because Chu Zhou often heard it in his daily life. It was unfamiliar, because Chu Zhou had never seen nor called out to mother in his memory. To be precise, as a transmigrator, he should know who his mother was since he was born with memories. In fact, he had many guesses. Among them, the most common guess was, could a very terrifying expert directly erase all his memories of his mother? He had also thought of asking his father for an answer. However, every time he saw his father's bleak appearance and his crippled leg, he fell silent. As a former adult, he vaguely guessed that something tragic might have happened to his father and he might have fallen into affliction because of it. He did not want his father, who had a limp and was working hard to support them, to be troubled by his problems or fall into some painful memory. Therefore, he had never asked his father about his mother. However, now that he had grown into a true powerhouse and his father's limp had recovered, he felt that he could try to ask. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and activated his origin power to envelop the kitchen to prevent sound from escaping. Then, he asked, "Dad, what's my mother's name?" His father stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes for a long time before saying slowly, "You've grown up. There are indeed some things that I should let you know. Your mother's name is Suluan Feng." "Suluan Feng? Hehe, my mother's name is quite nice." Chu Zhou chuckled, wanting to try to understand more about his mother. However, his father, Chu Donglei, had already begun to chase him away. "I've told you enough today. Don't hinder me from cooking. Hurry up and get out." Chu Zhou smiled faintly and did not continue asking. He removed the origin power that enveloped the room and left the kitchen. After Chu Zhou left the kitchen, a complicated expression appeared in Chu Donglei's eyes. "Feng, do you know that our son has already grown up and inherited your bloodline? 17 years. I listened to your theory and endured for a total of 17 years. If not for your persuasion, how could I have been threatened by those people? Hehe, what does destruction of humans have to do with me? I only care about you, Xiao Zhou, and Xiao Yu. Soon. When little Zhou has the ability to protect himself, I'll look for you. At that time, no one will be able to stop me. If people stop me, I'll kill them. If gods stop me, I'll kill them. If demons stop me, I'll kill them too." There seemed to be a trace of extreme demonic nature surging in the depths of his deep and vast eyes, as if a terrifying demon was about to awaken. However, soon, the extreme demonic nature surging in the depths of its eyes calmed down. On the surface, he still looked like an ordinary person. Even Chu Zhou did not notice anything abnormal. On this day, Chu Zhou accompanied his father and sister to a warm meal at home. His younger sister, Chu Yu, was the happiest. After knowing that a powerful force was about to awaken in her body, she regarded herself as a genius and joked that she would become a powerhouse in the future and help her brother. The next day, Chu Zhou returned to the supply base. After returning to the supply base, Chu Zhou suddenly thought of something. He should let Chen Bazhu know that he had advanced to the Boundary Realm martial artists. He contacted Chen Bazhu directly. "Supervisor Chen, I've succeeded. Did it work?" When Chen Bazhu heard Chu Zhou's words, he was a little puzzled at first, not knowing what Chu Zhou was talking about. However, a thought suddenly flashed across his mind. He looked straight at Chu Zhou and said with a trembling voice, "You're saying, you've successfully advanced to become a Boundary Realm martial artist?" "That's right." Chu Zhou nodded calmly. Chen Bazhu was stunned when he saw Chu Zhou nod. He seemed to have been struck by lightning and looked stunned. After a long time, he slowly woke up and looked at Chu Zhou in shock. "Chu Zhou. Dongfang Mingzu and the others are right. You're really a pervert. You're only 17 years old, but you've already become a Boundary Realm martial artist. This is really unimaginable!" he exclaimed and suddenly became excited. "Chu Zhou, I originally thought that you basically had no hope of winning the Global Human Genius competition this time. This is because other than you, there are also 4 very terrifying top-notch geniuses in the other competition areas. Those 4 top-notch geniuses are not stronger than you, but the youngest of them is 10 years older than you. Moreover, all of them have deep backgrounds and don't lack resources at all. Therefore, they all became Boundary Realm martial artists. I thought that it would be very difficult for you to defeat them. But now, you've also advanced to become a Boundary Realm martial artist. Moreover, you could fight above your level when you were at the control realm. Then, you have a chance to defeat them and become the number one in the world. Who are they? Chu Zhou was also interested in the four top-notch geniuses when he heard Chen Bazhu's words. Wait a moment, I'll send you their information. A moment later, Chen Bazhu sent a document to Chu Zhou. By the way, the matter of you advancing to the boundary realm is a huge matter to our Battleaxe martial arts school. I have to report your situation immediately. You're considered a big shot now that you've become a boundary realm martial artist. I believe the martial arts school will soon make arrangements for you. They might even arrange a higher position for you than me. By the way, the current situation is a little delicate. It's best if you don't spread the news of you being a boundary realm martial artist. Hide it for as long as you can. This way, you'll be safer. After Chen Bazhu finished speaking in a hurry, he ended the contact. He was probably in a hurry to inform his superiors. Four top-notch boundary realm geniuses? I want to see who they are. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and opened the document sent by Chen Bazhu. Chapter 179, Top 5 in the World. Chu Zhou opened the document that Chen Bazhu had passed through. There were 4 names and related information. Chu Lan, Boundary Realm, 27 years old. A disciple of the Chu family, the number 1 family in the Great Xia Kingdom's capital. Ever since he embarked on the path of martial arts, he had never lost. He was reputed to be the person with the highest chance of becoming an achievement martial god among the younger generation. Note, the Chu family is recognized as the strongest family in the world. It has given birth to many human martial gods. It is unfathomable. Og Saint, Boundary Realm, 28 years old. He was the most dazzling monster in Western Europe. He was a prodigy painstakingly nurtured by the headquarters of the Nature Martial Arts School. He was called the Son of God by the West and had once gone to the capital city to challenge Chu Lan. The outcome was unknown. Frederick, Boundary Realm, 29 years old. The strongest genius in Murica. He came from the martial god clan and had once swept through all the geniuses in Murica. He was extremely powerful. Kajyapa Shutuo, Boundary Realm. 28 years old, born into the oldest family in India. He was born noble. It was said that he had God spirit-like eyes and could see through fate. Chu Zhou looked at the information of the 4 people in the document. He could feel how powerful these 4 people were from the description. Not only were these 4 people all boundary realm experts, their identities and backgrounds were also very shocking. Without a doubt, they were true prodigies. However, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. The current him was not inferior to anyone in the younger generation. Even though these 4 people were very powerful in terms of strength and background, Chu Zhou was absolutely confident that he could suppress them. Hell, I didn't expect there to be someone with the same surname as me. Chu Zhou took a few more glances at the name Chu Lan. The first place in the global human genius competition must be mine. No one can stop me. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and closed the document. In the next few days, Chu Zhou returned to his previous lifestyle. Soon, the day of the regional finals of the Global Human Genius Competition arrived. October 1, 2020. The world-famous regional finals began. Countless people had long opened the live stream to watch the geniuses they were paying attention to. Chu Zhou woke up in the virtual battlefield again. However, the place where he woke up this time was no longer a human city, but a tropical forest. Has the scene of the competition changed? He glanced indifferently at the towering trees around him and looked at the screen on his left arm. Contestant, Chu Zhou. Points, 0. Ranking, none. Region, Guangdong Region. Selection rules, all participants will fight freely. The last 10 people will be the victors. The last 10 people will be ranked according to their points. Points rule, kill a contestant and obtain 1 point. At the same time, you can also plunder half of the other party's points. Ranking rules, the more points you have, the higher your ranking. This time, there was only 1 regional finals. Moreover, the rules of the competition had been adjusted. Only the last 10 people who lived to the end were the victors. The people who died would no longer be ranked. Chu Zhou did not care much about the rules. In any case, he would definitely win. I want to live a little longer. Don't kill me so quickly. I beg you. Which brat ambushed me? Screams and roars came from all over the tropical rainforest. They're starting to fight already. Chu Zhou smiled and leaned against a big tree. He closed his eyes and rested. He could not be bothered to participate in the battle now. It was fine as long as he entered the top 10 at the end. In the tropical rainforest, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, Yang Zhenzu, Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yushi, Gu Shi, and the others were like cheetahs. They quickly shuttled through the dense forest and easily took away lives. The other martial artists were not their match at all. Screams sounded. In less than 30 minutes, the other martial artists were all cleared by them. In the end, they surrounded Chu Zhou unanimously. Are they here? Chu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Big Sister Saber and the others. You seem to have become stronger again. Big Sister Saber and the others were secretly shocked when they saw Chu Zhou, who did not have any origin power fluctuations and looked like an ordinary person. They more or less understood the boundary realm. He knew that boundary realm experts could restrain their origin power to the limit. If they did not deliberately show their strength, they would not emit origin power fluctuations at all. They were like ordinary people. In Chu Zhou's current state, it was very likely that he had advanced to the boundary realm. Chu Zhou, have you advanced to the boundary realm? Xialong Yuan stared at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze and asked directly. However, Chu Zhou smiled and did not say anything. Seeing Chu Zhou like this, Xialong Yuan and the others basically knew the answer and immediately felt helpless. Chu Zhou had already beaten them up when he was still at the control realm. Now that Chu Zhou had already advanced to the boundary realm, how could he compare? There are still 11 people left. My head hurts. There seems to be one more person who is going to be eliminated. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen looked very calm. They all knew that Chu Zhou would not attack them. However, Xialong Yuan and the others' expressions were a little ugly. As long as they passed this round, they could successfully enter the global finals. At that time, not only would he be able to compete with geniuses from all over the world, he would also be nurtured by the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance. The benefits would be huge. Therefore, no one wanted to withdraw now. At this moment, Xialong Yuan suddenly attacked. His lightning-fast sword pierced through Gu Shi's body. Thank you, Long Yuan. Gu Shi looked at Xialong Yuan in shock and gritted his teeth. He did not expect Xialong Yuan to suddenly attack him. You're the weakest among us. It's natural for me to send you away. Xialong Yuan said expressionlessly. He shook his blood sword, and a blood-colored sword chi erupted from Gu Shi's body, shattering her into a blood mist. So ruthless. Bai Changming and the others looked at Xialong Yuan fearfully, as if they were afraid that he would attack them too. Everyone, there are only 10 people left. This means that we've all passed the competition. However, it's still early. Don't you want to test the difference between us and abnormal Chu Zhou? The result is set. Why don't we join forces and fight this abnormal person together so that we know how big the difference between us is? Xialong Yuan did not take it to heart at all about attacking Gu Shi. He only wanted to fight Chu Zhou again now. However, he knew that he was far from being Chu Zhou's match. Therefore, he prepared to pull the others along. Bai Changming and the others' eyes lit up. Xialong Yuan's suggestion seemed to be good. They also wanted to know how far apart they were from Chu Zhou. I agree to this suggestion. Big Sister Saber also spoke. She looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze. Her sharp eyes were already burning with passion. Clearly, she also wanted to fight her student. Hehe, Chu Zhou, I've known you for a while, but I've never fought you before. I also want to personally test your strength. Dongfang Mingzu also smiled. Blue water suddenly appeared around her and wrapped around her body like blue ribbons. I want to see how big the difference in strength between us is. Yang Zhenzhen also smiled. She took a step forward, and her hair turned platinum gold. An incomparably sharp metal aura seeped out of her body. Interesting. I'm involved in this battle. I want to see the difference between us even though I'm not your match. Let's fight. Bai Changming and the others echoed. Ha ha ha, my blood is boiling from the battle. Seeing that everyone agreed, Xialong Yuan could not help but laugh crazily. A blood light that soared into the sky spread out from his body and drowned a large area of the rainforest. The blood sword on his body clanged and his killing intent soared. Since you all want to play, I'll play with you. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw that Big Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan and the others were all filled with burning passion. He stretched lazily and casually broke a branch from the tree beside him. He held it in his hand. Threads of grey origin power quickly spread out from his hand and wrapped around the branch. Xialong Yuan and the others did not feel angry because Chu Zhou used branches as arms. Instead, their expressions were solemn. They had long known how terrifying Chu Zhou was. Even if Chu Zhou was holding a branch, they still regarded him as a great enemy. Kill! Almost instantly, Big Sister Saber, Xialong Yuan and the others attacked. Big Sister Saber held a sharp sword in her hand as her entire body was wrapped in lightning. She was like an ancient thunder god that had descended into the world. Her speed was like a thunderclap, and her attacks were incomparably powerful. Suddenly, a sword stabbed over, and hundreds of lightning followed. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and calmly waved his branch. A trace of world destruction saber intent swept out, annihilating all the lightning sword chi that attacked. At this moment, the attacks of Xialong Yuan, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen arrived. They tacitly attacked Chu Zhou from 3 directions, not giving him any room to dodge. However, Chu Zhou still waved the branch calmly a few times and easily blocked Xialong Yuan's blood sword, Dongfang Mingzu's azure water flow, and Yang Zhenzhen's platinum gold sword energy. Then, the attacks of Bai Changming, Ye Yun, Luo Yu, Pang He, and Zhu Yuxi arrived. Each of their attacks was extremely powerful, enough to severely injure or even kill normal limit-tier experts. However, they were still scattered by the ordinary branch in Chu Zhou's hand. Everyone, be awesome and exciting. There's no pressure in the game at all. It's boring to play. Chu Zhou's laughter entered Big Sister Saber and the others' ears, causing them to go completely berserk. Boom 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 boom. Big Sister Saber and the others all erupted. Numerous attacks continuously enveloped Chu Zhou. Terrifying explosions continuously sounded. The surging energy wreaked havoc like an avalanche. The surrounding earth was shattered into yellow sand. Trees fell one after another like dominoes. In less than 10 breaths, more than half of the tropical rainforest was destroyed by the attacks of Big Sister Saber and the others. However, Big Sister Saber and the others revealed helpless expressions. Chu Zhou was too powerful. It blocked all their attacks with just a branch. The ordinary branch seemed to have become a supreme divine artifact at this moment. With a light slash, it could smoothen out their various attacks. It's about time for the game to end. Chu Zhou smiled and walked out of the dust that filled the sky, but his clothes were spotless. Suddenly, his figure split into 6 and instantly passed through Xialong Yuan, Bai Changming, Ye Yun, Luo Yu, Pang He, Zhu Yuxi, and the others. A bloodline slowly appeared on the bodies of Xialong Yuan and the others. Then, they all split into 2 and turned into corpses. In the end, their corpses melted like bubbles. Chu Zhou, you're too abnormal. That's right. So perverted. The 9 of us joined forces but we actually didn't cause you any damage. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen clicked their tongues and sighed. Big Sister Saber did not say anything. However, she looked at Chu Zhou as if she was looking at a monster. In the outside world, all the audience watching the finals of the Guangdong Sea Area live stream sighed. Chu Zhou was too abnormal. Xialong Yuan and the others were no match for him at all. Soon, the competition ended. Chu Zhou became the champion of the Guangdong Regional Finals without any suspense. As the regional finals ended, someone also made a list of the monsters who performed the most prominently in the regional finals. This ranking was called the world's top 5, and it quickly caused a huge commotion. Among the top 5 in the world, there were 5 names. 4 of them were Chu Lan, Og Saint, Ferdrick and Kajia Shutuo, whom Chu Zhou had only known not long ago. The last was Chu Zhou. Chapter 180, World Attention, Reaction from All Sides. The appearance of the world's top 5 rankings was like a deep water bomb, causing a huge sensation worldwide. The social media websites, forums, news, and so on were all about the world's top 5. The trending topic on the Great Xia Kingdom's Weibo was also the rankings of the world's top 5. Countless people around the world were ignited by these rankings. They participated in discussions, likes, posts, and so on. Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick, and Xiaopa Shutuo have long been top geniuses whose names shake the world. They've been famous for many years, so it's not surprising that they can be ranked in the top 5 of the world. However, I didn't expect Chu Zhou to squeeze in too. This is a little surprising. That's right. Chu Zhou is too young. He's only 17 years old. The youngest of the other 4, Chu Lan, is already 27 years old. He's 10 years older than Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is too monstrous. Just thinking about his growth history makes me feel terrified. It's only been a few months since he became an Awakening Realm martial artist. In the blink of an eye, not only has he become a Control Realm martial artist, but he has also squeezed into the top 5 of the world. This speed of improvement is simply terrifying. Hiss, if you didn't mention it, I would have really forgotten that it was only a few months since he became an Awakening Realm martial artist. It's indeed unbelievable that his strength has increased to this extent in just a few months. This is a true monster. Don't measure them with common sense. Their existence doesn't make sense. Countless people around the world were discussing 5 of the world's top 5. Among them, Chu Zhou was the one who was discussed the most. Chu Zhou was really too young. Moreover, he had basically grown up under everyone's noses. His growth trajectory was simply a miracle. However, there were also many people who were unconvinced that Chu Zhou was ranked in the top 5 of the world. Especially those Control Realm martial artists who had also entered the global finals. Humph, Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick, and Xiaopa Shutuo. These 4 people have shocked the world for many years and have incomparably glorious battle records. There's nothing to say about them being in the top 5 of the world. But what right does Chu Zhou have? He can't be included in the top 5 just because he's younger and has enough potential. The top 5 of the world requires real strength. Chu Zhou's talent is indeed unparalleled. In the future, this world will be his. But now, he's still not qualified to be on equal footing with Chu Lan and the others. I've advanced to the limit of the Control Realm martial artists for many years and am only a step away from entering the Boundary Realm. I don't think I'm weaker than him. I'll defeat Chu Zhou in the global finals and prove that I'm more suitable to be in the top 5 of the world. Many Control Realm martial artists who had entered the global finals said indignantly in an interview with the media. Pfft, this trash wants to compare to Boss? If they know that Boss is already a Boundary Realm big shot, let's see if they still dare to shout. In the supply base, Shi Meng looked at the interview news of many Control Realm martial artists online and could not help but curse. Captain, it seems that many people are very unconvinced that you're ranked in the top 5 of the world. Do you want to announce your true strength and slap their faces? Li Qingshi said with a smile. No need. Let them talk. It's not like we'll lose a piece of meat. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. He did not care about the discussions and dissatisfaction of others at all. What he cared about now was how to continue increasing his strength quickly. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Boundary Realm Martial Artists, 27,000 Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 156 Physical Nirvana, 3%. Spirit Nirvana, 30/0. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS rank 150th level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS rank 5th level, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S rank 6th level, Earth Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, SS rank level 30, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, SS rank level 12, unupgradable. He looked at his attribute board and his gaze finally landed on the Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique. He was determined to accumulate a wave of attribute points first before upgrading the brand new Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique. There's still a month before the global finals. There's no need to be in such a hurry to buy the Advanced Tier Genetic Nutrient Solution. Even though the Advanced Tier Genetic Nutrient Solution is efficient, it's not as cost-effective as Commander-level monster meat. With the same money, the attribute points can be increased by buying Commander-level monster meat far more than buying Advanced Tier Genetic Nutrient Solutions. Thinking of this, Chu Zhou prepared to use the 62 billion alliance dollars he had just obtained to buy Commander-level monster meat. He opened the Martial Artist Mall. He chose the Commander-level monster meat he wanted to buy, placed the order and paid. After a process, he quickly completed the purchase. This time, he bought more than 260,000 caddies of commander-level monster meat, about 130 tons. Soon, the staff of the martial artist mall sent more than 130 tons of commander-level monster meat to the resupply base. Chu Zhou first placed the monster meat in cold warehouse No. 05 arranged for him on the Zhong mountain before secretly transferring a portion to his internal space. In the following days, he ate monster meat silently and accumulated attribute points as usual. Jinghua Base City. The Chu family. Chu Lan looked at the posts about Chu Zhou on the web page. In front of him were several detailed investigation information about Chu Zhou. He was very ordinary before advancing to a martial artist. After advancing to a martial artist, he quickly advanced from awakening realm to a control realm in just a few months. Moreover, his strength is comparable to a boundary realm martial artist now. Chapter 181, World Attention, Reaction from All Sides. Hehe, as expected of a descendant of our Chu family. You didn't embarrass our Chu family. Second uncle, you really know how to surprise people. You've been silent for so many years and actually nurtured a good son. But the reason why he could grow so quickly must be because of your full support, second uncle. With someone like you supporting him, even a pig can grow quickly. However, it's enough for me to be the only one in our Chu family in this generation. There's no need for another monster to appear. Chu Lan muttered to himself as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Men, he said suddenly. Young master. A shadow instantly stretched out from a corner and stood behind Chu Lan, turning into a humanoid shadow. Send some people to the Guangdong Sea area to test my good cousin. If his strength doesn't live up to its name, bring his head back to me. Of course, everyone who goes to the Guangdong Sea area has to hide their identity. You should know how to deal with it even without my reminder. Chu Lan said calmly to the humanoid shadow rays. Understood. As the humanoid shadow rays spoke, it instantly disappeared. My good cousin, I hope you'll like it. This gift from this cousin I've never met. Chu Lan looked in the direction where the humanoid shadow rays disappeared, his gaze as cold as ice. In the west. The Nature Base City, where the global headquarters of the Nature Martial Arts School was. A tall and strong white-haired young man in white pants and a naked upper body was fighting 10 Boundary Realm martial artists in a huge arena. The 10 Boundary Realm martial artists erupted with a tsunami-like origin-powered tsunami from their bodies. All of them moved at high speeds and launched violent attacks at the golden-haired young man in the middle. However, all their attacks were blocked by the 6 spinning energy shields around the golden-haired young man. Solar breathing technique. The golden-haired young man suddenly took a deep breath. The sunlight projected from the sky instantly turned into a beam of light and landed on him. Other than the beam of light, the entire arena became dark. A solar storm. The golden-haired young man devoured the beam of light that gathered vast sunlight energy and suddenly opened his hands. With a loud bang, endless light, flames, energy, high-energy particle flow, and so on instantly erupted from the golden-haired young man's body. The entire arena was instantly filled with vast flames. The expressions of the 10 people who were attacking the golden-haired young man instantly changed drastically. They wanted to escape, but they were too late. They were blasted flying by the terrifying energy and spat out blood, falling to the edge of the arena. Too weak, boring. The golden-haired young man said unhappily when he saw that he had defeated 10 Boundary Realm martial artists so quickly. Og Saint, it's not that they're weak, but you're too strong. A tall black-haired Western woman walked in with a windbreaker and handed it to the golden-haired young man who had landed on the ground. Og Saint, you're getting more and more proficient in the solar breathing technique and other combat techniques that the supervisor taught you. I'm afraid no one of the same generation is your match. The Western woman praised. As long as I don't defeat Chu Lan, I won't be without an opponent. Og Saint put on his cloak and said calmly. Og Saint, is that Chu Lan really so powerful? Even you at your current state can't defeat him. The Western woman was a little shocked. He's indeed very powerful. As for whether I can defeat him, I'll only know after I fight him. Og Saint seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of passion flashed across his eyes. By the way, Og Saint, someone has recently created a ranking of the top 5 in the world. In addition to you, Chu Lan, Frederick, and Kajia Shutuo are also on the rankings. There's also someone else. You probably wouldn't have thought that he's Chu Zhou, who caused a sensation in the underworld a while ago. This Chu Zhou is only 17 years old, but he's already on par with the four of you. It's really unbelievable. Are you interested in him? The Western woman said. Not interested. What nonsense about the top 5 in the world. Other than Chu Lan, no one else is qualified to be my opponent. Saint said coldly and walked out of the bestial battle arena alone. The Western woman looked at Saint's back and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Saint, this Chu Zhou is really not simple. You might have underestimated him too much. The Western woman looked at the information about Chu Zhou in her hand and muttered to herself. She had wanted to hand this information to Saint and ask him to be careful of Chu Zhou. However, looking at Saint now, he only had eyes for Chu Lan and did not take it to heart at all, so she could only give up. Murika, in an uninhabited mountain range. A 3-meter-tall figure suddenly fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Boom! The burly figure directly shattered a stone mountain made of rocks. The stone mountain collapsed, and countless gravel shot into the sky. As for the burly figure, he patted his body and stood up from the gravel as if nothing had happened. Frederick, you're the strongest genius in Murika, representing the dignity of our country. Can you not be so childish and do free fall all day long? You're either smashing here or there. It's too disgraceful. Frederick, can we be normal people, okay? A Western middle-aged man walked over cursing. You don't understand. This is extreme sports. You can only break through yourself by constantly challenging the limit. I heard that there's an interesting young man in the top 5 of the world this time. He cultivated the lost extreme titanium golden body to the 5th level. I'm very interested in him. I want to know if his body is stronger or mine. As Frederick spoke, he rose into the air and descended. He changed his position and fell again. What a crackpot! Who dares to compete with you in physical strength in this world? The Western middle-aged man looked at Frederick, who continued to do free fall, and said helplessly. In India. In a manner filled with religious aura. An Indian young man in a white robe sat cross-legged in the void. There was also a golden snake wrapped around his body. This Indian young man was looking at the web page and the 5 names on the list of the world's top 5. I will follow the call of fate and follow in the footsteps of Changa Saha to become the savior of this world. I will reform those who stand in my way. Kajyapa Shutwo smiled with a faint zen aura. The maids who entered the fruit basket were stunned when they saw Kajyapa Shutwo, as if they were lost in some peaceful zen realm. Chapter 182, 108 Spirit Relics. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 15 days had passed. Chu Zhou ignored the commotion outside and silently carried out missions in the supply base. He also ate a large amount of commander-level monster meat every day and kept accumulating attribute points. When he was at the control realm, he could eat 1,000 caddies of commander-level monster meat per meal. After he became a boundary realm martial artist, his body underwent a metamorphosis, and his digestive ability became even more terrifying. Now, he could eat 5,000 caddies of commander-level monster meat with a single meal. In other words, he could eat 15,000 caddies of commander-level monster meat in a day. This number sounded terrifying. Of course, this was because Chu Zhou had the attribute board. If it were another boundary realm martial artist, even if they could eat so much, they would not dare to eat them at all. If there was too much nutrition left, it would cause their bodies to be unable to withstand it and cause their bodies to completely collapse. He consumed 15,000 caddies of commander-level monster meat a day. 15 days meant 225,000 caddies. Chu Zhou bought a total of 260,000 caddies of monster meat. In the blink of an eye, there were only 35,000 caddies left. It could be said that the speed at which the monster meat was consumed was very shocking. Of course, even though the consumption of monster meat was astonishing, Chu Zhou was very satisfied with the additional attribute points. Attribute points, 1,518,906, plus 1,518,750. His attribute points had increased by more than 1.51 million. Upgrade the treasure pagoda meditation technique that fused soul fission and soul fusion. With a thought, Chu Zhou chose to upgrade the new treasure pagoda meditation technique without hesitation. Instantly, the attribute board trembled violently. Under the effect of his stats superpower, Chu Zhou naturally began to cultivate the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. In his mind, he visualized a huge six-sided treasure pagoda standing in the starry sky. At the same time, the words about soul fission and soul fusion in the secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion, appeared in his mind. Numerous words about soul fusion and soul splitting appeared in the starry sky where the hexagonal treasure pagoda was located. Under the push of a mysterious force, they slowly integrated into the huge hexagonal treasure pagoda. Boom! The six-sided treasure pagoda in the starry sky suddenly emitted an incomparably resplendent light. It seemed to be undergoing a mysterious transformation. Suddenly, the hexagonal treasure pagoda trembled violently. The spirit relic on the top of the pagoda, as well as the other 4 relics that were revolving around it, began to tremble violently. Following that, the 5 relics split into 108 tiny relics the size of soybeans. Then, it kept revolving around the top of the tower. Chu Zhou's faces faintly appeared on the 108 small relics. Furthermore, the expressions of each face were different. Some had cold expressions, some were arrogant, some were murderous, some smiled, and some glared angrily. 108 faces with different expressions were like 108 Chu Zhous. Is this the new treasure pagoda meditation technique? Is this soul fission? What a magical feeling! Chu Zhou stared at the 108 small relics. He had a very magical feeling. He felt the existence of 108 different versions of himself. Moreover, these 108 selves had the ability to think and deduce independently. This discovery shocked him greatly. He knew all too well what that meant. There were not many people in the world who could multitask with 2 tasks simultaneously. There were even fewer who could multitask with 3 tasks simultaneously. Even a martial god level spirit reader might not be able to multitask with 4 tasks simultaneously. Moreover, what was said above about multitasking was actually not very accurate. This was because it was very difficult for a person to have more than 2 independent thoughts that did not interfere with each other at the same time. Different thoughts would more or less interfere. Now, Chu Zhou could perfectly do 108 things at once. With 108 thoughts, they could think independently and not interfere with each other. This was simply a miracle for humans. If other spiritual masters knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. Such an ability was too helpful to spiritual masters. Think about it, other spiritual masters could only use 1 illusion at a time, but if he could use 108 illusions at the same time, it would be obvious who was stronger. It was the same for other mental attacks. However, Chu Zhou felt that the greatest benefit was that all 108 thoughts had the ability to think and deduce independently. In that case, he could allow all 108 thoughts to comprehend a cultivation technique, combat technique, and so on. This efficiency was 108 times that of others. This ability was simply heaven-defying. It was definitely a divine skill. It could be said that Chu Zhou was still a top-notch genius even without the attribute board, far surpassing other top-notch geniuses. The attribute board is still awesome. Even though the soul fission in the secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion can split the spiritual consciousness into many parts, this division is more to facilitate the cleansing of the useless memories and personalities in the split consciousness, in preparation for the subsequent soul fusion. Moreover, it's very difficult for the split consciousness to be completely independent. There's still a lot of connection between them. However, after the modification and optimization of the attribute board, the current soul fission and the split consciousness and personality directly became independent. It also has the ability to think and deduce independently. Moreover, it won't affect the main consciousness and the main slot. Such optimization is really perfect. Chu Zhou exclaimed. Then, he checked the brand new Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. In addition to soul fission, soul fusion was also integrated into the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. Soul fission underwent a huge change. On the other hand, the core part of soul fusion did not change much. The attribute board only made some optimizations and adjustments to make soul fusion safer and more efficient. In short, he was very satisfied with the optimization results of the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. He glanced at his attribute board. Attribute points, 1,018,906. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, SSS grade level 12, 108 relics, unupgradable. This time, he spent 500,000 attribute points to optimize the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. After the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique fused with the content of Soul Fission and Soul Fusion, its level directly rose to SSS. Even though the number of levels had not changed, its essence and power had changed. Chu Zhou was confident. Even though the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique was rated SSS, he felt that the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique far exceeded all the SSS grade meditation techniques in the martial artist mall. This was because even the Mandala meditation technique, which had always been known as the strongest meditation technique, could not have such strange abilities like Soul Fission and Soul Fusion. It was also impossible to split a person's consciousness into 108 parts, and each consciousness was independent and had the ability to think and deduce independently. I still have about 1 million attribute points left. I'll use them to upgrade the physical nirvana evolution path. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. The next moment, his attribute board flashed again. Plop! Plop! His heart began to beat like a giant drum. A vast blood energy surged out of his heart and spread to his liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, small intestines, gallbladder, stomach, large intestines, bladder, and other internal organs, strengthening and transforming them. After a while, the modification was completed. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Boundary Realm Martial Artists, 28,000 Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 18,906. Physical Nirvana, 10%, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 30/0, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS rank 150th level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS rank 5th level, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S rank 6th level, Earth Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, SS rank level 30, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, SSS grade level 12, 108 relics, unupgradable. Life field energy increased by 1000. His physical nirvana had also reached 10%. Just as Chu Zhou was focused on improving himself, a team of black-robed figures appeared in a valley 50 kilometers away from the supply base. These black-robed men were all silent like death gods, with their bodies emitted a strong cold aura. Chapter 183, Apprentice Inspector. In the supply base, Chu Zhou had just finished upgrading when Chen Bazhu called. Chu Zhou, from today onwards, I'll call you an Apprentice Inspector. Chen Bazhu's three-dimensional bust floated in front of Chu Zhou and said to him with a smile. Chu Zhou was dumbfounded. Supervisor Chen, what Apprentice Inspector? This is our Battleaxe Martial Arts School's global headquarters arrangement for you after learning that you've become a Boundary Realm martial artist. Chen Bazhu said seriously. Chu Zhou, the positions in our Battleaxe Martial Arts School are roughly Supervisor, Patrol Ambassador, Inspector/President, Apprentice. Inspector/Head, Chief Instructor and Instructor. Supervisor, you should know that it's Dragon. He's the founder of our Battleaxe Martial Arts School and also the person with the highest status and power. Patrol Ambassador, also known as the Global Patrol Ambassador, is a position second only to the Supervisor in our Battleaxe Martial Arts School. There are 8 Patrol Ambassadors in our Battleaxe Martial Arts School. They are all human martial gods. Below the Patrol Ambassador are the Inspector and the President of the base city. In terms of rank, the Inspector and the President are the same. The Inspector doesn't usually manage things and is only responsible for supervising. However, the Inspector reports directly to the global headquarters and gives regular updates to the headquarters about the situation in the base city. At critical moments, he can also mobilize all the Battleaxe Martial Arts School martial artists in the base city. Therefore, the status of the Inspector is faintly above that of the President. From this, it can be seen how important the position of Inspector is. Apprentice Inspector, as the name implies, is a backup inspector. This position is actually not permanent. Only when a true genius appears and has a high chance of becoming the human martial god will he be appointed. This time, the headquarters arranged for you to become our apprentice inspector in the Guangdong area. It can be seen how much importance the headquarters attaches to you. If you don't have to become a King Realm expert to be qualified to be an inspector, I reckon that the headquarters will directly let you be an inspector this time. Chen Bazhu sighed deeply, his gaze was a little complicated when looking at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was only 17 years old, but he had already become an apprentice inspector. His status was the same as him. No, his status was even higher than a supervisor like him. Once Chu Zhou advanced to the King realm in the future, it was very likely that he would advance to a true inspector. In that case, Chu Zhou would become the true leader of the Battleaxe martial arts school in the Guangdong area. Compared to Chu Zhou, Chen Bazhu seemed too incompetent. However, when he thought about how he had personally nurtured Chu Zhou, Chen Bazhu felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Moreover, Chu Zhou had a close relationship with him. The greater Chu Zhou's achievements, the more beneficial it would be to him. After figuring this out, Chen Bazhu's mood quickly improved. Chu Zhou was stunned. He did not expect the headquarters to think so highly of him and actually arrange such an important position for him to become an apprentice inspector. In this way, his status in the Battleaxe martial arts school was on the same level as Chen Bazhu, or even higher. Chu Zhou, originally, you had to hold a press conference to announce your identity to society regarding your becoming an apprentice inspector. However, the headquarters means that the situation is delicate now. Revealing your identity as an apprentice inspector will only put you in danger. Therefore, there's no need to hold a press conference. In addition, you have become the apprentice inspector of our Battleaxe martial arts school. You also have the right to move freely. You don't have to follow the mission arrangements at the supply base. When there's a critical mission, the martial arts school will inform you directly. In addition, you have become the apprentice inspector of our Battleaxe martial arts school. You also have the right to move freely. You don't have to follow the mission arrangements at the supply base. When there's a critical mission, the martial arts school will inform you directly. There are also some situations regarding apprentice inspectors. The martial arts school will inform you. I won't say much. With that, Chen Bazhu ended the call. Beep beep beep. Chu Zhou received a notice as soon as he ended the call with Chen Bazhu. Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. The headquarters has decided to appoint you as the apprentice inspector of the Guangdong area. Your main duty is to supervise the situation of the Battleaxe martial arts school in the Guangdong area and report regularly to the headquarters. This appointment letter will take effect from the date it is issued. Battleaxe martial arts school's global headquarters. On October 16, 2030. It was a letter of appointment. There was also an appendix. It detailed the duties of an apprentice inspector. In addition, there was actually the contact information of Dragon. I actually became an apprentice inspector in the blink of an eye. In that case, I can be considered a real big shot in the Guangdong base city now. As Chu Zhou read the contents of the appointment letter, he recalled his solemn mentality when he saw Chen Bazhu and the other big shots. He could not help but smile. It was difficult to feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He took a closer look at the appendix regarding the duties of an apprentice inspector. In the end, he discovered that apprentice inspector was actually a position with a high position but very few affairs. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for a director at all, but at the critical moment, he had to stand up. That's good too. Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Such a casual position was just right for him. If he really had to manage things normally, he would have a headache. He felt that he still had enough time to cultivate. He did not have any extra time to waste on other things. Beep beep. His communications watch rang. Chu Zhou looked down and realized that it was a call from Lu Wanjun. He tapped on his communications watch and Lu Wanjun's figure appeared in front of him. Chu Zhou, you really hit it well. You didn't even tell me that you had advanced to the Boundary Realm martial artists. If it weren't for the call from the Battleaxe martial arts school's headquarters, I wouldn't have known about your situation. Could you be treating this old man as an outsider? Lu Wanjun said with slight dissatisfaction. Elder Lu, you must be joking. You're in charge of the entire southern defense line of the Guangdong area. You have a lot of work to do every day. How can I disturb you with such a small matter? Chu Zhou hurriedly apologized. Is that a small matter? Tisk tisk, a 17-year-old Boundary Realm master. If those beast masters and emperor-level masters knew about this, they would probably not be able to sleep and would try their best to kill you. Even many scum among us humans will probably not let you off. Lu Wanjun snorted and clicked his tongue. Then, he looked at Chu Zhou in surprise. Battleaxe Martial Arts School really values you. They actually arranged for you to become an apprentice inspector. From the looks of it, they're preparing to make you the inspector of the Guangdong area and the leader of the Guangdong area. At that time, your status will be even higher than mine. Elder Lu, you've embarrassed yourself. It's too difficult to become a king realm. Even though I'm jumping around happily now, I don't know how long it will take for me to become a king realm, Chu Zhou said humbly. I believe what others say. But I don't believe what you say. Old Lu glanced at Chu Zhou. He knew that Chu Zhou had soared from an awakening realm martial artist to a limitless person in just a few months. This kid was too abnormal. Who knew if this kid would become a king realm expert soon? By the way, kid, logically speaking, now that you've become the apprentice inspector of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, I can't mobilize you anymore. But I'm preparing to organize a counter-attack against many commander-level monsters. Are you interested in participating? Lu Wanjun said. A counter-attack against many commander-level monsters? Chu Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard that. His monster meat was about to run out. He was just worrying about how to replenish it. Such an operation was timely. How could he miss it? I'm interested, very interested. Chu Zhou hurriedly said. Chapter 184, Counterattack. Late at night. On a small mountain, Chu Zhou, General Shuet and dozens of figures stood together. The commander of the defense line, Lu Wanjun, floated in front of them. Everyone, this operation is a counterattack against the monsters. The goal is to kill the many commander-level monsters behind the beast tide. I'll send you the information on the target that each of you has to deal with. In a while, our side will launch a fierce attack on the monsters to cover your actions. You have to take this opportunity to hide behind the beast tide and quickly kill the target. As for the beast master controlling the beast tide behind the scenes, the golden-winged thunder eagle, I will stall it and buy you time. In short, remember 3 words for this operation: fast, ruthless, and accurate. After killing the target, return to the supply base immediately. Lu Wanjun said to Chu Zhou and the others with a solemn expression. Chu Zhou and the others nodded silently and remembered Lu Wanjun's reminder. Boom 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 boom. Not long after Lu Wanjun finished speaking, the nuclear tanks, armored nuclear vehicles, missile transport vehicles, ion cannon war chariots, armed helicopters, fighter jets, and drones on the defense line suddenly fired at the same time. Huge cannonballs streaked across the sky, leaving long traces. The overwhelming cannon fire bombarded the waves of monsters that surged over like a tidal wave and swept across the ground. Countless monsters were blasted into pieces, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Millions of soldiers also pulled the trigger crazily. It was as if a metal storm had set off in front of the entire defense line. Countless bullets were surging like a storm. Densely packed monsters fell one after another like harvested wheat. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists on the defense line suddenly became excited. They ignored the consumption and attacked the monster crazily. This was the first time after the beast tide appeared that the humans on this line of defense took the initiative to attack the monsters. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with cannon fire. Countless monsters were stunned and turned into corpses. Move out! At this moment, Lu Wanjun suddenly gave an order and took the lead to soar into the sky as a blurry after-image. Whoosh! 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 Chu Zhou and the others looked at each other and turned into after-images as they chased after Lu Wanjun. Under normal circumstances, there would be a large number of flying monsters patrolling in the sky. However, the wave of violent attacks from the humans just now had almost wiped out all the flying monsters patrolling in the sky. Therefore, when Chu Zhou and the others rushed into the sky above the battlefield, they were not blocked or surrounded by flying monsters. As for the monsters on the ground, almost all of them died under the saturated bombardment. The remaining monsters were also in chaos and did not notice Chu Zhou and the others flashing across the sky. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others transmigrated to the entire battlefield. Then, they split up. My target is a commander-level arrow eagle, the gold-armored beast, and the multi-headed hydra. Now, the mirror moon cliff where the arrow eagle lives is the closest to me. Let's attack the arrow eagle first. Chu Zhou glanced at the 3 coordinates displayed on the screen of his communications watch. With a thought, he immediately flew towards the mirror moon cliff at full speed. Mirror moon cliff was a cliff shaped like a crescent moon. Because one side of the cliff was extremely smooth like a mirror, it was named Mirror Moon. The Mirror Moon Cliff was not far from the supply base. It was also because Mirror Moon Cliff had a unique shape. Many martial artists treated this place as a scene spot. Usually, after hunting in the wilderness, he liked to rest at Mirror Moon Cliff. However, ever since the beast tide erupted, Mirror Moon Cliff had been occupied by the Arrow Eagle clan that had come out of the depths of the wilderness. When Chu Zhou arrived at Mirror Moon Cliff, he immediately saw more than 10 golden arrow eagles circling above it. The golden arrow eagles were the size of fighter jets. Their bodies shone with a metallic luster, as if they were made of metal. And when they flew, they were definitely different from normal bird monsters. They shot out like arrows. Not only were they as fast as lightning, but their trajectories were also straight. Chu Zhou appeared in the sky above Mirror Moon Cliff and was immediately discovered by the dozen arrow eagles circling in the sky. Shriek! 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 Arrow eagles immediately cried out. Their voices were sharp and ear-piercing, and their penetration was extremely strong. Then, the dozen arrow eagles shot towards Chu Zhou like huge golden arrows. A huge sonic boom sounded in the sky. Chu Zhou did not take it to heart. His target was Commander-level Arrow Eagle, who resided here. Go, kill them! As he spoke, a 100-meter-long black metal vine immediately shot out from his body. Like a ferocious black dragon, it attacked dozens of Arrow Eagles. Pu pu pu. Even the dozens of Boundary Realm martial artists in black suits from the Shadow Alliance were no match for the 1,000-star vine. These Control Realm Arrow Eagles were even more so. The sharp sound of something piercing through flesh could be heard. More than 10 arrow eagles that shot over like golden arrows were pierced through by the 1,000-star vine and flew in the air. Shriek! A piercing cry sounded from Mirror Moon Cliff. That voice contained an incomparably furious killing intent. A huge figure that was 5 times larger than the arrow eagles from before soared into the sky like an arrow and appeared in the sky. Terrifying origin power fluctuations emanated from its body. Without a doubt, this was Commander-level Arrow Eagle. Commander-level Arrow Eagle looked at his clansman who had been pierced by the 1,000-star vine and then at Chu Zhou. His sharp eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Boom! It flapped its wings fiercely, stirring up a huge storm that swept through a radius of dozens of kilometers. As for itself, it was like a golden bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky, piercing towards Chu Zhou at a terrifying speed that exceeded dozens of times the speed of sound. Its speed was too fast and its strength was too strong. It directly opened up a transparent vacuum passageway in the void. At this moment, the area within a radius of a few kilometers trembled, as if this world was about to be penetrated by Commander-level Arrow Eagle. That terrifying energy fluctuation was hair-raising. The Arrow Eagle was famous for its penetrative power. Chu Zhou had once seen a video of an Arrow Eagle invading a human city. A Boundary Realm Arrow Eagle could instantly penetrate hundreds of human skyscrapers. Most of the Boundary Realm martial artists didn't dare to face Commander-level Arrow Eagle's attack head-on. However, this did not include Chu Zhou. Fast, ruthless, and accurate. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He looked calmly at the Arrow Eagle. Commander level that was charging at him at lightning speed. 108 miniature hexagonal treasure pagodas suddenly shot out from his eyes and blasted into the Arrow Eagle Commander level's eyes. Bang! The Commander level Arrow Eagle didn't even have time to scream before its head exploded. Its huge body rushed towards Chu Zhou as if it was inertial. He casually grabbed it and stored it in his internal space. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 1,000-star vine brought over the corpses of more than 10 Control Realm Arrow Eagles and stored them in his internal space. When the internal space first appeared, it was only 10 meters wide, 10 meters long, and 10 meters tall, which was 1,000 cubic meters. However, when he raised his new moon bloodline to 100% of his wings, his internal space immediately upgraded to 100 meters wide, 100 meters long, and 100 meters tall. Its volume reached 1 million cubic meters. Therefore, it was enough to accommodate the corpses of these Arrow Eagles. When Chu Zhou thought about how these Arrow Eagles could increase his attribute points by at least 1 million, he was in a very good mood. His figure moved as he flew towards the next coordinate. Chapter 185, The Three-Headed Hydra. In a majestic mountain range, Chu Zhou was floating in midair, confronting a ferocious behemoth that was more than 10 stories tall. This ferocious behemoth was covered in golden scales. Its eyes were long and narrow, and its limbs were thick and huge. Its tail was flat and long, and its back was slightly bulging. This ferocious behemoth stood in the mountain range like a demonic mountain, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that was oppressive and suffocating. This was Chu Zhou's target, this time the gold-armored beast. The gold-armored beast was a pangolin-type monster. It was an extremely powerful monster. It had extraordinary realm power after being born for just 1 month. Chu Zhou stared at the gold-armored beast in front of him with joy in his eyes. The gold-armored beast in front of him was much larger than the commander-level arrow eagle. Its weight was probably several times that of the arrow eagle. In that case, as long as he ate this gold-armored beast, he would probably be able to increase his attribute points by millions. Roar! The gold-armored beast looked at the human in front of it in fear. It roared angrily, and the surrounding earth surged like a tide. Rows of earth spikes appeared. Yellow earth elements surged on its body, and a heavy and oppressive aura spread from its body like water waves. It sensed a strong sense of danger from the human in front of it. It tried to use this method to warn the human in front of it and make him retreat. However, how could Chu Zhou retreat? In his eyes, the gold-armored beast was no longer a monster, it was a large number of attribute points. He had no reason to let go of so many attribute points. Die! Chu Zhou used the same trick again and launched a mental attack on the gold-armored beast. In his mind, 108 spirit relics vibrated at the same time. The 108 hexagonal treasure pagoda shadows immediately shot out from his eyes and blasted into the gold-armored beast's brain. Howl! The gold-armored beast wailed in pain. Its huge body collapsed into the mountain range with a bang. Blood flowed from its eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and other 7 apertures. However, its mental consciousness was clearly much stronger than the arrow eagle. It was not directly shattered. It rolled and struggled crazily in the mountain range, its 2 huge claws constantly slapping the earth. Immediately, rows of huge earth spikes broke out of the ground and shot towards Chu Zhou in the sky like huge arrows. Dense earth spikes covered every corner of the void, giving Chu Zhou no room to dodge. However, Chu Zhou did not need to dodge. The 1,000-star vine wrapped around his body. The 2 ends of the vine were like 2 huge whips that swung rapidly, leaving dense after images. All the earth spikes that were 10 meters away from Chu Zhou's body were shattered by the 1,000-star vine. I can't destroy its body. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to collect it. Then, let's use this move. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He suddenly reached behind him and held the Dragon Tooth Battle Saber in his hand. World Destruction Saber Art Frost. In an instant, he slashed at the gold-armored beast. A cold saber intent burst out. A huge saber shadow that was as cold as ice appeared in the void. Lightning pierced through the gold-armored beast's body. Almost instantly, the rolling gold-armored beast stopped struggling and was frozen. Chu Zhou flew to the frozen gold-armored beast's corpse and stored it in his internal space. Commander-level Arrow Eagle, Gold-armored beast, 2 of the 3 targets have been killed. There's only one last target left, the multi-headed Hydra. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and soared into the sky, turning into an after-image and disappearing. Soon, he arrived at the location of the multi-headed Hydra Blackwater Lake. As soon as Chu Zhou arrived at the Blackwater Lake, he was discovered by the multi-headed Hydra living in the Blackwater Lake. Boom! A huge creature broke out of the water, bringing with it water that filled the sky. The entire Blackwater Lake's water was surging. It was a terrifying monster with 3 snake heads, but its body was like a lizard. It was the size of a small mountain. Chu Zhou's expression turned solemn for the first time looking at the multi-headed Hydra in front of him. The multi-headed Hydra was not evolved from a lizard, nor was it evolved from a snake. Instead, it was suspected to be a mutated monster born after a snake-type monster mated with a lizard-type monster. This race was also one of the most terrifying monster races in the world. It had the potential to become an emperor-level creature. The strength of the multi-headed Hydra was divided according to the number of heads. The 3-headed ones were commander level. 6-headed ones were beastmasters and 9-headed ones were at emperor level. There was a terrifying emperor-level creature that had grown into a 9-headed Hydra in the entire world. It was one of the greatest threats to humanity. The 3-headed Hydra in front of him only had 3 heads. Of course, it was not as terrifying as the 9-headed Hydra and was far inferior to the 6-headed Hydra. But even so, Chu Zhou became cautious. After all, this race was far stronger than monsters of the same level. If Chu Zhou was a human genius, then this 3-headed Hydra in front of him was a monster among monsters. When the 3-headed Hydra saw Chu Zhou, it did not hesitate and attacked. Boom! The snake head on its right suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a black venomous torrent at Chu Zhou. The toxicity of the venom torrent was so strong that it made one's expression change drastically. It was as if even the void had been corroded, and a sizzling sound could be heard. Chu Zhou had already investigated the multi-headed Hydra when he knew that one of his 3 targets was it. He knew very well how terrifying the venom of the multi-headed Hydra was. This venom could even corrode SS-rank alloys among humans. Even though his body was powerful, he would not risk his life to try to resist the venom. His figure retreated at lightning speed, leaving behind after images. At the same time, phantoms of 6-sided treasure pagodas flew out from his eyes and blasted into the snake head that was spewing venom. Hiss! A shrill and hoarse voice came from the snake's mouth, and its entire head could not help but tilt. The venomous torrent tilted and sprayed onto a nearby hill. Visible to the naked eye, the small hill and all the plants on it were quickly corroded and melted into a black sticky substance. The venom of the multi-headed Hydra is indeed untouchable. When Chu Zhou saw the scene in front of him, he was secretly shocked and became even more careful. After one of the multi-headed Hydra's snake heads screamed miserably from Chu Zhou's mental attack, the other 2 snake heads angrily locked onto Chu Zhou at the same time. One of the snake heads spat out a terrifying white cold stream at Chu Zhou. As soon as the white cold current appeared, a bone-chilling coldness quickly spread. A large area of the lake, as well as the nearby hills, was frozen. Even the sky began to snow. Chu Zhou also felt that his blood was about to be frozen. He snorted coldly and circulated the basic breathing technique. He circulated his origin power to expel the chill in his blood. Let's see if your cold current is stronger or my world destruction saber technique. He sneered and slashed out with lightning speed, using the world destruction saber technique Frost. Boom! A huge ice and snow saber shadow slashed at the surging cold current, erupting with a chill that could freeze everything. In an instant, the terrifying cold current was forcefully frozen. A chill that made one tremble spread along the frozen cold current towards the 3-headed Hydra. The 3-headed Hydra's 6 eyes revealed an expression of disbelief and fear. Its 3rd head was originally aimed at Chu Zhou, but at this moment, it turned to aim at the ice pillar formed by the cold current. A stream of green flames spewed out with a bang, directly breaking the ice and isolating the coldness spreading to its body. Then, its huge body soared into the air. The 3 heads and 6 eyes looked at Chu Zhou coldly, their killing intent condensing. It's said that the multi-headed Hydra has a much higher chance of growing into a Beastmaster or Emperor level than other monsters. Today, I killed a 3-headed Hydra here. It can be considered as cutting off future calamities for humans. Furthermore, monsters with the potential to become Beastmasters and Emperor level must be delicious. Chu Zhou calmly looked up at the multi-headed Hydra in the sky and muttered to himself. The 3-headed Hydra in the sky seemed to understand Chu Zhou's words. Its 3 snake heads let out angry and hoarse roars. The 3 snake heads attacked Chu Zhou at the same time. The venom torrent, the white cold current, the green fire torrent. 3 terrifying torrents attacked Chu Zhou at the same time. Chu Zhou laughed loudly and charged at the 3-headed Hydra with his saber. In the blink of an eye, the mountains near the Blackwater Lake collapsed from the aftershock of their battle and turned into ruins. Just as Chu Zhou and the 3-headed Hydra were fighting in the Blackwater Lake, a group of silent black-robed people flew quickly towards the Blackwater Lake like death gods walking in the mortal world. This Chu Zhou actually dares to leave the supply base. This is our chance. Another group of people appeared. In this group of people, there were black-haired and black-eyed Eastern martial artists, blonde-haired and blue-eyed Western martial artists, and dark-skinned black martial artists. Their composition was extremely complicated. After they appeared, they immediately charged in the direction of the Blackwater Lake. A group of people wearing silver cloaks suddenly appeared on a tall mountain. The power of the new moon bloodline can't fall on these ant-like humans on Earth. One of them said coldly. Then, he led the person in the silver cloak and rushed towards the Blackwater Lake. The top 5 in the world. These 5 people should be the strongest prodigies of the younger generation of the Human Alliance. If they grow up, it will be disadvantageous to our organization. Perhaps we can give them a chance to join our organization. Of course, if they don't know how to cherish the chance, we'll have to kill them. I hope Chu Zhou knows his place. Another group of people appeared. This group of people wore yellow armor that looked like ancient armor as they quickly approached the black water lake. Chapter 186, Bye-bye. Blackwater Lake. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Zhou and the huge three-headed hydra were fighting crazily. Terrifying world destruction saber rays swept through all directions. Torrent of venom, white cold currents, and wisps of flames drowned everything. The collision of the saber rays and the torrent erupted with an earth-shattering explosion. They turned into two blurry afterimages and moved at high speed. They kept moving from one place to another. Powerful origin power fluctuations rose and fell like an ocean. Mountains collapsed wherever they passed. Many of the monsters that were affected were directly crushed into blood mist by the energy shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the earth within a radius of more than 10 kilometers around the Blackwater Lake had turned into ruins. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the three-headed hydra had fully explained what calamity-grade power was. As expected of a hydra with the potential to become an emperor-level beast. You're the most difficult monster I've encountered so far. You're worthy of me fighting seriously. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he suddenly landed on the ground. He spread his legs and lowered his body slightly, making a posture of gathering strength. Boom! In an instant, an extremely fierce and sharp aura erupted from his body, turning him into a small metal giant. Pieces of metal-like muscles bulged up, and circuit-like patterns covered his entire body. There was also a huge red circuit diagram that extended from his feet. It was like the roots of a plant, spreading continuously on the earth. As the red circuit diagram continued to spread, countless titanium elementals in the depths of earth surged into the red circuit diagram like a tide. Countless titanium elementals resonated with the red circuit diagram and Chu Zhou's body. The surging titanium elemental power surged into Chu Zhou's body through the red circuit diagram. At this moment, the aura on Chu Zhou's body continued to enrage crazily. Red lightning suddenly appeared on his body. Deafening thunderclaps came from his body and resounded throughout the world. He was too powerful at this moment, so much so that the ground under his feet could not withstand his power. Spider web-like cracks spread out. At this moment, the three-headed hydra in the sky felt a strong sense of death from Chu Zhou. It frantically spat out terrifying torrents at Chu Zhou. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Zhou moved. His entire body suddenly shot into the sky like a cannonball, and the earth beneath him suddenly caved in, sank, and shattered. A terrifying energy wave spread out like water waves, stirring up billowing dust waves. Chu Zhou, who had soared into the sky, broke through 10 times the speed of sound. He was unimaginably fast. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have become one with the dragon tooth saber in his hand, turning into a terrifying saber light that pierced through everything. 5 world destruction saber intents that could destroy all things emanated from his body. Scenes of boiling sea, avalanche, tornado, boundless sea of fire, endless icebergs, and other doomsday scenes appeared around him. The 3 torrents were directly annihilated by the 5 doomsday scenes. Chu Zhou passed through the three-headed hydra's huge body, bringing with him a fountain of blood. In the next moment, the three-headed hydra screamed in fear. Strands of sharp world destruction saber chi erupted from its body and pierced through its body, destroying its internal organs and brain. Bang! The mountain-sized corpse fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from the corpse and quickly formed a small blood lake. Chu Zhou's figure moved and appeared in front of the three-headed hydra's corpse, putting it into his internal space. Kill all 3 targets. We can call it a day. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He was in a good mood. In this operation, he obtained 3 monster commander-level corpses and more than 10 control realm arrow eagle corpses. It was probably enough for him to complete a physical nirvana or spirit nirvana with so much monster meat. However, Chu Zhou's good mood did not last long. 12 black-robed men, who were as silent as death gods, had appeared in his line of sight and surrounded him silently. These 12 people all had numb and cold expressions on their faces, as if they were emotionless machines. Moreover, these 12 people seemed to be a single entity. Regardless of whether it was the rhythm of their breathing or their pace, they were all the same. A strong sense of danger surged in Chu Zhou's heart. Everyone, can you tell me where you came from? Chu Zhou held the dragon tooth battle saber and said calmly to the 12 black-robed men. One of the black-robed men suddenly raised his head and stared at Chu Zhou. He said coldly, "Chu Zhou, die." The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. In fact, 12 black-robed men attacked at the same time. Each of them held a black sword and charged towards Chu Zhou at the same pace. Icy origin power gushed out of their bodies and gathered together, forming an earth-shattering aura that caused the ground within a radius of dozens of kilometers to shake like a tide. Suddenly, the 12 black swords pierced towards Chu Zhou like 12 sharp black lightning bolts that tore through the sky. The cold and sharp sword chi slashed across the earth, leaving 12 sword marks that were more than 10 meters deep. "You want to kill me? You guys can't do it." Chu Zhou could not help but sneer when he saw these 12 people attacking him and even wanting to take his life. Chapter 187, by 2. Boom! The ground shattered, and a metal vine as thick as a bucket suddenly broke out of the ground, strangling the 12 figures rushing towards Chu Zhou. The sharp sword chi that was sharp enough to cut the skyscraper into two only left white marks on the metal vines. The 1,000-star vine, which was 100 meters long, seemed to have transformed into an ancient evil dragon at this moment. It rushed at the 12 people at high speed and used various terrifying methods such as strangulation, entanglement, whipping, penetration, and so on to launch a storm-like attack on the 12 black-robed people. For a moment, the 12 black-robed men with astonishing strength were actually forcefully blocked by the 1,000-star vine. Clap clap clap! Suddenly, there was a round of applause. As expected of one of the top 5 in the world. "Chu Zhou, it seems that the world has underestimated you. Everyone still thinks that you are just a control realm martial artist. Who knew that you actually advanced to the boundary realm without a sound? Moreover, you have a vine-type life form that's comparable to a top-notch boundary realm martial artist." Another group of people appeared in another direction. This group of people consisted of black-haired and black-eyed Eastern martial artists, blonde-haired and blue-eyed Western martial artists, and dark-skinned black martial artists. Their composition was extremely complicated. However, this group of people were all emitting origin power fluctuations at the boundary level. They were all boundary realm martial artists. Chu Zhou frowned as he looked at the new group of people. He did not know where they came from. A golden-haired, blue-eyed Western martial artist seemed to have seen through Chu Zhou's doubts. He smiled and said, "We come from the underworld for 100 billion. So it was a group of killers or mercenaries for the bounty." Chu Zhou finally understood. "Chu Zhou, your head is too valuable. It's too wasteful to keep it with you. Lend it to me." A burly middle-aged man with inch-long hair grinned. He held a huge sword the size of a door and charged at Chu Zhou. "No, no, no. Dearly, his head is mine." The Western martial artist who had spoken to Chu Zhou earlier suddenly pressed his hands on the ground, causing it to tremble. Trees broke out of the ground beside Chu Zhou and wrapped around him. There were many trees that broke out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, they formed a forest that was several acres in size. "Chu Zhou is mine!" The huge black man shouted and a violent origin power erupted from his body. Then, he charged towards Chu Zhou like a bulldozer. The ground shattered and the trees were broken wherever he passed. The other underground martial artists also attacked Chu Zhou. At this moment, the entire area was in an uproar. Violent attacks shot towards Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou glanced at the experts from the underworld indifferently and did not pay much attention to them. However, he frowned at this moment. This was because he also sensed two groups of unknown martial artists lurking nearby. Compared to the 12 black-robed martial artists and the martial artists from the underworld, he was more concerned about the other two groups of martial artists who had yet to appear. This was because he sensed a hint of danger from the other two groups of martial artists. Then what are the origins of the other two groups of martial artists in the dark? On this trip, I actually encountered a group of hostile martial artists. When did I have so many enemies? Chu Zhou was puzzled. Even though he had offended many people, only the 5 major houses could truly threaten him. There was also the Shadow Alliance that had their eyes on him. The 5 major families issued a bounty of 100 billion yuan on him, making him the target of many underground martial artists. In this way, the enemies he faced were roughly martial artists from 3 camps, 1. The martial artists from the 5 great clans, 2. The martial artists from the underground world, and 3, the martial artists from the Shadow Alliance. Not long ago, he had killed a group of martial artists from the Shadow Alliance. They should not make a move in the near future. It was possible for the martial artists of the 5 great families. However, Chu Zhou felt that the 5 families would not make a move recently. This was because not long ago, Lu Wanjun had warned the 5 families through the Human Alliance and even made them pay a lot. The 5 great clans probably wouldn't commit a crime at this time. In that case, 3 of the 4 groups of martial artists who came here had unknown origins. Chu Zhou did not know what aggro he had with these 3 groups of martial artists. Chu Zhou was seriously thinking about the origins of the 12 black-robed martial artists and the other 2 groups of martial artists hiding in the dark. However, he seemed to be a little indifferent to the attacks of the many experts of the Underground Alliance and allowed the attacks of the many experts of the Underground Alliance to land on him. Boom 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 boom. Earth-shattering explosions sounded one after another. The ground where Chu Zhou stood shattered and collapsed. Countless mud, rocks, and torrents swept in all directions like a wave. Is Chu Zhou crazy? He actually let us attack him. He was hit by so many of us. He's dead. Even those who have completed the boundary of Nirvana wouldn't dare to let us hit them like this. Chu Zhou is too arrogant. He's probably turned into meat paste. Many underground martial artists saw that Chu Zhou was motionless and allowed them to attack. They immediately thought that Chu Zhou was dead. Even the 12 black-robed figures who were fighting the 1000-star vine could not help but be slightly stunned when they saw the scene just now. Was Chu Zhou going to die just like that? I hope his head isn't damaged. Otherwise, the procedures for proof of kill will be so much more troublesome. Many underground martial artists looked at the dusty area. Someone summoned a gust of wind and blew away the dust. Soon, a huge sinkhole appeared in front of them. At the bottom of the sinkhole stood a figure wrapped in red lightning. It was Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou touched his chin with his right hand and looked like he was thinking about something. He did not seem to notice the violent attacks that the martial artists in the underground world had launched on him just now. Tisk. He was attacked by so many of us just now, but he's still alive. What do you mean he's not dead? His clothes aren't even torn. I don't think he's injured at all. Chu Zhou's body is too powerful and abnormal. Many underground martial artists gasped. Humph, I don't believe he's not injured. He must be forcing himself to pretend to be profound and scare us away. It's just that we're all bloodthirsty people. What haven't we seen before? Trying to scare me away with tricks? Impossible. Chu Zhou, die! The short-haired middle-aged man sneered. His figure moved and he instantly appeared beside Chu Zhou. He raised a huge sword the size of a door and ruthlessly slashed at Chu Zhou's neck, wanting to behead him. Dang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and the door-sized huge sword was directly repelled. The middle-aged man looked at the cracks on the huge sword and was completely dumbfounded. What are you doing? Chu Zhou looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. He had been thinking about the origins of the other 3 groups of martial artists just now, but his thoughts were interrupted by this short-haired middle-aged man. The short-haired middle-aged man broke out in cold sweat when he saw Chu Zhou's gaze. Then, he turned around and fled. However, he had just taken a step when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and immediately saw a palm that had pierced through his chest. Monster! After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he completely lost all signs of life. Oh, my God! Dearly, you actually went to see God just like that. Hi, Mr. Chu Zhou, good evening. I didn't mean to offend you. I just heard of your reputation and specially came to visit. Now that my goal has been achieved, I'll leave now. Bye. The blonde and blue-eyed Western martial artist who had spoken to Chu Zhou previously said politely. He turned around and prepared to fly away. However, just as he turned around, his head was grabbed by a large hand. Then, with a crack, he suddenly turned around. Bye-bye. Chu Zhou smiled and said to the Western martial artist who had lost his life force. Then, he let go of his hand. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Western martial artist's corpse slowly fell backward. Chapter 188, Chu Zhou, now that we're even, goodbye, everyone. The martial artists of the underground world were a group of desperados. When they saw something profitable, they would swarm forward. However, if they discovered danger, they would also escape. Now, when these underground martial artists saw that Chu Zhou was still safe and sound after being attacked by their combined forces and that he had easily killed the middle-aged man and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western martial artist, they immediately realized that they had kicked an iron plate. Chu Zhou was much stronger than they had imagined. It was not something they could deal with at all. In fact, they were in danger of being killed by Chu Zhou. This business is not worth it. Retreat. A black martial artist who was like a tank turned around and fled. However, he had just fled less than 10 meters when his brain felt as if it had been pierced by an invisible iron cone. It was so painful that he lost consciousness. He could not control his balance and fell to the ground. This is a mental attack. He's also a spiritual master. The black martial artist's body fell heavily to the ground, his heart filled with fear. However, he soon no longer needed to be afraid. There was no need to be afraid for the rest of his life. A sharp saber aura slashed across his body and cut him in half from the middle. Seeing that the extremely powerful black martial artist was also easily killed by Chu Zhou, the remaining 10 or so underground martial artists became even more panicked. They chose to split up and escape. However, all of them were soon struck by the flashing shadows of the six-sided treasure pagoda. Then, they wailed and fell to the ground. More than 10 Chu Zhous appeared behind the fallen underground martial artists. They raised their sabers and slashed. All the underground martial artists were severely injured. In the next moment, Chu Zhou quickly gathered these people together. Then, he activated his majestic mental strength and directly invaded their brains in an extremely rough and unreasonable manner. He controlled their mental consciousness and made them immediately start transferring money to his martial warrior account. That was because these underground martial artists lived a life of bloodshed all year round. Their determination was actually much tougher than ordinary martial artists. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so easy for Chu Zhou to control the spiritual consciousness of these people. However, these people were first struck by Chu Zhou's mental attack and were severely injured by him. They were on the verge of death, and their mental wills fell into their weakest states. They could not resist Chu Zhou's title-like mental invasion at all and were quickly controlled by Chu Zhou. Under Chu Zhou's mental control, the underground martial artists clicked on their communications watch and opened their account interface. Then, they transferred money to Chu Zhou. Beep, beep, beep. Chu Zhou's communication watch kept vibrating, and notifications kept ringing. Soon, all the underground martial artists completed the transfer. The underground martial artists also woke up. They looked at Chu Zhou in shock and anger. They had originally come to kill Chu Zhou for the bounty of 100 billion yuan, but they never expected that they would not obtain the bounty, but their own wealth would be snatched by Chu Zhou. These underground martial artists had actually been robbed. Was there still any justice in this world? Who was the real underground martial artist? Everyone, you came to kill me for the bounty of 100 billion. Now that I have some living expenses, I have no choice but to let you contribute. Now that we're even, let's go. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and waved the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand. A huge curved saber aura swept out and instantly beheaded all the underground martial artists. After killing all the underground martial artists, Chu Zhou slowly walked towards the battlefield of the 1000-star vine and the 12 black-robed martial artists. In terms of strength, these 12 black-robed martial artists were much stronger than the group of underground martial artists just now. Most importantly, the 12 of them seemed to be a single entity. Be it attack, defense, or movement, they cooperated tacitly and were incomparably powerful. Under the combined attacks of these 12 people, the 1000-star vine gradually could not withstand the attacks. If not for the fact that the 1000-star vine was a metal life form and was extremely tough, it would have been cut into thousands of pieces by the 12 black-robed men. When Chu Zhou saw the 1000-star vine's attack and defense, he gradually became powerless. He knew that the 1000-star vine had almost reached its limit. If the battle continued, the 1000-star vine might be severely injured or even killed. The 1000-star vine had become a universe-level life form that could dominate the universe. Chu Zhou could not bear to see it die here. Come back! Chu Zhou waved his hand at the 1000-star vine. With a bang, the 1000-star vine, which was fighting the 12 black-robed men, immediately burrowed into the earth. Then, it broke out of the ground beside Chu Zhou and wrapped around his body, slowly integrating into his body. Without the 1000-star vine's obstruction, the 12 black-robed men appeared in front of Chu Zhou almost instantly. Without any nonsense, the 12 black-robed men were like death gods that had descended from hell. They only existed for one purpose: to reap lives. 12 incomparably sharp black swords pierced through the void like the sword of death. They stabbed Chu Zhou from all angles, from top, middle, bottom, left, right, and so on. They did not give Chu Zhou any room to dodge, no room to resist, and wanted to end Chu Zhou's life in an instant. However, Chu Zhou suddenly disappeared into thin air. The 12 sharp black swords all missed. Chu Zhou's figure appeared behind a black-robed man like a ghost. He stretched out his right hand at lightning speed and pierced through the chest of a black-robed man. He expressionlessly pulled his blood-stained palm back. A black-robed man's corpse fell at his feet. The 12 black-robed men were a group. After a black-robed man was killed by Chu Zhou, his entire body was destroyed. The aura that they had fused together instantly disappeared. The remaining 11 black-robed men looked at the black-robed man's corpse by Chu Zhou's feet. Their numb faces could not help but reveal a hint of shock. They could not understand how Chu Zhou had escaped from the encirclement of the 12 sharp swords. They also could not understand how Chu Zhou had hidden from their senses and suddenly appeared behind a black-robed man. It was actually very normal for them to not understand. This was because Chu Zhou had just used instant flash. This was true spatial teleportation. Humans in the world had never heard of such a divine skill. The 12 of you are a single entity. Now that the entire entity has been destroyed, you are not much better than those underground martial artists. Chu Zhou said calmly and took the initiative to rush towards the remaining 11 black-robed men. World Destruction Saber Technique, breaking the sea. He slashed out fiercely, and a boiling sea appeared. The black sword in a black-robed man's hand was directly severed by the World Destruction Saber Chi with a bang. The saber chi even slashed at his body, cutting him into two. World Destruction Saber Technique Avalanche. Another fierce saber chi swept out, containing the power to collapse mountains and break prisons. The two black-robed men and their sabers were shattered by the saber chi. World Destruction Saber Technique Violent Storm. Chu Zhou used the third slash. His entire body spun violently. The speed of the saber was fast. It dragged the airflow and formed a huge saber chi tornado. Countless air blades danced in the tornado. This move had a huge range of attacks. It directly swept the 5 black-robed people into it and cut them into pieces. The 5 black-robed men screamed miserably as all their flesh was cut off, turning into 5 snow-white skeletons that fell. Chu Zhou used instant flash to kill a black-robed man. Then, he killed 8 black-robed men in 3 consecutive moves. In this way, 9 of the 12 black-robed men died, leaving only 3. However, these black-robed people did not seem to be afraid of death at all. Even after seeing the 9 black-robed people die tragically at Chu Zhou's hands, the remaining 3 black-robed people still charged towards Chu Zhou without hesitation. World Destruction Saber Technique Inferno. Chu Zhou also used the 5th move of the World Destruction Saber Technique without hesitation. The dragon tooth battle saber in his hand instantly burned with blazing flames. The area within a radius of several kilometers was immediately as hot as a furnace. The ground under his feet directly melted into magma. Boom! He waved his saber like an ancient fire god. The 3 black-robed men who charged towards Chu Zhou were directly drowned by the flames that filled the sky. Then, they quickly turned into charred corpses. Chapter 189, Full Combat Strength. Kill, kill, kill. 1. Aren't you coming out? After Chu Zhou killed the 12 black-robed men, his gaze swept across a certain void and a small hill that was half crushed. Ha ha ha, as expected of one of the top 5 in the world. Chu Zhou, it seems that the outside world has underestimated your strength. Suddenly, the space around the collapsed hill distorted, and a group of people wearing yellow armor that looked ancient appeared. The leader of this group was a middle-aged man with a hedgehog hairstyle. The person who spoke just now was this middle-aged man and exuded an incomparably heavy and majestic aura. Looking at him was like looking at a majestic mountain that stood in the vast world. Chu Zhou, my name is Huangfu Tishu. I'm from the Earth Organization. Our organization has a good impression of you. We'll give you a chance to join us. Huangfu Tishu said in a clear voice. As he looked around, he emitted an aura that looked down on everything. However, his tone made Chu Zhou feel very uncomfortable. From the tone of the other party, it felt like he was being charitable. Earth Organization? Never heard of it. Chu Zhou said calmly. Since you've already investigated me, you should know that I'm now a member of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Can your Earth Organization compare to the Battleaxe Martial Arts School? Ha ha ha, Battleaxe Martial Arts School? Is it worthy of being compared to our Earth Organization? Huangfu Tishu looked as if he had heard a joke. His expression was very arrogant. Chu Zhou, your understanding of this world is still too little. You don't know who the ruler of this world is at all. Even though the Battleaxe Martial Arts School's strength is not bad, it's only the yellow flower of doomsday. For the sake of recruiting you today, I'll reveal some secrets to you. A huge change is about to happen. At that time, be it the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, the Nature Martial Arts School, or the Spirit Martial Arts School, they will all face a cruel test. Perhaps the three martial arts schools will disappear. It's not too late for you to leave the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and join our Earth Organization. Otherwise, once the Battleaxe Martial Arts School is destroyed, you won't be able to escape either. Chu Zhou was shocked when he heard that. He couldn't help but say, how is that possible? Our Battleaxe Martial Arts School has the world's #1 expert, Dragon, guarding it. Who can destroy the Battleaxe Martial Arts School? So what if it's Dragon? He's just a target to be harvested. Huangfu Tishu sneered. It was as if he did not even put Dragon, the #1 powerhouse in the world, in his eyes. What's the background of this so-called Earth Organization? They don't even care about Dragon. Chu Zhou's heart surged. He had a feeling that the Earth Organization behind Huangfu Tishu and the others was not simple. It might even be related to the deep secrets of this world. Chu Zhou, have you thought it through? Joining our Earth Organization is a gift to you. Even the human martial god doesn't have such a chance. Huangfu Tishu continued to speak in a very arrogant manner. Huangfu Tishu, he is the target of our new moon organization. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. A group of figures in silver cloaks appeared in the sky. Each silver cape had a crescent moon on it. The leader of this group of people was also a middle-aged man. However, he had a head of silver-white long hair. Furthermore, his eyes were light silver. Humph, the new moon organization can scare others, but it can't scare me. Like I said, he's someone our Earth organization has taken a fancy to. Scram wherever you can. Huangfu Tishu said coldly, as if he did not like the people of the new moon organization. Even the many Earth members behind him revealed hostile expressions when they saw the people from New Moon appear. The boss of the New Moon organization did not pay much attention to Huangfu Tishu's words. He only looked at Huangfu Tishu calmly and said, "This person is someone that a certain lord of our New Moon organization wants to kill. Huangfu Tishu, are you sure you want to interfere?" When Huangfu Tishu heard this, his pupils constricted slightly and he stopped talking. He knew very well that in the New Moon organization, those who could be called lords had very high statuses in the New Moon organization. He really couldn't afford to offend him. Chu Zhou listened to the conversation between Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization. His expression became more and more solemn, and the doubts in his heart increased. He was basically certain that both the Earth organization and New Moon organization were extremely terrifying factions. Moreover, these two organizations seemed to be of equal strength. What puzzled him was that he seemed to have never offended the New Moon organization. He had only heard the name of this organization for the first time today. If that was the case, why would a big shot in the New Moon organization want to kill him? Wait, New Moon organization? Could it be that the New Moon bloodline is related to this organization? Dad said that the New Moon bloodline that my sister and I inherited should come from Mom. Could Mom be a member of this organization? A bolt of lightning seemed to flash across Chu Zhou's heart. He instantly thought of the connection between the New Moon bloodline and the New Moon organization, as well as the possible connection between his mother and the New Moon organization. He had no choice but to think about it. The New Moon bloodline and the New Moon organization both had the word New Moon after all. Chapter 190, Full Combat Strength. Kill, kill, kill. 2. Hey, what does the New Moon bloodline have to do with your New Moon organization? Chu Zhou asked directly. Chu Zhou, how do you know about the New Moon bloodline? The New Moon bloodline is the supreme bloodline of the New Moon organization. It's also called the God race bloodline by these narcissists. However, even in the New Moon organization, there are very few people who can awaken the New Moon bloodline. In fact, not even one has been born in several generations. You actually know about the New Moon bloodline. It seems like you're not as ignorant as I thought. Before the boss of the New Moon organization could answer, Huangfu Tishu interrupted. Chu Zhou was completely shocked. This time, he was completely sure that his mother was a member of the New Moon organization and was very likely a core member. At this moment, the boss of the New Moon organization also stared fixedly at Chu Zhou. How does he know about the bloodline of the God race? Could it be that the news sent back is true? He has also awakened some of the God race bloodline. His heart was boiling, and a bone-chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. With a bang, a pair of black wings suddenly stretched out from behind him. In an instant, the light within a 5-kilometer radius became extremely dim. The bloodline of the God race is the supreme bloodline of our New Moon organization. We definitely won't allow an ant-like human to taint it. The boss of the New Moon organization thought to himself as he looked at Chu Zhou with an increasingly cold gaze. Kill him! He suddenly pointed at Chu Zhou. In an instant, a terrifying energy storm erupted from the bodies of the dozen or so warriors wearing silver cloaks behind him. Moreover, their entire bodies burned with a layer of moon-white flames. A resplendent light sword condensed in their hands. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 light swords were thrown out by them. Like bolts of lightning that tore through the void, they shot towards Chu Zhou. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the world collapsed. Where Chu Zhou stood, the earth was directly sunk by more than 10 light swords. Flames soared into the sky, and it was as if a sun had risen there. However, the moment the other party attacked, Chu Zhou used his phantom movement technique and turned into a ghostly afterimage, dodging several kilometers away. Swoosh! 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 More than 10 experts from the New Moon organization in silver cloaks arrived in front of Chu Zhou almost instantly and attacked him ruthlessly. Boom 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 boom. Chu Zhou and more than 10 experts of the New Moon organization quickly exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Terrifying power fluctuations shattered the surrounding hills. They are all advanced tier boundary realm martial artists. Chu Zhou was a little shocked. After fighting for a while, he discovered that these dozen or so New Moon organization experts were all advanced tier boundary realm martial artists. Chu Zhou was a little shocked. After fighting for a while, he discovered that these dozen or so New Moon organization experts were all advanced tier boundary realm martial artists. These people are all advanced tier boundary realm martial artists. Then, what about him? While Chu Zhou was fighting fiercely, he glanced at the boss of the New Moon organization who was looking at him coldly in the sky and his expression darkened slightly. Moreover, other than the people from the New Moon organization, Huangfu Tishu and the other members of the Earth organization are also here. The attitude of Huangfu Tishu and the others is also unknown. He glanced at Huangfu Tishu and the other members of Earth, and his heart became even more solemn. In today's battle, he was indeed in danger. If he did not handle it well, he might die. I can't hold back anymore. Let's end this quickly. Coincidentally, I also want to see how far my strength can go. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou activated the Earth Extreme Body with all his might. The circuit network under his feet quickly expanded and spread into the depths of the earth, absorbing more titanium elements. At the same time, he activated the SS-rank basic breathing technique with all his might. Small abysses the size of a thumb appeared around his body and crazily devoured the universe's origin power in the void. The 108 spirit relics in his mind also vibrated violently. A tidal wave of mental strength kept rolling in his mind. However, the biggest change was that a pair of dazzling silver wings that flickered with countless profound runes suddenly extended from behind him. The moment this pair of silver wings appeared, the rays of light that were being continuously devoured by the black wings on the back of the New Moon boss changed directions and landed on the silver wings on Chu Zhou's back. The already dim sky turned pitch black. Then, an ancient starry sky that flickered with billions of stars suddenly appeared. Rumble! Billions of stars trembled, and starlight that was like a silver waterfall poured down from the sky and landed on Chu Zhou. In that instant, the aura on Chu Zhou's body surged like a tidal wave, one layer higher than the other, constantly sweeping into the distance. Boom! Boom! It was as if a prehistoric earthquake had occurred. Earth collapsed continuously, and mountain ridges collapsed continuously. In an instant, the earth within a 5-kilometer radius turned into ruins. How is this possible? This is the bloodline of the god race. The dozen or so new moon members who were fighting fiercely with Chu Zhou were all dumbfounded when they saw the pair of silver wings behind Chu Zhou that emitted an incomparably ancient, noble, and majestic aura. This was clearly the god race bloodline of their new moon organization. How could it appear on a human from Earth? Chapter 191, Full Combat Strength. Kill, kill, kill. 3. He actually awakened the bloodline of the god race. The boss of the new moon organization in the sky was also extremely shocked. Compared to the pair of silver wings flickering with countless mysterious runes on Chu Zhou's back, the black wings on his back were a pair of inferior goods. There was no comparison at all. In fact, the bloodline in his body was called the demigod bloodline. It was created by the new moon organization according to the characteristics of the god race bloodline. After countless years of research, it imitated the god race bloodline. However, even though the demigod bloodline was also extraordinary, it was far inferior to the true god race bloodline. It could even be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. It was also because of this that he was so shocked when he saw that Chu Zhou had actually awakened the god race bloodline. At the same time, he could not help but feel a trace of jealousy. As an important member of the new moon organization, he could not even possess the bloodline of the god race. What right did Chu Zhou, a human from Earth that they regarded as an ant, have to possess the bloodline of the god race? Chu Zhou has actually awakened the new moon bloodline. Huangfu Tishu looked at the pair of dazzling silver wings behind Chu Zhou with an ugly expression. As a member of the Earth organization, he knew too well the horror of the new moon bloodline in the new moon organization, which was on par with the Earth organization. All along, anyone in the new moon organization who awakened the new moon bloodline had been regarded as a huge threat by the Earth organization. The Earth organization would do everything they could to kill people who had awakened the new moon bloodline. He had originally wanted to recruit Chu Zhou into the Earth organization, but now that he saw that Chu Zhou had awakened the new moon bloodline, he knew that this was impossible. Everyone who awakened the new moon bloodline was a target that their Earth organization had to kill. Now, not only would he not recruit Chu Zhou, but he would also seize every opportunity to kill him. You seem to respect the new moon bloodline very much. Now, I'll let you personally experience the power of this bloodline. As Chu Zhou spoke to the dozen or so members of the new moon organization who were still in shock, the two huge silver wings on his back suddenly moved. They were like two heavenly sabers that streaked across the void at lightning speed. Pu, 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 pu. 6 members of the new moon organization were directly cut in half by 2 silver wings and died tragically on the spot. Then, the 2 silver wings carried endless starlight and crushed the other 7 members of the new moon organization. In an instant, the 7 of them were drowned by the heavy and vast starlight. Bang, 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 bang. The 7 of them were crushed and exploded, turning into a blood mist. After killing many members of the new moon organization, the 2 silver wings on Chu Zhou's back flapped. His speed was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. He instantly appeared behind the boss of the new moon organization and controlled the 2 silver wings to slash over unceremoniously. Chu Zhou, do you really think you can defeat me just because you awakened the god race bloodline? The boss of the new moon organization roared angrily. The 2 black wings on his back slashed out like blades and collided with the 2 silver wings that were slashing over. Boom! The violent collision formed an illuminate that shook the world. Chu Zhou and the boss of the new moon organization were each sent flying hundreds of meters away. Chu Zhou looked at the 2 black wings on the back of the boss of the new moon organization and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. The boss of the new moon organization looked at the 2 bloody black wings and felt waves of pain. His face immediately turned ashen. Without a doubt, he had lost in the competition of wings. It also completely proved that his demigod bloodline was not worth mentioning in front of the true god race bloodline. Chu Zhou. The boss of the new moon organization squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Killing intent condensed in his eyes. However, Huangfu Tishu and the other members of the Earth organization attacked Chu Zhou before the boss of the new moon organization could attack Egum. Dense earth spears condensed from earth elements suddenly pierced through the sky and shot towards Chu Zhou. The silver wings on Chu Zhou's back flapped fiercely, and starlight surged like a tide, drowning all the earth spears and shattering them. He looked at Huangfu Tishu coldly and said, "Huangfu Tishu, are you going to attack me too? There's no choice. You've awakened the new moon bloodline. Everyone who has awakened the new moon bloodline is a target of our Earth organization." Huangfu Tishu said in a low voice as he stepped on the air. Every step he took seemed to be enhanced by billions of ghosts and deities. It was extremely heavy, causing the entire void to tremble violently. "Kill!" he shouted and suddenly threw a palm at Chu Zhou. With a loud bang, vast yellow origin power surged out along his arm and turned into a huge yellow hand the size of a mountain that slapped down at Chu Zhou. The entire void trembled violently, as if it was about to be shattered. However, Chu Zhou did not block Huangfu Tishu's palm. The silver wings on his back flapped fiercely, and his entire body seemed to turn into a silver line that flashed and disappeared. At a speed that exceeded more than 10 times the speed of sound, he instantly dodged the attack of the giant yellow hand and appeared in front of many members of the Earth organization. When Huangfu Tishu saw this scene, he felt that something was wrong. He had already guessed what Chu Zhou wanted to do and could not help but shout angrily. "Chu Zhou, how dare you!" Chu Zhou ignored Huangfu Tishu's furious roar. He rushed past the many members of the Earth organization and the two silver wings on his back kept slashing out like a heavenly saber. Chapter 192, Full Combat Strength. Kill, kill, kill. 4. More than 2/3 of the Earth organization members were cut into pieces before they could react. Then, another vast starlight torrent crushed the members of the Earth organization who were lucky enough to escape, crushing them into a blood mist. Huangfu Tishu was furious as he watched Chu Zhou destroy all his subordinates in an instant. His entire body emitted a heavy aura that suppressed the world. "Earth True Body!" He suddenly roared angrily. Countless earth elements surged in the sky and gathered towards him. At the same time, the earth below was trembling violently, and countless sand and rocks surged towards him. A moment later, a mudstone giant more than 200 meters tall appeared in the world, emitting a terrifying aura that made people feel oppressed. Huangfu Tishu was also standing above the head of the mudstone giant. The boss of the New Moon organization also made a move almost at the same time that Huangfu Tishu condensed a mud giant. His entire body suddenly emitted endless black light, and he floated in the sky like a black moon, emitting an energy fluctuation that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and summoned a 9 heavens silver waterfall-like starlight torrent from the sky to enhance his body. Then, he charged towards Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou, Huangfu Tishu, and the boss of the New Moon organization charged together. In this battle, Chu Zhou no longer held back. He activated the New Moon bloodline to the limit, the Earth Extreme Body to the limit, the Basic Breathing Technique to the limit, the World Destruction Saber Technique to the limit, and the Phantom Movement Technique to the limit. His entire body seemed to have gone crazy from killing. His eyes had turned dark under the influence of the World Destruction Saber Technique's destruction-killing intent. 2 dazzling silver wings continuously split the world like 2 heavenly sabers. 100-meter-long destruction blade shadows swept through the void. There were also figures that were constantly disappearing and flickering. Chu Zhou went completely crazy. Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization had also gone crazy. The former kept controlling the huge mud giant to attack Chu Zhou. He also attacked repeatedly. Every palm and punch was extremely strong and heavy, as if they wanted to shatter the sky. The latter was like a huge black moon that kept crushing the void, as if it wanted to crush everything. The 3 of them went completely crazy as they fought and collided crazily in the air. Huangfu Tishu, die! Chu Zhou slashed at Huangfu Tishu's body, almost cutting him in half, leaving a blood mark so deep that his bones could be seen. Scarlet blood sprayed out of the wound. However, he was also punched by the boss of the New Moon organization behind him. Even the Earth Extreme Body could not completely offset the punch of the boss of the New Moon organization. His combat uniform was completely shattered, and a deep blood-colored fist mark was deeply branded on his back. Pfft! Chu Zhou's chest hurt and he could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. However, he did not seem to care about the pain and injuries on his body at all. He suddenly turned around and locked onto the figure of the boss of the New Moon organization with a murderous aura. Kill! The silver wings on his back and the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand attacked at the same time, blasting towards the boss of the New Moon organization like 3 sharp lightning bolts. The boss of the New Moon organization only had time to use a pair of black wings on his back. In front of the dragon tooth battle saber and another silver wing slashed his chest, leaving a huge wound. Even more than half of the ribs in his chest were cut off. However, just as Chu Zhou was attacking the boss of the New Moon organization, a huge mud and stone hand that covered the sky landed on him. With a bang, his entire body crashed into the earth like a meteor, shattering the ground hundreds of meters away. Dust surged in the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. However, Chu Zhou, who was covered in blood, quickly rushed out of the mushroom cloud and fought Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization again. This was the most tragic battle in Chu Zhou's history. Throughout the entire process, he was blasted flying by Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization many times. He even spat out his internal organs. There were a few times when he was almost torn apart by Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization. Similarly, Huangfu Tishu and the New Moon organization did not have it easy either. There were a few times when they were almost cut into pieces by Chu Zhou's dragon tooth battle saber or a pair of silver wings. The 3 of them fought without emotions. As they fought, they quickly moved in the wilderness. Wherever they passed, be it mountains, forests, or cities from the old era, they turned into ruins. Many monsters affected by the aftershock of their battle also turned into corpses. An entire day later, the 3 of them fell into a forest hundreds of kilometers away. Hehe, I won in the end. Chu Zhou, who was lying in a pool of blood, looked at Huangfu Tishu's headless corpse not far away and the New Moon boss organization with wide eyes. He could not help but grin. At the end of this huge battle, Chu Zhou, Huangfu Tishu, and the boss of the New Moon organization were all severely injured and almost unable to fight anymore. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou used the last 2 chances of instant flash today. He teleported behind Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization and killed them when they were unprepared. It's a pity that they're too dangerous, and my strength has basically been exhausted. Otherwise, I would definitely have kept them alive and controlled their mental will to make them tell me about the situation of the Emperor organization and the New Moon organization. Chu Zhou said regretfully. With a thought, he put the corpses of Huangfu Tishu and the boss of the New Moon organization into his internal space. These 2 people were important members of the Earth organization and the New Moon organization. Their corpses might also contain secrets. Roar I! Chu Zhou had just put away the 2 corpses when he heard the roar of a monster. He was immediately shocked. He was seriously injured and his strength was almost exhausted. His situation was very dangerous. An awakening tier monster could probably take his life. 1000-star vine, bring me to a safe place. Chu Zhou suddenly said. In the next moment, the 1000-star vine appeared from his body and wrapped around him. Then, with a bang, it drilled into the earth. A moment later, a wolf-type monster came to the spot where Chu Zhou had laid down just now and sniffed with its nose. Then, it sniffed the surroundings and let out an unwilling roar. Chapter 193, 70% Physical Nirvana. The vitality and self-healing ability of the Boundary Realm marital artists were astonishingly powerful. As long as they were not fatal injuries similar to being beheaded or their energy cores destroyed, they could basically recover on their own. Especially super body system martial artists with incomparably powerful bodies, they recover faster. Chu Zhou stayed in the depths of the earth for a day and his serious injuries had recovered by 30% to 40%. After having the ability to protect himself, he immediately transmigrated through many wilderness areas occupied by monsters under the guardian of the 1000-star vine and returned to the resupply base. Chu Zhou, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I could only bring people into the wilderness to look for you. Lu Wanjun heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Chu Zhou return. He was connected to the Battleaxe martial arts school and knew very well how much the higher UPS valued Chu Zhou. If Chu Zhou died because of his counterattack plan this time, he would not know how to answer to the Battleaxe martial arts school. Now that he saw Chu Zhou return, the huge stone in his heart disappeared. Suddenly, his gaze focused on Chu Zhou's completely tattered combat uniform and the hideous wounds on his body that were still oozing blood. He frowned and said, "Why are you so seriously injured? That shouldn't be the case. Even though the Arrow Eagle Commander level, Gold Armored Beast, and Three-Headed Hydra I arranged for you are all very strong, but with my evaluation of your strength, you should be able to defeat them and not suffer too heavy injuries. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly and explained, it's actually not a problem to kill the 3 monster commander level. It's just that an accident happened after completing the target. I encountered 4 waves of people. One of them was an underworld martial artist who came for a bounty of 100 billion. The second wave was 12 black-robed people with unknown origins. The third and fourth waves were people from the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization, 2 mysterious organizations that I've never heard of. The first 2 waves were fine. It was resolved with a little effort. However, the people of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization are very difficult to deal with. This time, I was lucky to defeat them. I was so close to not coming back. He did not hide anything and told him in detail the process of being intercepted by 4 waves of people. In the beginning, Lu Wanjun was very angry when he heard that Chu Zhou was actually intercepted by 4 waves of people. However, when he heard the names of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization from Chu Zhou, his expression changed drastically. Chu Zhou, are you sure you encountered people from New Moon and Earth? Lu Wanjun's expression was solemn, and he could even be said to be slightly nervous. I'm sure. I don't know the name of the leader of the New Moon Organization, but he has a powerful bloodline. He can extend 2 black wings on his back and devour light. The leader of the Earth Organization is called Huangfu Tishu. He can summon the Earth element and condense a mud giant more than 200 meters tall. He's very powerful. Yes, I killed them all. Chu Zhou said. Black wings that can devour light? This should be the quasi-deity bloodline of the New Moon Organization. Summoning the Earth element to condense a mud giant should be the Earth true body combat technique of the Earth Organization. It seems that you did encounter people from the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization. Have they returned again after more than 200 years? As Lu Wanjun spoke, his expression revealed deep worry. When Chu Zhou saw Lu Wanjun's reaction, he immediately knew that Lu Wanjun must have some understanding of New Moon Organization and Earth Organization. He immediately asked curiously. Elder Lu, you seem to have some understanding of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization. Can you tell me in detail? Lu Wanjun hesitated for a moment before saying solemnly. This is the top secret of our human alliance regarding the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization. There are rules that we can't casually reveal to outsiders. Originally, I couldn't tell you these secrets. Someone will naturally tell you after you advance to the king tier. However, since you've encountered it, I'll reveal a little. He took a deep breath and stared into Chu Zhou's eyes. What do you think is the greatest crisis for us humans? Isn't it a monster? Chu Zhou asked curiously. It's indeed monsters. Monsters do have the possibility of destroying our human civilization, but the greatest danger is not just monsters. You've been to the ancient human ruins, so you should know that other than modern humans, human civilization has been born on this planet long before the dinosaur era. In fact, many of the ruins controlled by us humans are left behind by ancient human civilization. What does this mean? It means that over the long years, human civilizations were born one after another but were destroyed. The reason for the destruction of these ancient human civilizations is still unknown. However, the higher UPS of the Alliance discovered that the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization already existed before many human civilizations and have continued to this day. Lu Wanjun said solemnly. Chu Zhou was shocked. Elder Lu, you mean that the ancient human civilizations that were once born were all destroyed by the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization? Elder Lu, the real situation is unknown. But I don't think anyone will believe that it has nothing to do with the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization. Chu Zhou nodded. Exactly. The ancient human civilization had destroyed one after another, but the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization had always existed. Who would believe that there were no masterminds of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization? In fact, our human alliance has always been vigilant against these 2 organizations. Fortunately, no one has appeared in these 2 organizations for so many years. Now, people from both organizations have appeared. This is not a good sign. Alright, that's all I can say. Rest in peace and recuperate. The reappearance of the New Moon organization and the Earth organization is a big matter. I have to report it to the higher UPS of the Alliance immediately. After saying that, Lu Wanjun asked Chu Zhou to go back and recuperate while he began to contact the higher UPS of the Alliance. When Chu Zhou returned to his residence in the supply base, he realized that Ling Zhan and the other two were not around. After contacting them, he found out that they were carrying out a mission outside. Therefore, he took a hot shower and changed into dry clothes. Then, he sat on the sofa and began to count his gains. 3 Monster Commander level corpses and 13 Control Realm Arrow Eagle corpses. The transfers from the martial artists of the underworld were about 33 billion in total. 3.24 sets of silver cloaks, yellow armor, and other equipment left behind by the martial artists of the New Moon organization and the Earth organization. The equipment left behind by the martial artists of the New Moon organization and the Earth martial artists are both extraordinary. They're even stronger than the SS rank weapons and equipment in the martial artist mall. They seem to contain special technology. These 214 sets of equipment are probably very valuable. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, but he was not prepared to sell these equipment. He prepared to keep it for himself or give it to his relatives and friends. In addition to the equipment, the gains from 1 or 2 items also surprised Chu Zhou. With the corpses of 3 Monster Commander level and 13 Control Realm Arrow Eagles, he had information to complete the physical nirvana. Finally, he looked at his account. Asset, 95 billion, plus 33 billion. Note, not shown below 10 million. He was only about 5 billion away from having more than 100 billion in savings. He had tasted the taste of a billionaire. Soon, he would be able to taste the taste of a billionaire. No matter what, strength is the most important. Chu Zhou's thoughts quickly shifted to increasing his strength. The situation this time was too dangerous. If not for the fact that he was strong enough, he might have fallen this time. Therefore, he was eager to increase his strength. He made a preliminary estimation that the corpses of the 3 commander-level monsters and 13 control realm monsters were about 200 tons. The corpses of the gold-armored beast and the 3-headed hydra were about 600 tons. The other arrow eagle corpses were about 50 tons. So many monster corpses were enough for him to eat for a long time. In the following days, he basically stayed in his residence in the supply base and ate a large amount of monster meat every day. He finished the remaining 35,000 caddies of commander-level monster meat he had ordered from the martial artist mall in just 2 days and half a day. Then, he began to eat the meat of the arrow eagle commander level. In the blink of an eye, another 14 days passed. Attribute points, 1.9 million, plus 1.8 million. Note, in the future, less than 10,000 portions will not be displayed. Chu Zhou looked at the attribute points accumulated on his attribute board and decided to increase the physical nirvana route. Improve physical nirvana. His attribute board immediately flashed crazily. Plop. Plop. His heart beat uncontrollably violently, like a huge drum. Rings of corporeal tremors spread out from Chu Zhou's body. If he hadn't activated his origin power to cover the house, the entire house would have instantly turned into powder. A mysterious power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged out of his heart. First, it modified his internal organs, then his torso and limbs. At this moment, his body suddenly transformed. Countless life factors filled with power awakened in his internal organs, torso, and limbs. His body emitted a terrifying aura like a flood or ferocious beast. It was as if a great danger that had been dormant for countless years was about to awaken. A moment later, everything stopped. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Boundary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 34,000, plus 6000. Attribute points, 100,000. Physical Nirvana, 70%, plus 60%. Unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 30/0, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS rank 150th level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS rank 5th level, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S rank 6th level, Earth Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, SS rank level 30, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, SSS grade level 12, 108 relics, unupgradable. Its level directly changed to advanced tier boundary realm martial artists. The life field energy also increased by 6,000, reaching 34,000. The physical nirvana had increased by 60%, to 70%. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt that his body was incomparably powerful. He felt that he could split mountains and rivers with his current body. It's a pity that I still don't have enough attribute points. Otherwise, I could have directly completed physical nirvana this time. He muttered to himself and looked at the calendar displayed on his communications watch. The day was October 1, 2030. The global finals of the Global Human Genius Competition was about to begin. Chapter 194, The Global Finals begins. October 1, 2030. On the day of the finals of the Global Human Genius Competition. On this day, countless humans around the world were doing the same thing. They opened the live stream of the Global Human Genius Competition finals and waited for the finals to begin. On the internet, countless netizens were also in an uproar. They were all discussing the geniuses participating in the finals on the internet forums and social media platforms. Everyone had geniuses they thought highly of and people they thought highly of could win the finals. Different people looked up to different geniuses, forming a huge debate. Especially the top 5 in the world, they were the focus of everyone's argument. I have high hopes for Son of God Og Saint. He's too perfect. He's like the incarnation of a god. He's invincible and has never lost. This time, he will definitely reach the top of the finals and become the king of the younger generation. Memory. Previous poster, are you mistaken? You said that Og Saint has never lost? Have you forgotten that he once came to the Jinghua base city to challenge Chu Lan and finally returned dejectedly? Even though the results of that challenge were not publicized, it can be determined from Og Saint's dejected expression when he returned to the West that he lost. In my opinion, Chu Lan is the true number 1 person in the younger generation in the world. He has never lost before. Moreover, in almost all the battles he has participated in, he has defeated his opponent with a crushing advantage. No opponent has been able to last more than 10 moves against him. I made money standing up. No. Frederick is the strongest. Do you know how many mountains Frederick has broken through over the years by falling freely from the sky? If you've seen Frederick's video collection of the Extreme Challenge, you'll know how terrifying his body is. You'll no longer have any doubts about the number 1 person in the world's younger generation. American Eagle. I'm sorry, all the people you mentioned are not worth mentioning in front of the owner of the godly eye. Kejyapa Shutuo is the savior of this world. He's the person who led all human beings in the world to the embrace of God. -1 Ran Khan. Doesn't anyone think highly of Chu Zhou? I think he's the miracle child. Everyone, think about it. How long has it been since he became an awakening realm martial artist? He already has strength comparable to a boundary realm martial artist and is even on the list of the world's top 5. I think he might be able to create another miracle in the finals. Cute kitten. The person above, even though I think highly of Chu Zhou and want to support you, I'm afraid Chu Zhou is still far inferior to the other 4 geniuses who have long shaken the world. He's too young, at least 10 years younger than the other 4. I think it's already not bad that Chu Zhou can maintain the top 5 in this finals. Big Bro is just a legend. On the internet, countless people around the world erupted with unparalleled enthusiasm and argued endlessly about this. Many people were fighting online for their own supporters. Even the media of the various countries were discussing who the final victor. Most people thought that the champion would definitely be Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick and Kejyapa Shutuo. Especially Chu Lan and Og Saint, who were the most favored. As for Chu Zhou, everyone thought that he was too young. It could not compare to Chu Lan and the other 3 who had advanced to the boundary realm martial artists for many years. However, soon, the global finals officially began. Everyone's attention shifted to the live stream of the Global Human Genius Competition finals. In the virtual battlefield. Has the battlefield changed again this time? Chu Zhou opened his eyes and realized that he was on a vast grassland. Moreover, it was not only him. The other contestants had also appeared on the grassland. He glanced around and realized that there were about 570 contestants. It seems that all the contestants from all over the world who participated in the finals are here. However, what are the rules of this competition? Chu Zhou looked at his left arm and realized that there was no screen on it this time. There's actually no screen on the arm this time? Could it be that there's no more point ranking? The other contestants also discovered the problem. Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen walked towards Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou also smiled and greeted the three women. All the contestants are gathered together in the finals this time. Could it be that they want us to fight each other directly? Dongfang Mingzu guessed. Chu Zhou and the others could not answer her question because they did not know either. Chu Zhou, do you see those four people? They're Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick, Kajia Shutuo. These four people should be your greatest opponents this time. Yang Zhenzhen suddenly pointed at the four figures standing not far away and said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked in the direction Yang Zhenzhen was pointing and immediately saw a handsome black-haired young man, a golden-haired young man with an indifferent expression and a cloak, a 3-meter-tall Western young man who looked a little old, and an Indian young man sitting cross-legged in midair. Are they the four top geniuses that Supervisor Chen asked me to pay attention? Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his gaze swept across the four of them. Suddenly, he realized that the handsome black-haired young man was also looking at him and nodding at him with a smile. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned before his face revealed a hint of shock. He was not shocked because the black-haired young man nodded at him. Instead, it was because the black-haired young man actually looked a little similar to him. Chu Zhou, why does Chu Lan look like you? Both of you have the same surname. Could it be that you're related? Big Sister Saber and the other two also realized that the black-haired young man's appearance was actually similar to Chu Zhou's. They could not help but look surprised. This should be just a coincidence. As Chu Zhou replied, he secretly decided that he would go home and ask his father if they still had any closer relatives after the finals ended. Chu Zhou, my good cousin, you're really lucky to not be dead. Chu Lan smiled and nodded at Chu Zhou, but a dark glint flashed across his eyes. He secretly scolded the people he had sent to kill Chu Zhou for being trash. Chu Lan, who is he? Why are you greeting him with a smile? I don't remember when you were so polite. Og Saint asked when he saw Chu Yan's actions. He also looked at Chu Zhou. This also piqued the curiosity of Frederick and Kajia Shutuo. They also looked at Chu Zhou. Hehe, don't you know him? His name is Chu Zhou. He's the latest rising monster and is ranked among the top 5 of the world with us. Chu Lan said playfully. Boring. Og Saint immediately lost interest and his gaze immediately shifted to Chu Lan. Chu Lan, you're my only opponent. This time, I must defeat you. Og Saint, you're really arrogant. I've already seen through your fate. In the future, you will definitely respond to my call and follow in my footsteps. Kajia Shutuo smiled faintly. An inexplicable meditation machine spread out from his body, emitting a hint of holiness. I'm the son of God, the spokesperson of God. Kajia Shutuo, don't play tricks on me. Og Saint said disdainfully. All of you are not interested in Chu Zhou, but I'm very interested in him. I heard that he has already cultivated the extreme titanium golden body, the lost S-level body tempering technique, to the 5th level. His body is extremely powerful. I created my body tempering technique by combining various scientific methods to strengthen my body and the body tempering technique in the martial artist mall. I really want to see if his extreme titanium golden body is stronger or my bolder true body. Frederick looked at Chu Zhou excitedly. He moved his arms, and pieces of rock-like muscles suddenly appeared. At this moment, his entire body emitted a barbaric aura like a wild beast. Under the envelopment of that aura, the surrounding contestants immediately felt suffocated as if they were in the wilderness and facing a ferocious beast. They could not help but stay away from Frederick. This beast's physique has become stronger again. Chu Lan, Og Saint and Kajia Shutuo couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they felt the powerful pressure coming from Frederick. They were old opponents with Frederick, so they naturally knew how terrifying his body was. They did not dare to look at him at all. Chu Zhou felt a scorching gaze on him. He focused and immediately realized that the owner of the gaze was Frederick. Frederick. In the information Supervisor Chen gave me, it said that this person is a different body tempering technique genius. He also combined scientific and technological methods and many body tempering techniques to create his own monolith true body. I wonder if his bolder true body or my extreme titanium golden body is stronger. Chu Zhou was also interested in Frederick. In the outside world, Chu Yu, Chu Donglei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Chen Bazhu, Tang Yuanqing, Lu Wanjun, and the others were also paying attention to the live stream, quietly waiting for the grand finals to begin. In fact, countless people around the world were watching the live stream of the Global Human Genius Competition finals, waiting for the competition to begin. In the virtual battlefield, all contestants, pay attention. This global finals will last for 3 days. In these 3 days, you will experience 3 competition modes. I will now announce the first competition mode, survival mode. In 30 seconds, an endless beast tide will erupt on this plane. The duration is 1 day. Your mission today is to survive this beast tide. The contestants who died in the beast tide were all eliminated. The surviving contestants passed the first round. An electronically synthesized voice suddenly sounded in the sky, and lines of huge words appeared. A moment later, all the words disappeared, and a go-second countdown appeared in the sky. Survival mode. Infinite beast tide. Chu Zhou and the others immediately understood what they were going to face next. Chapter 195, Shocking Extreme Challenge. 1. 28. 29. 30. A countdown appeared in the sky. Many contestants and countless viewers watching the live broadcast became nervous. Even Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen became slightly nervous. Chu Zhou was very calm. 3. 2. 1. 0. Soon, the countdown ended. Roar, howl, shriek. The moment the countdown ended, a series of ferocious roars suddenly sounded in the distance of the plane. Then, a long black line appeared in the distance. The black line quickly moved on the plane and zoomed in. Then, the black line turned into a surging black wave. Ferocious monsters were reflected in the eyes of all the contestants. It was a beast tide formed by countless monsters. Endless monsters filled the distant earth and sky. They flowed on the plains like endless surging gush, as if they wanted to devour the entire plains. So many monsters. This is even more terrifying than the beast tide we saw in reality. Many contestants' faces turned pale when they saw the ferocious monsters that covered the sky. Even a monster like Xialong Yuan became extremely serious at this moment. The beast tide is here. Everyone gripped their arms tightly. Rumble. The entire plane was trembling violently. A monster that was like a torrential flood finally descended and instantly drowned all the contestants. Screams sounded one after another. In just an instant, 50 to 60 contestants were torn apart by the overwhelming monsters. One had to know that none of these contestants were simple. They were all geniuses filtered from all over the world and elites of the human race. But now, 50 to 60 of them had died in an instant. It could be seen how terrifying this beast tide was. There's actually a large number of extraordinary realm, control realm, and many boundary realm monsters in this beast tide. This is much more terrifying than the beast tide we encountered at the defense line. Chu Zhou sensed the situation in the beast tide and could not help but click his tongue. It could only be said that the person who presided over this finals was really ruthless. He had actually simulated such a ferocious beast tide. A 3-headed lion-type monster pounced violently at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou glanced at it indifferently and casually waved his metal arm wrapped in red lightning. A domineering, fierce, and incomparably sharp power erupted, shattering the 3 lions into pieces. 2 more snake-type monsters suddenly crawled out from behind him and opened their huge mouths to bite his right hand and leg. They screamed miserably and their teeth were shattered. Chu Zhou could not be bothered with the 2 snake-type monsters that had ambushed him. He only moved slightly, and a terrifying shockwave suddenly erupted from his body, causing circles of shockwaves to appear in the void. With 2 bangs, the 2 snake monsters were shattered into a rain of blood. Chu Zhou used the earth extreme body and turned into a small metal giant wrapped in red lightning. He stood in the endless beast tide like an eternal rock. No matter how the beast tide attacked, it could not do anything to him. On the other hand, many monsters that attacked him were shattered into a rain of blood. The latter was charred by the red lightning. Compared to Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, and Yang Zhenzhen were not so relaxed. They had to focus on resisting the attacks of the monsters. In order to reduce their consumption, they still kept wandering among the monsters and tried their best to avoid the powerful monsters. If he really could not avoid it, he chose to attack. Chu Zhou let his body tremble slightly, spreading rings of tremors that continuously exploded the monsters near him. At the same time, he looked at Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, and Yang Zhenzhen. The three women were fine for the time being. Big Sister Saber relied on her powerful thunder-breathing technique and thunder sword technique to easily unleash bolts of thunder sword chi and kill the monsters one after another. Ribbon-shaped water currents wrapped around Dongfang Mingzu's body. Whenever a monster attacked her, the ribbon-shaped water currents would instantly extend and wrap around the monster. Then, they would suddenly tighten and strangle the monster. Yang Zhenzhen's beautiful hair turned platinum gold, and her entire body was filled with an extremely sharp aura. She held a 2-meter-long sword in her hand and slashed out incomparably sharp white platinum tear sword chi, killing monster after monster. Seeing that the three women were fine, Chu Zhou was relieved and began to size up the entire battlefield. After the initial panic, the surviving contestants quickly calmed down and fought the monsters with all their might. These contestants were all geniuses after all. Once he calmed down, he quickly adapted to the attack of the beast tide and erupted with astonishing combat strength. A large number of monsters were constantly killed by them. Even though people were still dying under the attacks of the dense monsters. However, it would not be as tragic as the beginning where 50 to 60 people were killed in an instant. It was just that someone was unlucky enough to encounter a much stronger monster or was exhausted, so they were killed by the monster. Chu Zhou quickly looked at Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick and Kajia Shutuo. These four people were the same as him. They dealt with the beast tide very easily. There were no monsters that could threaten them. Among them, Frederick asked Chu Zhou to pay special attention. Chapter 196, Shocking Extreme Challenge 2. At this moment, Frederick's skin turned grey. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an indestructible rock. When the monsters collided with him, not only did they not make him move at all, his head bled and he even exploded into a rain of blood. Is that the bolder true body created by Frederick? Interesting. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. At this moment, Frederick also looked at Chu Zhou. A trace of excitement flashed across Frederick's eyes when he saw Chu Zhou, who had become a small metal giant and was wrapped in red lightning. He suddenly took large strides towards Chu Zhou and charged over. He was incomparably rude and violent, sending monsters blocking his way flying. That terrifying power made one's heart tremble. Many contestants who were also blocking Frederick's path hid in the distance with pale faces. In just a moment, Frederick's 3-meter-tall figure appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, I know you. You're a body-tempering technique genius. You can forcefully cultivate the extreme titanium golden body, which has been lost for a long time and only has one level left, to the 5th level. I admire you. Frederick grinned at Chu Zhou. When Chu Zhou saw Frederick's straightforward and sincere appearance and his astonishing attainments in the body-tempering techniques, he immediately had a good impression of him. Frederick, you're wrong. It's not the 5th level, but the 6th level. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. Red lightning suddenly struck from his body, turning the dozen or so monsters around him into charcoal. 6th level of the extreme titanium golden body. Frederick was shocked when he heard this, then his expression became even more excited. You're indeed a body-tempering technique genius. It seems that the extreme titanium golden body, a body-tempering technique that has been lost for many years, is going to be completely replicated in you. He gave Chu Zhou a thumbs up and praised him. You're not lazy either. The bolder true body you created is also very powerful. Chu Zhou scanned the other party's rock-like body and said sincerely. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, I have a suggestion. Tell me. Look, it's too boring to stay in this beast tide for an entire day. Why don't we compete and see if your extreme titanium golden body or my bolder true body is stronger? How can we compare? In Murica, I often go to the wilderness and do free fall exercises of more than 10,000 meters. Through this method, I constantly challenge the limits of my body. I think there are so many monsters here, and it's very suitable to do free fall exercises. Let's see who smashes the most monsters to death. What do you think of my suggestion? Your suggestion is really creative. Chu Zhou could not help but laugh as he looked at Frederick. He did not expect him to propose such a challenge. Ha ha ha, since you have no objections, what are you waiting for? Go, let's begin immediately. Frederick laughed loudly and immediately soared into the sky like a rocket, smashing through 4 to 5 flying monsters in the sky. A large amount of blood rain fell from the sky. What did I say I agreed to? Chu Zhou looked speechlessly at Frederick, who had already flown 10,000 meters into the sky. However, in the end, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky with a bang, piercing through the flying monsters above his head. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhou appeared near Frederick. Yes, Frederick, and Chu Zhou. What are they planning to do? Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, and Yang Zhenzhen looked at Frederick and Chu Zhou, who had suddenly rushed 10,000 meters into the sky, with confusion in their eyes. On the battlefield, many contestants also looked at Chu Zhou and Frederick in confusion. Huh? Why did that beast find Chu Zhou? It even rushed 10,000 meters into the sky with Chu Zhou. Chu Lan, Og Saint, and Kajyapa Shutwa were also staring at Chu Zhou and Frederick. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast were also at a loss by Chu Zhou and Frederick's actions. Li Qingxi said, in Murica, Frederick is the most famous extreme challenge enthusiast. His favorite thing is to fall freely from a height of more than 10,000 meters and shatter everything on the ground with his abnormal body. Don't tell me they're preparing to undergo a free fall challenge in the beast tide? This is too crazy. Shi Meng, one think they're going to undergo a free fall challenge in the beast tide. Tisk tisk, boss is indeed one of the top 5 in the world. He's not afraid at all even when facing the challenge of a fierce person like Frederick. Ling Zhan also sighed. Many contestants can't even protect themselves in the beast tide. They actually want to undergo a free fall challenge in the beast tide. It's indeed crazy. Other than Li Qingxi and the other two, many of the audience and the contestants in the beast tide also gradually guessed what Chu Zhou and Frederick were planning to do in the beast tide. They were immediately shocked. Exciting, exciting, too exciting. They actually have to undergo a free fall challenge in such a dangerous beast tide. The two of them are simply crackpots. Many viewers, especially some extreme sports enthusiasts, guessed what Chu Zhou and Frederick were going to do. They were so excited that their blood boiled. At this moment, Chu Lan, Og Saint, and Kajyapa Shutwa looked at Chu Zhou and Frederick seriously. In the virtual battlefield, 10,000 meters above the sky, Frederick looked at the beast tide surging like a tide below and became especially excited. He had smashed through countless mountains. However, it had yet to smash the beast tide. The feeling of smashing the beast tide seemed to be even more exciting now. Ha ha ha, free fall, completely using your body, emptying your mind, hugging the world, and smashing into the surging beast tide. There's nothing more romantic than this in this world. Frederick laughed and closed his eyes. He spread his feet and arms and suddenly fell. His speed became faster and faster. His rock-like body rubbed violently against the air and burned with a layer of fire, like a rapidly falling meteorite. During this period, a flying monster tried to grab him, but its claws were smashed into a blood mist. Another world-shaking roar sounded. Chu Zhou's body landed on another beast tide. He also smashed a huge monster into meat paste. Moreover, other than the terrifying violent flames, dense red lightning spread where he fell. The surrounding monsters were killed tragically by the combination of flames and red lightning. A mushroom cloud also rose from the spot where Chu Zhou had landed. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, isn't it very satisfying? The fall of 10,000 meters just now was just a warm-up. Now, we're directly 30,000 meters above the ground. Frederick laughed and rushed out of the mushroom cloud 30,000 meters into the sky. It does feel good. Chu Zhou smiled and also soared into the sky from the shattered ground. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering explosions sounded continuously. The beast tides turned into blood mist one after another. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky. An extremely strange scene appeared in the beast tide. While many contestants were busy trying their best to protect their lives under the attacks of countless monsters, two figures were playing free-fall challenges here. They were having fun, and waves of laughter spread throughout the entire battlefield. Many contestants who were struggling in pain had a mental breakdown. I've worked so hard to struggle in the beast tide and do everything I can to preserve my life. You guys are actually playing games here? This is too much of a blow. In the outside world, countless spectators were speechless and excited when they saw this scene. All the audience confirmed one thing: Chu Zhou and Frederick's strength was too abnormal. Most of the contestants were not in the same dimension as them. Chapter 197, Sleeping Soundly in the Violent Storm. 1. Are these two monsters? In the virtual battlefield, many contestants who were struggling in the surging beast tide looked at Chu Zhou and Friedrich, who were having fun, and smiled bitterly. The physiques of these two people are really too strong. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast were also shocked by Chu Zhou and Friedrich's performance. It was hard to imagine that a human's body could be so strong. Time gradually passed. Under the invasion of endless monsters, more and more contestants gradually exhausted all their strength and were finally torn apart by the dense monsters. The day was over. The entire battlefield had also become a sea of corpses and sea of blood. Countless monster corpses were stacked on top of each other. Blood gathered into long rivers. The beast tide finally stopped, but there were only 150 contestants who could still stand on the battlefield. About 420 contestants died in the beast tide. At this moment, be it the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the plains or the monsters, they slowly disappeared like bubbles. I finally survived the day. Yes, it was too hard. I almost couldn't take it. Many of the surviving contestants heaved a long sigh of relief, revealing expressions of luck after surviving a calamity. Boom! Boom! At this moment, two meteorite-like figures descended from the sky and smashed two huge sinkholes in the ground with a bang. Two mushroom clouds slowly rose. Why did the beast tide suddenly disappear and I missed? Friedrich's dissatisfied voice came from a sinkhole. It was as if he was complaining that the beast tide had disappeared for too long and had yet to satisfy him. That's right. This beast tide disappeared at the wrong time. We haven't had enough fun. Chu Zhou's voice came from another sinkhole. Many contestants. Please be human. It wasn't easy for us to survive the beast tide, but you're actually complaining that the beast tide disappeared too early? Where are our faces going to be like this? These two monsters are too abnormal. Someone among the contestants muttered. The global audience who was watching the live broadcast was also speechless when they heard Chu Zhou and Friedrich's complaints. Chu Zhou and Friedrich flew out of the sinkhole. They looked at each other and smiled, feeling like they appreciated each other. Oh no, I was so excited just now that I forgot to calculate how many monsters I killed. Friedrich suddenly said in distress. I didn't calculate either, Chu Zhou said. Ha ha ha, then let's consider this competition a draw. Let's compete later. How about that? Friedrich laughed heartily. Okay. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. By the way, Chu Zhou, let me remind you of something. You have to be careful of the other three guys. I believe you know who I'm talking about. Friedrich suddenly said. Hi. Chu Zhou's gaze froze. Those three guys are each more unfathomable than the other, especially Chu Lan. I can't see through him at all. If you go up against him, you have to be careful. Friedrich said seriously. Chu Zhou trembled slightly. Friedrich had specially emphasized Chu Lan, not Og Saint and Kajia Shutuo. This made him pay attention to Chu Lan. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful, he said. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be too serious. You're still young, at least 10 years younger than them. Even if you lose to them this time, there will be a lot of chances to catch up. Friedrich laughed loudly and even patted Chu Zhou's shoulder. He pretended to be experienced and said, Young man, the present is ours, and the future is yours. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes. Congratulations to the contestants who are still on the virtual battlefield. You have passed the first round of the finals. Next, we will begin the second round. In this round, there will be 10 passage tokens that appear between you. You can fight freely, but each of you can only hold one pass token at most. The duration of this competition is an hour. The last 10 people with passage tokens will become the top 10 of the finals. The others will all be eliminated. The competition begins in 30 seconds. An electronic synthesis sounded in the sky again. At the same time, a countdown appeared. This round is the battle for the passage token. Moreover, there are only 10 passage tokens that directly determine the top 10 of the finals. All the contestants became nervous after hearing the rules of the competition. Many contestants immediately distanced themselves from the other contestants beside them and scanned the surrounding people vigilantly. In particular, the contestants near Chu Lan, Og Saint, Friedrich and Kajia Shutuo stayed far away as if they were avoiding a plague. It was obvious that they knew that they were no match for these 4 people and were prepared to avoid them. There were also fewer contestants around Chu Zhou. But, there was also someone else who looked at him with ill intentions. 30. 29. 28. The countdown began. Soon, the countdown changed to. At this moment, 10 golden tokens suddenly descended from the sky. Without a doubt, these 10 golden passage token were the passage tokens. Almost instantly, all the contestants rushed towards the 10 golden tokens at full speed and attacked everyone who rushed in front of them. Chapter 198, Sleeping Soundly in the Violent Storm. 2. Chu Lan's figure was like a ghost as he instantly rushed in front of a golden token. He smiled and put away the golden token, becoming the first person to obtain the passage token. He only smiled indifferently at the attacks that bombarded him. With a casual wave of his hand, a copious amount of energy erupted. With a bang, it seemed to pierce through the sky. All the attacks that bombarded him were forcefully destroyed. In the next moment, his figure flashed again and appeared on the plain. He crossed his arms and looked at everyone calmly. Many people revealed unwilling expressions when they saw a golden token fall into Chu Yan's hands. However, no one dared to snatch it again. Just now, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were many people to attack Chu Lan together, delusionally wanting to kill him. Now that the plan had failed, they had no chance. The second person to obtain the pass token was Og Saint. His entire body suddenly emitted endless light, as if he had transformed into a small sun and erupted with a terrifying sunstorm. Many people who rushed towards one of the passage tokens were directly killed by the terrifying sunstorm. The passage token also steadily landed in Og Saint's hands. Then, Frederick and Kajiapa Shutuo also grabbed a passage token each almost at the same time. This passage token is mine. Chu Zhou's figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of a passage token. He reached out and grabbed it. However, before he could grab the passage token, several contestants attacked him. One of the attacks even blasted onto the passage tokens, sending it flying into the distance. Chu Zhou's figure flashed and turned into afterimages, dodging the attacks whistling towards him. Then, he looked at the 3 people opposite him with a dark expression. "You have a death wish," he said coldly. At this moment, he ignored even the passage tokens that were sent flying. "Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, do you think you're Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick and Kajiapa Shutuo? You keep asking us to die. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not." A black-robed young man with long and narrow eyes and chains wrapped around his body sneered. "That's right, Chu Zhou. Don't overestimate yourself. What right do you have to be ranked in the top 5 of the world? How can Alex, be inferior to you?" The person who said this was a tall Western young man. Balls of lightning floated around him. Some people think that they're one of the top 5 just because they entered the top 5 of the world, but they don't know that someone is blind and randomly ranked them in the top 5. How can they be ranked in the top 5 of the world without absolute strength? Today, Simon Granz, am going to wake someone up and let them recognize reality. He was also a Western young man, but his hair was a rare light green. His entire figure was erratic, as if he had fused into the wind. That's Wang Lei, the Ghost Lock, Alex, the Lightning Child, and Simon Grants, the Wind Ranger. They've all been famous for many years. Among the younger generation, their reputation is second only to Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick and Kajiapa Shutuo. Now, they're attacking Chu Zhou at the same time. They're probably indignant that Chu Zhou is ranked as one of the top 5 in the world. They're only slightly weaker than Chu Lan and the others after all. However, their names are not among the top 5 in the world, but the newly risen Chu Zhou's name. It's normal for them to hate Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is in trouble now. Unless his strength is worthy of his status as one of the top 5 in the world, he might not be able to enter the top 10 today and be eliminated. Many contestants could not help but discuss when they saw the scene in the sky. Countless viewers who were watching the live broadcast could not help but be stunned. They did not expect such a sudden change. Ha ha ha, that's great. Chu Zhou is finally in trouble. Ghost Lock Wang Lei, Lightning Child Alex, and Wind Ranger Simon Granz. These 3 young experts will definitely be able to kill him. In that case, he won't be able to enter the top 10. Hehe, Chu Zhou is usually too arrogant. Now, retribution has finally arrived. One of the top 5 in the world? Is Chu Zhou worthy? There's finally someone who doesn't like him and wants to beat him awake. The Chu, Ling, and Zhang families of Guangdong base city, as well as the Ernst and Medici families in the west, had also been paying attention to Chu Zhou. When they realized that Chu Zhou was constantly advancing in the global human genius competition and becoming the first place in the Guangdong competition area. Moreover, he was gradually famous worldwide and had even entered the top 5 of the world, he panicked. What did the top 5 of the world represent? They understood best. This meant that there was a high chance that he would become the human martial god in the future. Chu Zhou actually had a high chance of becoming the human martial god. How could the 5 great families, who had almost formed a death grudge with Chu Zhou, not panic? In fact, the 5 families had been thinking of all kinds of ways to completely eliminate Chu Zhou, this scourge. However, they had already jointly issued a bounty of hundreds of billions of alliance dollars to Chu Zhou in the underworld. Who would have thought that Chu Zhou would still be alive and kicking? In fact, their strength was becoming stronger and stronger. Chapter 199, Sleeping Soundly in the Violent Storm. 3. It was not that the 5 great families had never thought of mobilizing their kings to completely kill Chu Zhou. However, before they could take action, they received a stern warning from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and the Human Alliance. He had no choice but to dispel the idea of mobilizing the kings. The 100 billion bounty was useless, and they could not mobilize the kings. This made the 5 families helpless against Chu Zhou. They could only watch worriedly as Chu Zhou continued to advance in the global human genius competition. Now that they saw Ghost Lock Wang Lei, Lightning Child Alex, and Wind Ranger Simon Grants join forces to deal with Chu Zhou, the higher UPS of the 5 families were so excited that they wanted to sing a song. As long as these 3 people killed Chu Zhou in the competition, Chu Zhou would not be able to enter the top 10. If Chu Zhou could not enter the top 10, he would not have received the generous rewards of the top 10 of the Global Human Genius competition and would not have been nurtured by the core of the Human Alliance. In that case, no matter how talented Chu Zhou was, his growth speed would decrease greatly. This was also convenient for the 5 families to plan for Chu Zhou's future. Therefore, the 5 families were the happiest to see Wang Lei and the others attack Chu Zhou. Of course, the higher UPS of the 5 families did not know that Chu Zhou had already broken through to the boundary realm. Otherwise, they would not be able to laugh. What a pity! Wang Lei, Alex, and Simon Grants originally had a chance to enter the top 10, but they just had to find a pervert like Chu Zhou. This way, they won't even have a chance to enter the top 10. They will definitely regret it later. Chen Bazhu was also watching the live broadcast. When he saw that Wang Lei and the other 2 were about to attack Chu Zhou, he shook his head lightly, feeling that it was a pity for them. As the supervisor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, he knew that the importance that the Human Alliance attached to the top 10 of the finals this time was on a completely different level from the importance they attached to contestants other than the top 10. The subsequent nurturing resources given were also on a completely different level. If Wang Lei and the others lost the chance to enter the top 10, it would definitely be an incomparably huge loss. Ha ha ha, these 3 idiots. Don't they know that Boss is already a boundary realm martial artist? They're actually jealous that Boss is ranked among the top 5 in the world and are making things difficult for Boss. They're courting death. Shi Meng looked at the scene on the live broadcast and could not help but laugh mockingly. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi also laughed. Wang Lei and the other 2 actually found trouble with the captain. They really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the virtual battlefield, Ghost Lock Wang Lei, Lightning Child Alex, and Wind Ranger Simon Grants each occupied a corner, vaguely forming a huge triangle that surrounded Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, die! Ghost Lock Wang Lei was the first to attack. A powerful spirit fluctuation suddenly emitted from his body. The chains wrapped around his body immediately woke up like a sleeping python. Whoosh! 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 Chains shot towards Chu Zhou like poisonous snakes. Their speed was as fast as a phantom, and an ear-piercing sonic boom sounded in the void. Chu Zhou, accept the judgment of the lightning. The lightning child, Alex, shouted. The balls of lightning floating around him also bombarded Chu Zhou. For a moment, thunder rumbled and lightning shot out. The entire sky seemed to be filled with lightning. Wind Ranger Simon Grants suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next moment, his figure suddenly appeared behind Chu Zhou. He held a 100-meter-tall greenish-black tornado in one hand and slammed it into Chu Zhou. Simon Granz, the Wind Ranger, was the last to attack, but he was the first to hit Chu Zhou. As expected of a Wind Ranger. When the terrifying tornado hit Chu Zhou, his figure was instantly devoured by the tornado. Many contestants and countless spectators looked at the terrifying tornado that seemed to distort the void and were deeply shocked by the power of Simon Granz's attack. If such a blow landed in a city like Zhong City, it would definitely destroy half of the skyscrapers in Zhong City in an instant. Soon, snake-like chains that pierced through the void and dense ball lightning bombarded Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was enveloped by tornadoes, chains, and lightning. It was as if a doomsday calamity had happened there. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, and the others could not help but worry for Chu Zhou when they saw this scene. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Chu Zhou. This was because they all knew that even if Chu Zhou was killed in the virtual battlefield, he would not really die. Therefore, many people who paid attention to Chu Zhou were not worried that he would be killed. They just wanted to see if Chu Zhou could create another miracle and not let down his honor as one of the top 5 in the world. Soon, everyone saw the result. Chu Zhou floated in his original position without moving. His eyes were actually closed, as if he was sleeping. Soon, everyone saw the result. Chu Zhou floated in his original position without moving. His eyes were actually closed, as if he was sleeping. Wind blades slashed at him crazily, but they only created puffs of sparks. Chains wrapped around his body and tightened and strangled him crazily, but they could not do anything to Chu Zhou. It was as if the chains were wrapped around a primordial god mountain and could not be strangled at all. Balls of lightning continuously struck Chu Zhou's body, emitting waves of world-shaking thunderstorms. However, the terrifying ball of lightning seemed to be bathing Chu Zhou. Every ball of lightning turned into a high-voltage electric current that surged like a tide when it struck Chu Zhou's body. It flowed down his body like water. What? What's going on? Chu Zhou fell asleep. Looking at Chu Zhou, who was breathing evenly with his eyes closed, be it the contestants on the virtual battlefield or the global audience watching the live broadcast, they were all dumbfounded. Wang Lei, Alex, and Simon Granz were also dumbfounded. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Their minds seemed to have suffered an unprecedented blow and they could not accept the scene in front of them. Chapter 200, Top 10, 1. How is this possible? Damn it, his physique is actually so strong. Wang Lei, Alex, and Simon Granz looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief, who seemed to have fallen asleep. This almost ignored approach made Wang Lei and the other two subconsciously feel a huge defeat. Chu Zhou yawned, stretched, and smiled faintly. Speaking of which, even though your strength is not very good, your massage skills are not bad. I think you can start working in the meeting room. Wang Lei, Alex, and Simon Granz's faces turned ashen. Chu Zhou, you're not too arrogant. Wang Lei's face was ashen as he shouted. Clanging iron chains kept shooting out of his body like 1,000-foot-long poisonous snakes. They circled around Chu Zhou and suddenly shot towards him in the middle. It was as if many poisonous snakes had surrounded Chu Zhou and suddenly attacked him in unison. Thunderstorm. Alex let out a long roar and flew above Chu Zhou. His entire body seemed to have turned into the source of lightning. Dark clouds and lightning kept surging out of his body. Then, dense lightning shot out of the dark clouds and instantly drowned Chu Zhou's figure. Wind King's Spear. Simon Granz clenched his hand into a fist, and wind surged in the entire sky. Wisps of corporeal wind continuously gathered in his palm and finally condensed into a corporeal spear of wind that spun at high speed. Boom! The wind spear that was spinning at high speed was suddenly thrown out by Simon Granz. It turned into an extremely fast stream of light that seemed to be able to pierce the sky and shot fiercely at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou calmly faced the second wave of attacks from Wang Lei and the other two. His body shook with a bang. With a loud bang, a circle of substantial vibration ripples spread out from his body. The entire void seemed to have been shattered and shook violently. All the chains wrapped around his body were instantly shattered into powder. Then, he punched the sky. A flood of red lightning followed his fist and soared into the sky, devouring all the purple lightning that struck down. The surging red lightning struck Alex again. Alex screamed as he was blasted into a charred corpse. Then, the charred corpse exploded into ashes with a bang under the continuous bombardment of the red lightning. Chu Zhou's other palm wrapped in red lightning suddenly stretched forward and firmly grabbed the approaching wind spear. The wind spear that was spinning at high speed was stopped. "I'll return it to you." Chu Zhou sneered and threw the wind spear back. Moreover, the speed at which the wind spear reflected was even faster than the speed at which it shot over just now, like a fleeting after-image. Pfft! Simon Grant's head was pierced through by the reflected wind spear. He died under the wind spear he condensed before he could even let out a scream. His corpse quickly disappeared like a bubble. Wang Lei immediately broke out in cold sweat when he saw that Alex and Simon Grant had actually been killed by Chu Zhou so quickly. Run! With this thought in mind, Wang Lei prepared to escape. However, a palm flashed past his neck before he could move. A head flew high into the air. A stream of spring-like blood shot out of the neck of the headless corpse. Hiss! Wang Lei and the other two were actually killed by Chu Zhou just like that. How terrifying! Wang Lei and the other two are all geniuses only slightly inferior to Chu Lan and the others. They were already half a step into the boundary realm, but they actually died at Chu Zhou's hands just like that. It seems that Chu Zhou's strength is far greater than we imagined. He's completely worthy of the honor of being one of the top 5 in the world. There's no doubt. Chu Zhou must have advanced to the boundary realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Wang Lei and the other two so easily. On the plain, many contestants were shocked. Some of the veteran control realm martial artists who had previously regarded Chu Zhou as one of the top 5 in the world no longer had any objections to him at this moment. Chu Zhou's strength was too powerful, so much so that they could only look up to him. Chu Zhou should have advanced to boundary realm. He hid it so deeply. After advancing to boundary realm, he actually didn't even tell us. Big Sister Saber and the other two looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock. Boundary realm. Chu Lan looked at Chu Zhou's figure and narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. This Chu Zhou seems to have some strength. Saint said with a slightly serious expression. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Chu Lan. Only Chu Lan was worthy of being his opponent. In this finals, he had to defeat Chu Lan no matter what. A 17-year-old boundary realm expert is very impressive. Kajyapa Shutwo sighed. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How can someone who can compete with me in the body tempering techniques fall so easily? Frederick laughed. The global audience who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked by Chu Zhou's performance. Hiss, is Chu Zhou actually so strong? Wang Lei and the other geniuses second only to Chu Lan, Saint, Frederick and Kajyapa Shutwa were easily killed by him.